Absolutely. Now, from the side of the Enforcement Directorate, the arguments have been completed. Now, what the Enforcement Directorate has essentially said that it is a classic case of money laundering. We know that the Congress party, especially Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, have been in the limelight because of the money laundering link that has been found in the National Herald case. And what we understand from the side of the Enforcement Directorate, that the Congress party committed fraud. That means they were aware of what was happening behind during the time when Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi were essentially the directors of Young India, as well as the Associate Journal, which was the publisher of the National Herald newspaper. Now, what we also understand, the ED says Congress devised this modus operandi to avoid being in the limelight, and ED also made it very clear that every individual who was responsible in running the business must be liable and answerable for the fraud that was in fact conducted, the money laundering which was conducted. Now, the ED also made a very important note and informed the Rouse Avenue Court that there was a conspiracy to siphon off the assets of Associate Journal Limited, a company with assets of nearly 2,000 crores. So now this is the current scenario that we are seeing from the side of the Congress party. The arguments will be made tomorrow.
All right, Riyanka, I just want to go ahead and play out once again. We have the reaction of SV Raju, who is saying very clearly, his ASG and ED counsel very, very clearly saying that defense was to make an argument today. However, they did not. Let's go and play out that reaction once more.
I have completed my arguments subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of common is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this and what your submission was?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AGM. That's our case. And it's documented. It's an open and shut case. I have completed my arguments subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of common is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity.
Let's go to Rhythm, my colleague who's joining us right now, our legal editor who's helped us understand why this is significant. And Rhythm, this is a very important line, which I want to read out for our viewers once again. Every individual who was responsible to run the business will be liable. In fact, they've also said that the entire Congress party could be liable for running this business in a very shady and a very unethical way.
From the arguments that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the Rose Avenue Court are that this is a money laundering allegation that has been directly now made against Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. They've also brought into the picture the additional Solicitor General Sam Petroda and Dubey. And why they are saying this has been done is only to usurp. And this is something they have directly been saying again and again. They have been trying to usurp 2,000 crores of property. Not once, not twice, but several times today. This is something that has been said. The purpose was not to get the maximum money out of the asset for the shareholders. The Congress eyes were on the asset of 2,000 crores. The shareholders were the puppets of the Gandhis. They were required to do certain acts on behalf of the Gandhis. They've also spoken about the role of the Kolkata-based firm Dotex. I don't want to make this technical or legal for our viewers. The big news that's coming in, today the Enforcement Directorate asserted in the court, appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, Senior Advocate, Additional Solicitor General SV Raju, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, directly responsible under Section 70 of the PMLA, that's the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, for the sham transactions that took place. This is not something that is being stated, but this is usurpation of the lavish.
All right, thank you, Rhythm, for getting those details. Huge update coming in from the ED, really making it clear Congress devised this modus operandi to avoid limelight. ED tells court, classic case of money laundering. Okay, let's move ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Manojit Mishra, one of the main accused in the West Bengal Law College rape case, is a history sheeter. That is right. Republic has accessed some letters which show that Manojit Mishra has had a history of hooliganism and assault and a criminal history. This is coming in, viewers, as we see that Manojit's criminal record dates back to 2012 when he was first admitted to the college. By 2013, his name emerged in connection with a stabbing incident and he was expelled in 2014. However, he was readmitted in 2017. There have been multiple complaints against Manojit. We have accessed a letter written by the then principal in 2018. Kishore is joining us. Kishore, this letter that has been written by the principal, the then principal in 2018, where the principal is so scared, the principal is asking for police protection from Manojit, flagging his hooliganism during college events.
Well, exactly. This is not the first time that this TMCP leader has engaged in something so grotesque. We have seen in 2012, this person was admitted to the college, to this law college. 2013 itself, within 1 year, he had multiple cases and allegations. And one of the most serious cases in 2013 was of a stabbing case. He was allegedly involved in a brawl with one of his, I don't know, batchmate maybe, probably, because we don't know exactly what happened at that point of time, because the case also appears to be shady. The police tried to hide it probably because he was already becoming a part of that TMCP union that was very powerful that time as well. So 2013 he had this case against him. Again he was expelled. He was readmitted to the college, after which he had also cases about vandalizing the college rooms, college classrooms, when there was a chaos within the college in two parties of the same union, in two sections of the same union, the TMCP. On the other hand, he also has case registered at Kalighat police station, according to sources, and this Kalighat police station is the area, Kalighat area is the area where the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stays. It's her residence. So he has his name registered, his case registered against him at Kalighat police station in the same area where Mamata Banerjee herself stays. Now he was not removed from the college, rather the principal who actually was writing against him, he was removed. He was in a way not a part of the college within a year. And later on we also came to know about several death cases, accident cases. Whoever used to raise voice against him either had to face with an accident or some mysterious condition. This happened twice. So this person, who is involved, who is the main primary accused in the grotesque gang rape case, is also a history sheeter. He has names in several police stations in cases such as stabbing, molestation and vandalizing, but no action was taken against him because he was a part of the TMCP union, and also he was close to TMC.
I'll come back to you, Kishore. Yes,
that is
absolutely, Kishore. I'll come back to you. I have to take a short break right now. Much more coming up. We will be tracking the West Bengal Law College rape case as the probe continues. And Parliamentary Affairs Minister speaks to all opposition parties. Removal motion to be brought in Parliament against Justice Verma. One deputy killed and 8 injured after tent collapses at Bageshwar Dham in MP. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live in breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, you know? So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning.
Viewers, top headlines. ED shares new details in court in National Herald case. Says it's a classic case of money laundering. SP leader ST Hassan equated Kawar Yatris to terrorists today. Another SP leader, Ravidas Mehrotra, equates BJP to terrorists. One deputy killed, 8 injured after 10 collapses at Bageshwar Dham in MP. Citing public humiliation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka police officer tenders his resignation. Unblocked Pakistani handles of influencers and media have been blocked again. A technical glitch led to auto unblocking of handles. Passengers panic after SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Alright, viewers, getting some more breaking news coming in right now. Calcutta High Court is seeking a report from the state government on 3 PILs. I repeat, 3 PILs. These are 3 public interest litigations regarding the alleged gang rape at the Kashba College. Calcutta High Court seeks report on the college rape case. We will try to get our viewers more updates in terms of what is happening, but the probe has already intensified when it comes to the law college case, which has once again raised questions on the safety of women in the state of West Bengal. So what we see right now, Calcutta High Court is seeking a report on the college rape case. They have already directed state government to file affidavit on the progress of the probe. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have Kishale joining us. Kishale, this is coming in as we see that the report will be from the state government on 3 PILs regarding the gang rape at Kashba College. If you could take our viewers through exactly what do those 3 PILs say, and when is the deadline to submit the report back to the Calcutta High Court? Yes.
Well, exactly. This is a very important update that we are right now tracking. The Calcutta High Court has come down heavily on the state government, as well as the fact that this college, South Calcutta Law College, how being in such a primary location and so close proximity to the nearest police station, such incident happened there. So Calcutta High Court is clearly not happy with the developments. I'll try to read out for you exactly what the judge was, in the way the judge was speaking to the council right now. I'll be telling you the exact conversation briefly. So the case was today heard a while back, and the judge was primarily saying why in this college, why the South Calcutta Law College governing body is not made a party of this case. Why has it not been done? And apart from that, also questions are being raised that why exactly this college union room was out of the control of the college authorities. Apart from that, also a very important update is that right after this case was heard, in another case, the Calcutta High Court has observed that union rooms of all colleges and universities in West Bengal will be closed for now. this is the reason, because there has been no union votes, college union votes in West Bengal in the last 5 years. So Calcutta High Court coming down heavily on the state government as well as the higher education department. The Calcutta High Court has instructed the higher education department to close down all union rooms after the Koshba incident, because we know that the victim was dragged inside the union room and then she was gang raped in the guard room after, where she was taken after that. So the 3 PILs, mainly based on the fact that the security of women within the institutions are not taken care of by the state government and the police, also focusing on the fact that Koshba Law College incident again exposes the fact that after RG Kor no action has been taken by the administration and government to ensure security of women.
और अपनी जान बचाने की कोशिश करते हुए नजर आते हैं यहां पर पुलिस के जवान। जो पुलिस की टीम वहां पर पहुंची थी, लोग उन्हें घेर लेते हैं। कैसे आप देखिए तस्वीरों में, पुलिस के जो लोग वहां पर मौजूद हैं वो सभी ग्रामीणों को रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कुछ महिलाएं भी आपको दिख रही हैं जो कैसे पुलिस की टीम के पीछे भाग रहे हैं। पुलिस के कुछ जो जवान हैं वो आगे निकल जाते हैं, लेकिन एक पुलिस वाले को ये लोग पकड़ लेते हैं, घेर लेते हैं। वहां पर कुछ लोग भी हैं जो किसी तरह से इस पुलिस वाले को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं उस भीड़ से जो चारों तरफ वहां पर मौजूद थी, जो मारने की कोशिश यहां पर करते हैं। पुलिस वालों को दौड़ा लेते हैं। टोंक में दरअसल ये पूरा घटनाक्रम सामने आया। युवक की मौत के बाद जमकर हंगामा होता है। पुलिस वाले पहुंचते हैं भीड़ को समझाने के लिए, लेकिन तस्वीरें गवाही दे रही हैं कि आखिर कैसे पुलिस वालों को ही दौड़ा लिया गया, उन्हें मारने की कोशिश यहां पर की गई, लेकिन वहीं पर किसी तरह से कुछ लोगों ने उनकी जान यहां पर बचाई है। दरअसल ये बताया जा रहा है कि जैसे ये पूरा घटनाक्रम सामने आया था जिसमें शख्स की जान चली गई थी, उसके बाद से लोग गुस्से में थे। ट्रैक्टर से कुचलने की वजह से युवक की जान गई थी और परिजन नौकरी और मुआवजा दिलाने की मांग यहां पर कर रहे थे और समझाइश करने के लिए पुलिस की टीम पहुंची थी। मामले को शांत कराने की कोशिश यहां पर हो रही थी। 2 तस्वीरें आप देखिए, एक तरफ टोंक के राजस्थान के अंदर जैसे ये पूरा घटनाक्रम सामने आया था, पुलिस की टीम वहां पर मौजूद थी, लोग मौजूद थे, उन्हें समझाने की कोशिश हो रही थी, लेकिन इसी दौरान कैसे हंगामा बढ़ जाता है और पुलिस को ही दौड़ा लेते हैं ये ग्रामीण। और एक पुलिस वाला जो कैसे हाथ उठा रहा है, वहां पर खुद को लोगों को शांत करने की कोशिश कर रहा है पहले तो, और उसके बाद तुरंत जब मामला बिगड़ता हुआ, माहौल बिगड़ता हुआ पुलिस के लोगों को नजर आता है, पुलिस के जवानों को नजर आता है, तो वहां से वो खुद को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन तभी कुछ महिलाएं पीछे भागने लगती है। देखिए पीले कपड़ों में आपको महिला दिख रही है, शुरुआत वो आगे भागने की करती है, उसके पीछे आपको एक और महिला नजर आ रही है, कुछ युवक नजर आ रहे हैं जो पुलिस के पीछे यहां पर भागते हैं। एक पुलिस वाले को पकड़ लिया जाता है और उसे लगता है शख्स को कि अब भीड़ उसके ऊपर हमला कर देगी। पुलिस के उस जवान को लगता है कि अब भीड़ उसे नहीं छोड़ेगी। और 2 तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, वो शव आप देख रहे हैं युवक का जिसकी मौत हुई है ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली से कुचलकर। वैभव हमारे सहयोगी इस वक्त खबर पर जानकारी के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। वैभव, क्या हुआ वहां पर, कैसे ये हालात हो गए? पुलिस पहुंची थी, कार्रवाई चल रही थी, लेकिन ग्रामीणों ने दौड़ा लिया।
देखिए बिल्कुल सुमित, ये टोंक के राजमहल गांव का ये पूरा प्रकरण है। दरअसल एक गुर्जर शख्स की मौत जो है वो एक ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली से कुचलने के बाद हुई थी, जिसके बाद जो परिजन हैं, स्थानीय लोग हैं, वो शव रखकर प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे और इन लोगों की मांग ये थी कि परिवार वालों को सरकारी नौकरी जो है वो मिले और मुआवजे की राशि जो है वो बढ़ाई जाए। इसको लेकर बातचीत चल रही थी, लेकिन प्रदर्शन जब उग्र होता है तो वहां पर जो पुलिस वाले मौजूद रहते हैं वो पुलिस वाले लोगों को आश्वस्त करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द उनकी मांगों को जो है वो सुना जाएगा। लेकिन परिवार वाले, स्थानीय लोगों का यह कहना था कि जब तक प्रशासन रिटर्न में कुछ नहीं देता है तब तक के वो लोग इस प्रदर्शन को खत्म करने वाले नहीं है। राजनांद गांव का यह बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इलाका है जहां पर प्रदर्शन हो रहा था और 20 सड़क पर शव रखकर प्रदर्शन किए जाने के चलते लंबा जाम जो है वो लगने लगा था, जिसके चलते प्रशासन ने जब हल्के बल का इस्तेमाल किया, हल्के बल का प्रयोग किया, उसके बाद ग्रामीणों ने पुलिस वालों को दौड़ाना शुरू कर दिया और पुलिस वालों से सबसे पहले नोकझोंक हुई। हुई, आमना सामना हुआ। उसके बाद इन ग्रामीणों ने पुलिस वालों को जो है वो दौड़ाने की कवायद शुरू कर दी। फिलहाल सुमित, अगर इस समय करंट सिचुएशन की बात करें तो वहां पर पुलिस बल अतिरिक्त मंगाया गया है। स्थितियां जो है वो बताया जा रहा है कि लगभग नियंत्रण में है, लेकिन ये तस्वीरें ये बताने के लिए काफी हैं कि कैसे ये लोग जो मुआवजे की मांग कर रहे थे, मृतक के परिजन जो थे मुआवजे के साथ सरकारी नौकरी की मांग कर रहे थे और अपनी मांगों को लेकर वो आश्वस्त होना चाह रहे थे कि जब तक के प्रशासन लिखित में कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करता है, प्रशासन की तरफ से यह रिटर्न में नहीं बताया जाता है कि उनकी मांगों को माना जाएगा, तब तक वो लोग इस प्रदर्शन को खत्म नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन ये तस्वीरें, पुलिस ने हल्का बल प्रयोग किया, उसके बाद इन सभी ग्रामीणों ने मिलकर पुलिस वालों को ही खदेड़ दिया है। टोंक की ये घटना है, अब आगे कार्रवाई क्या होगी, एक्शन क्या होगा, क्योंकि ये तस्वीर अपने आप में बहुत सारे सवाल खड़े करती है कि क्या जो लोग वहां पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, प्रदर्शन के बाद इस तरह का हुड़दंग क्यों हुआ, स्थितियां ऐसी क्यों बनी, किसी ने इस
बिल्कुल गंभीर सवाल भी हैं और अब कार्रवाई की बात भी इस पूरे प्रकरण को लेकर की जा रही है। वैभव, बहुत शुक्रिया इस तमाम जानकारी के लिए। उधर राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय के महारानी कॉलेज के अंदर मजारों के निर्माण को लेकर विवाद खड़ा हुआ है। कॉलेज परिसर में अचानक से दो
All right, so the pictures coming in from Tonk, Rajasthan, where we see that a massive drama. You can see after a youth death, cops are chased and heckled by villagers in Rajasthan's Tonk. All right, we move ahead. Right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking right now. SpiceJet has now finally issued a statement after we saw those pictures which we showed you, where a window of the airline was popping out. And after a window frame of a Goa-Pune SpiceJet flight came loose mid-air, a statement says, and I quote here from SpiceJet, a cosmetic window frame on one of SpiceJet's aircraft became loose during flight and was found dislodged. It is important to note that this was a non-structural trim component fitted onto the window for the purpose of shade and did not compromise the safety or integrity of the aircraft in any way. Cabin pressurization remained normal throughout the flight and there was no impact on passenger safety. And this aircraft is equipped, they say, with multiple layers of window panes, including a robust pressure-bearing outer pane, ensuring that passenger safety is never at risk. Even in the unlikely event of a superficial or cosmetic component coming loose, the frame was fixed upon landing at the next station in accordance with standard maintenance procedures. Okay, so we see that the SpiceJet has gone ahead and put out the statement which I read out for you, where you clearly see, viewers, how this window frame is coming loose, and this happened mid-air. I repeat, this happened mid-air. It was a mid-air scare on a SpiceJet flight. Now we see that there has been an update in terms of SpiceJet coming out with a statement, and what they say is that the cosmetic window frame on one of these SpiceJet's aircraft came loose and was found dislodged. It is important to note that this is a non-structural trim component fitted onto the window for the purpose of shade and did not compromise the safety or integrity of the aircraft in any way. The frame was fixed upon landing at the next station in accordance with the standard maintenance procedures. Okay, so what we see right now, viewers, a SpiceJet calling the incident a cosmetic window frame. You can clearly see that this frame has come out, and this happened mid-air. I repeat, this happened mid-air on a SpiceJet flight. This is just one of the incidents which we have reported on here on Republic TV. How again and again, I repeat, again and again, we have seen technical issues many times when the flight is flying, when the flight has taken off. And I want to go to our guest who's joining us on the phone line, Group Captain G.P. Bajpai, aviation expert, joining us here. Thank you for joining us, Group Captain. And we are trying to understand here what really happened, because a window popping out like that, window frame popping out like that is quite dangerous, even though SpiceJet is calling the incident a cosmetic window frame, Group Captain.
Ma'am, good evening. The way you are telling, it could have been very disastrous and serious accident. Unless until, though it will be not correct to go into detail, unless until we know at what altitude aircraft was flying, what has actually happened. These are subject to the detailed investigation. However, in normal circumstances, in case if aircraft is flying between 20-25,000, aircraft is pressurized so that the passengers inside remain in comfortable position. We try to simulate the ground situation. Otherwise, at such a height, the outside pressure remains very low, and that's why we pressurize the aircraft from inside. And in case if any window is bulged out, if it gets open and the nearby passengers are not properly seat belted, they can be sucked out, which has happened in the past. In the aviation, the captain and co-pilot got sucked out because of this depressurization. So further details are awaited the moment we come to know at what height aircraft was flying and how it has happened. It shows clearly the maintenance issue. Either the seats were not, the window bubble was not properly secured. It could have been definitely a very, very serious incident. And in such situation, in case difference of pressure takes place, the oxygen mask drops out, the suddenly pilot has to bring down the aircraft in shortest span of time below 10 to 12,000 feet so that the passengers are comfortable and the outside pressure and inside pressure difference is minimized. Otherwise, at 20-25,000 feet, the outside pressure and inside pressure of the aircraft, there is a lot of difference. Straightway, inside pressure will suck out the passengers if they are not properly seat belted.
All right, thank you for joining us there. Good Captain GP Bajpa, aviation expert, on this incident where a window has popped out and SpiceJet has given its statement. I really have to move ahead right now because we're getting some more updates coming in. The Kishtwar encounter has entered day 2, viewers, and additional forces have been now deployed. Now this is coming in as we see, according to reports, 2 to 3, I repeat, 2 to 3 Jesh terrorists have been ring-fenced by the security forces. Reinforcement deployed to the operation site. It's day 2, viewers. It's day 2 and of this encounter. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Gursimran joining us live. 2 to 3 Jesh terrorists still trapped. We understand that. If you could take our viewers through what the operation is looking like right now as we speak.
See, as we speak, the operations are underway. These are the search operations that are being carried out by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operations Group and the CRPF. The joint operations continue. It's been more than 20 hours of the operation that started late last evening. The contact was established at 7:40. One terrorist is believed to be injured in the initial exchange of fire when the terrorists tried to hurl a grenade on the security forces. Now what we are being told that this is a pure Pakistani group of Jaish-e-Mohammed that has been active in the area for more than a year's time. Now this group is trying to move from away from this area of Chhatru because the heavy deployment of the security forces that has been done as part of the forces crackdown on terror. But this group was trapped by the forces and it is still believed to be active in that very bowl where it was trapped yesterday. The forces have also pushed in the additional reinforcement of the Indian Army along with the special forces and the Rashtriya Rifles local unit that has been deployed as part of a counter-terror operation. So the operations continue and the forces are hopeful that before the end of the day they will be having some success in the ongoing operation because these terrorists, they are deadly terrorists. They know the jungle warfare. They are trained for the guerrilla warfare, but the forces are trying to neutralize them at an earliest. This is the third encounter in the same area in last 3 months.
That is right. Thank you for joining us there with all those details. I will be coming back to you. Let's move ahead, viewers, right now. We see that one more SP leader has made a controversial remark. That is right. And this is coming in after SP leader ST Hassan has equated the Kawar Yatris to terrorists. Another SP leader, Ravidas Mehrotra, has equated BJP to terrorists. Major political storm erupts once again after senior SP leader Ravidas Mehrotra made a very, very controversial statement comparing the BJP to terrorists. His comments come amid the ongoing row over nameplate verification during the Kawar Yatra in Uttar Pradesh. Mehrotra alleged that the BJP workers were targeting shopkeepers based on their religion. So one more comment coming in, one more controversial comment coming in. We also have some reactions. Let's go ahead and play it up.
कि पश्चिम बंगाल में निकल रही है कांवड़ यात्रा और कांवड़ यात्रा में जो लोग दुकान लगाते हैं उनसे उनकी जाति और धर्म पूछा जा रहा है और यहाँ तक कि उनकी पैंट खुलवा करके देखा जा रहा है कि ये किस धर्म के हैं। पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर जो पीडीए समाज है इसका भाजपा की सरकार उत्पीड़न कर रही है, धर्म और जात के नाम पर अन्याय कर रही है। तो जो आतंकवादी करते हैं, पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
रविदास जी, ये बात शोभा देती है? रविदास जी, आप अपने एक विरोधी दल को देश का दुश्मन आतंकवादी कह रहे हैं, आप आतंकियों से तुलना बीजेपी की कर रहे हैं, वो भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप कैसी तुलना कर रहे हैं? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आतंकवादियों ने पहलगाम में धर्म पूछ करके 26 निर्दोष और मासूम लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, उनको वो लोग शहीद हो गए। और वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है कि पीडीए समाज के लोगों से कह रही है कि आप अपनी दुकान पर अपना नाम लिखिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूर्व में आदेश किया था कि ये किसी का जात और धर्म पूछ करके।
आपने जो बात कही मैं वो मान रहा हूं, पर आप भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो दल भी राजनीति कर रहा है। एक राजनेता के नाते आप तो दशकों से राजनीति में हैं, आपातकाल को आपने भी देखा है, ये कैसा कमेंट आप कर रहे हैं? शोभा देता है इस तरीके का कमेंट कि ये राजनीतिक दल के कार्यकर्ता को आप आतंकवादी सीधे कह दे रहे, देश के दुश्मन कह दे रहे?
देखिए, हमने आपातकाल देखा नहीं है, हमने आपातकाल में 20 महीने जेल काटी है और 50 सालों से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, अगर वो लोगों का जाति और धर्म पूछ करके दुकान लगाने देगी, अगर वो कहेगी कि तुम पीडीए समाज के लोग हो, तुमको हम दुकान लगाने नहीं देंगे, तो वो नफरत बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
कहाँ पे कहा है? कोई आपने कोई रिकॉर्ड देखा है, कोई कागज सरकार के ऑर्डर में देखा है कि पीडीए समाज को दुकान नहीं लगाने देंगे?
जी, आप मालूम कर लीजिए, पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जो कांवड़ तो निकल रही है, उस कांवड़ यात्रा के अंदर जो लोग दलित लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं, जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं या पीडीए समाज के लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं। हर व्यक्ति को ये मौलिक अधिकार है कि वो दुकान लगाएं। अभी आपने देखा होगा महाकुंभ का आयोजन हुआ, उसमें परिसर में कहीं पर भी जो मुसलमान लोग थे उनकी दुकान लगने दी, और जब वहाँ पर भगदड़ मच गई तो वहाँ पर जो समाज के लोग थे, धर्म के लोग थे, उन लोगों ने अपने घर में रख करके घायलों की रक्षा करने का काम।
बात आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, ये तो समाज के बीच की बात है, पर क्या राजनीति इतनी गिरावट तक चली जानी चाहिए कि राजनेता एक दूसरे से इतनी नफरत करने लगे कि आतंकी ही एक दूसरे को कहने लगे? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, हमारा कहना ये है, हमने ये कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आतंकवादी दोनों एक ही सोच रखते हैं, और वो सोच ये है कि धर्म और जाति पूछ करके हमला कर रहे हैं।
वो जो आतंकी आए थे विधायक जी, वो जो आतंकी आए थे, लोगों को गोली मारने के बाद उनके परिजनों से कह के गए थे कि जाओ मोदी को बता देना, ये कह के गए थे, और आप उसी नेता की पार्टी के लिए
आज तक वो आतंकी गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं हुए? वो आतंकी वहां पर पहलगाम में कैसे आ गए, जनता पूछ रही है, और उसके बाद वहां से धर्म पूछ करके गोली मारी।
आपका सवाल बिल्कुल लाजमी है, सवाल सरकार से पूछने वाला सवाल है, पर इस सवाल के साथ जो बात आप कह रहे हैं, जो तुलना आप कह रहे हैं, जस्टिफाई कैसे करेंगे उसको?
देखिए, हम इस तरह करेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नफरत फैला रही है, और जो दलित लोग हैं
वो आप पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि आप आगरा में ठाकुर बनाम जो दलित है वो कर रहे हैं, इटावा में आप ब्राह्मण बनाम यादव कर रहे हैं, नफरत पर आरोप भाजपा आप पे लगा रही है, आप भी एक आरोप लगाते हैं, पर सीधे आतंकी कह देना।
देखिए, आगरा में भी और इटावा में भी, दोनों स्थानों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहल करी है। वहाँ पर आगरा में जो रामजी लाल सुमन हैं, उनके घर पर बाकायदा पूरा हमला हुआ, और हमला होने के बाद आगजनी हुई। ऐसे ही इटावा में एक धर्म का प्रचारक कर रहा था, वो बैकवर्ड जात का था, इसलिए उसके ऊपर हमला करने का काम किया। तो आज हम ये कहने के लिए मजबूर हो गए हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो पीडीए समाज का उत्पीड़न कर रही है, अन्याय कर रही है, जुल्म कर रही है, और तानाशाही के माध्यम से अब जो आदमी सरकार की आलोचना करता है उसको ये कह देते हैं कि राष्ट्रद्रोही है। अब हम ये बात कह रहे हैं कि दोनों
करिए राष्ट्र की, करिए आलोचना, सरकार की आलोचना, राजनीतिक दल की आलोचना, ये गलत थोड़ी ना है, लेकिन ऐसी आतंकी कह देना, आपको लगता है कि ये भावना होगी? आप बीजेपी के नेताओं के संग उसी विधानसभा में आप बैठते हैं, विधायकी में चुनकर आप भी आए।
हमने उनको आतंकी नहीं कहा है, हमने कहा कि आतंकवाद जो लोग फैला रहे आतंकी हैं, वो भी धर्म पूछ करके हत्या कर रहे हैं, और भाजपा की सरकार भी धर्म और जाति पूछ करके दुकान लगाने दे रही है। अब अगर कोई दलित वर्ग का व्यक्ति है और वो दुकान लगा रहा है तो उससे कह रहे हैं कि तुम अपना नाम लिखो, अपना नाम बताओ कि तुम्हारा किस जाति के हो, किस धर्म के हो। तो इस तरीके से भाजपा की सरकार नफरत फैलाने का काम कर रही है।
I'm getting a reaction from the BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla, who slammed the SP for these kind of politics.
समाजवादी पार्टी किस प्रकार के बयान दे रही? पहले कावड़ यात्रा में शामिल होने वाले लोगों को गालियां देना, उनको नफरती कहना, उनकी तुलना पहलगाम के आतंकियों से करना, और अब समाजवादी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता ने पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उसके तमाम कार्यकर्ता, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता, उसके नेता जिनको देश की जनता ने चुना है, उनको आतंकियों से तोल रहे हैं, उनकी तुलना आतंकियों से कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं बीजेपी इक्वल्स टू टेररिस्ट। बीजेपी की तीसरी बार कंटिन्यूसली सेंटर में सरकार बनी है। क्या जनता ने टेररिस्ट को वोट दिया? बीजेपी की सरकार आज एनडीए के साथ साथ अनेकों राज्यों में है। क्या जनता ने टेररिस्ट को वोट दिया है? समाजवादी पार्टी के लिए पीएफआई और सिमी आतंकी नहीं है। जनता के द्वारा चुने गए नुमाइंदे जो राष्ट्रवादी है वो उनके लिए आतंकवादी है।
I'm getting some big breaking up is coming in right now, viewers, and now we are understanding the DGCA has summoned SpiceJet officials. DGCA has also summoned the crew and the pilot of the flight under scanner. And the DGCA sought a detailed report from SpiceJet. The DGCA will also be interrogating the SpiceJet officials. Big update coming in right now, viewers. DGCA summons SpiceJet officials. Viewers, this is huge because we're coming to know, viewers, this is happening post that incident that we told you about. Multiple incidents are coming out on the front of passenger safety being compromised, especially mid-air. And now we are learning that DGCA summoned, I repeat, has summoned the SpiceJet officials after we saw that picture. I repeat, that picture of the window frame coming loose, that too mid-air, viewers. It created a huge panic for the passengers when a Goa-bound SpiceJet flight's cabin window frame came loose. Even though the airline says there was no safety risk, big questions keep being raised on passenger safety being compromised. Crew and the pilot of the SpiceJet flight have now been summoned, and the officials have also been summoned in this case. SpiceJet flight from Pune to Goa sparked panic among passengers after a window frame inside the cabin came dislodged mid-air, and the airline though says there was no compromise when it comes to safety. However, we're coming to know that DGCA is not letting this go and will be interrogating the officials and the crew and pilot on what exactly happened. Why did this window frame come loose, and why was this not checked before the flight took off? Back to back is coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. The passengers saw this. We see a recording as well, which you can see on your screen. This is a mid-air scare on the SpiceJet. This is coming in as a string of incidents are being reported of technical issues, glitches, especially when an airplane takes off with passengers. All right. Once again, we have with us, viewers, Group Captain GP Bajpai, aviation expert, joining us right now. And you were telling us, Group Captain, you know how dangerous what we see on a screen is. Window coming out, popping out. Now the DGCA summoned SpiceJet officials. What do you think is the line of questioning to them? How did this happen, Group Captain?
Ma'am, it is by looking at the video, it's a very, very extremely serious situation. If it has taken place in air, anything could have happened. Few passengers could have been sucked out. Everything depends on at what altitude it has happened and what was the cabin pressure differential, like outside pressure and inside pressure difference, how much it was there. And in such situations, captain was supposed to warn all the passenger, and he is supposed to lower the altitude of the aircraft so that he comes within the normal air, and so many precautions is to be taken. These windows are glued properly. It is to be seen by the maintenance staff. The DCA has to check it. Was there any this window panel was replaced recently? Have they used proper glue? Have they given proper curing time? In fact, it's a very, very serious issue. And DGCA should go into detail and find out so that such incidents are not repeated in future.
All right, thank you for joining us, there, Group Captain, with what you are trying to help our viewers understand. You're trying to help our viewers understand that this was definitely a risky incident which took place. And right now the DGCA has summoned the officials and the crew. Taking a short break. Much more coming up. 1 devotee killed, viewers, and 8 injured after 10 collapses at Bageshwar Dham in MP. Citing public humiliation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Karnataka police officer tendered his resignation. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
And viewers, let's go ahead and see what else is happening in the next segment. Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Moradabad turns into a fortress as CCTVs are being installed in the city. Security has been heightened ahead of Muharram and Kawar Yatra in Moradabad.
देखिए, आगामी जो हमारे कांवड़ यात्रा और मुहर्रम का जो त्यौहार है, इसको लेकर के हम लोगों ने हम अपनी लगभग सभी तैयारियां पूरी कर ली हैं। इसमें जो भी होमवर्क हमारे लेवल से होता है, हम लोग के लेवल से सारी हम लोगों ने पूरी कर ली हैं। सभी थाना क्षेत्रों में सभी लेवल्स पे जो पीस कमेटी मीटिंग्स वगैरह होती हैं, सब पूरी की जा चुकी हैं।
Amarnath Yatra begins. The Jammu and Kashmir devotees start their trek towards the holy cave of Sri Amarnath from the base camps. Heavy rains wreak havoc across Rajasthan. Roads turned river in Ajmer. Meanwhile, in Jodhpur, flooding triggered major traffic stalls. Rains expected to continue over the next 24 hours. SDRF rescued around 40 devotees stranded in the Sonprayag landslide zone while on their way back from Kedarnath Dham. Debris suddenly fell late at night near Sonprayag on the way to Kedarnath Dham, due to which more than 40 pilgrims were stuck.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
ED shares new details in court in National Herald case, says it is a classic case of money laundering. Parliamentary Affairs Minister speaks to all opposition parties. Removal motion to be brought in Parliament against Justice Verma. When devotee killed, 8 injured after 10 collapses at Bhageshwar Dham in MP. Citing public humiliation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Karnataka police officer tenders his resignation. And the SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays incident, calls it a cosmetic window frame. DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. After illegal tractor trolley crushes view, the mob goes off at Tonk police in Rajasthan. Alright viewers, getting you some big breaking is coming in. An interim trade deal between India and the United States is likely to be finalized in the next 48 hours with negotiations underway in Washington. India's trade team extends its stay in Washington last week to iron out key differences as the two sides look to clinch a mini deal before the July 9 deadline when the pause on US tariffs is set to be lifted. Both sides have dug in their heels over a number of issues, including Washington's demand that India open its market to genetically modified crops, a long-standing red line for New Delhi due to risks to its farmers. Okay, so we see that there could be a very important trade deal which could be finalized in the next 48 hours between India and US. And to understand what could be in that trade deal and why is it important, I just want to go to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor for that. Yes, Abhishek, big inside scoop on India-US trade deal. What could be inside it? And it's very anticipated. This trade deal is very anticipated, Abhishek.
Well, yes, Shivangi, so give me some time to explain to our viewers as to what's really happening. intense negotiations taking place as we speak. In fact, one of those interlocutors I spoke to told me that this is a trade equivalent of what's called in the military an eyeball-to-eyeball standoff, so to say. And, clause by clause, section by section, line by line, comma, words, etc. All those things are into the play insofar as these negotiations are concerned. What we are getting to here is that a mini deal is likely to be signed now or agreed upon now as part of a trade-off to meet the July 9 deadline of President Donald Trump, and then subsequently the more difficult or meatier issues, for example, India's contention on the steel and aluminum duties, and also the automobile industry, automobile exports to the United States, and from the American side, the issue of genetically modified crops and larger agricultural exports from them to us, particularly of maize and soybean. Those are the issues for which both the sides might buy time in terms of India telling the Americans, okay, fine, we will go back to our rule book, we will go back to our certification processes and maybe, make some amendments in a manner that if not directly genetically modified crops, but processed products, for example, in the case of maize, instead of buying genetically modified maize, we might end up buying ethanol, which is used for blending in biofuel in India. And in fact, there is a huge demand for which in the last few years, it has grown to by about 500% in terms of India's imports. So all those nitty-gritties are being worked out. So you can expect that in the mini trade deal, issues like steel and aluminum duties perhaps might be deferred for later. The issue of genetically modified crops and the direct import might be deferred for later because it's a ticklish issue in India with a large section of the agricultural leadership and the industry leadership not really interested in genetically modified crops at this stage. The experience has been mixed in terms of BT cotton, for example, and there are not enough studies to support that in India. We can hit the ground running insofar as GMOs are concerned. So all those things are there. But as of now, what we are hearing is that a mini trade deal between India and the United States is in the offing and possibly to be announced, if not in 48 hours, then definitely over the next 3 or 4 days.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, as if we could just elaborate on the roadblocks that were in the path of this trade deal, like agriculture you mentioned, even dairy industry is one, where this is a very sensitive point between the two countries. So if you could help our viewers understand the challenges that have come in between the two countries as far as the trade deal is concerned.
Well, I completely missed the question, Rakshita, but, there are other aspects of the trade deal which perhaps constitute a low-hanging fruit. So, for example, the Americans want more apples to be exported to India. Now, as of now, America accounts for about 9 or 10% of total apple imports of India. Now, there is a catch. Much of the apple imports come from Turkey and New Zealand. Now, in the immediate backdrop of Operation Sindoor, the kind of relationship that has panned out with Turkey and the manner in which Turkey conducted itself standing with Pakistan, then maybe we could allocate some of the quota from the Turkish apple imports to the Americans. And that's just, as I said, one of the low-hanging fruits. These are challenging conversations and negotiations, to say the least, where, as I mentioned, very difficult talks at some level, to the extent that one interlocutor, in fact, suggested that in military terms, this would be called an eyeball-to-eyeball situation. But still, a lot of progress has happened, and both the sides are aware that something has to happen before July 9. Remember, even in the absence of a trade deal, the United States has already put in a base of 10% of duties, and they can go up to 26%, as was announced earlier in the month of February. So obviously, on both the sides, there is a certain deadline in mind before which at least a mini trade deal is expected, which, as I mentioned, if not to definitely 3 or 4 days.
Right, Abhishek, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. We shift our focus to a breaking news coming in. Now, the DGC has summoned the SpiceJet officials. DGC has also, in fact, summoned the crew and the pilot of the flight under scanner. DGC has sought a detailed report from SpiceJet, and it will also be interrogated by the DGCA. So the crew members will be interrogated. DGCA to seek the maintenance sheet of SpiceJet. Remember, there has been this visual you have. This is the mid-air scare. This window frame was going off. This window frame was loose, and this happened while the plane was mid-air. However, there was no safety issue that was reported. But remember, this is very important as far as the cabin pressure is concerned, and anything can happen if this this window comes off and there is a change in the cabin pressure. And SpiceJet officials, in fact, the SpiceJet had in a statement said that this was just is not a necessary part of the frame that was off, it says, but we can clearly see the whole window coming off. SpiceJet said it was there's nothing to be concerned about, if I could just summarize what they said. But now DGCA is going to review and question SpiceJet officials on this. All right, viewers, we have some more updates coming in right now. This is again after the mid-air window scare, viewers. This is a Ministry of Civil Aviation has also sought report from the DGC on action taken against SpiceJet and further reports on SpiceJet Goa Pune flight window incident. For now, the aircraft is in isolation bay, and its fitness report has been submitted to DGCA by the SpiceJet. So it's apart from the DGCA, that is the aviation watchdog, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also sought action and taken report from the DGCA. We have J. Venkateshwar Rao, aviation expert, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Rao, we see these complaints are incessant, and in this case, sir, help us understand what could have happened, because there could be a change in cabin pressure when the window frame comes off mid-air. Sir, it's a serious concern which SpiceJet, in fact, had tried to just shrug off as something that was not very important, not a very crucial part, or not a very important part of the makeup of the window that had come out.
SpiceJet might be right in a way, but the fact is it reflects that window pane was not checked properly. It should not come out. The thing is, if that opens up, there's a possibility of more pressure coming onto that point. There'll be more pressure because the pressure in the aircraft is more, so it's going to go out. So the outer panel could also have been damaged, but it has not happened so far. But there has been a maintenance lapse, so somebody needs to answer for that. It should not happen at all. Whether it's a display panel or just for the sake of aesthetics, but still it should not be coming out mid-air, that too. And it will definitely, the passenger psychology as on today is very bad. I mean, they are scared to fly with what are the incidents taking place. So SpiceJet should have been a little bit more careful on this.
Right, sir. There are many of these passengers have also questioned the worthiness of the aircraft. But why do you think, despite such a big tragedy that has happened, in the biggest tragedy that happened just recently, and we see that such lapses are occurring time and again across airlines? So what do you think should be done? Because the DGC has finally woken up. We see some inspections going on in airports and also aircraft. But how long will it take to be, how long will it take for all these problems to stop being reported and stop happening, in fact?
The rot is on the top in the DGC. And this is actually everybody's covering up for what has happened earlier. Like I have been telling you all time and again, these lapses have been taking on. DGC has been sleeping. DGC is a Rip Van Winkle. It wakes up when an incident happens and goes back to sleep. Like today, the DGC has called for something. That means somebody has not conducted a check, a surprise check will keep the engineers of the airlines on their toes. But then that is not happening. They sit in their air-conditioned office. When there is incident, then they say, okay, send us a report. Why should that be happening? Surprise raids should be conducted. Because surprise checks were conducted earlier, they realized that Air India was fudging, but still no action has been taken. See, the DGCA is the most complicit body, and that is where the whole problem lies. And this is something that has been going on for so many years. So it's like the branch has turned to one side, bringing it back to the normal is going to take some time. But then in the aviation industry, time is of the essence. They should do it right away. They don't have that much time.
Right, sir. Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, thank you so much for joining us with details coming in, with your views, in fact, on that story, viewers. So once again, we see a lapse reported now in the aviation sector. Now the DGC has taken cognizance of the matter. Okay, we have some breaking news coming in right now. This is the latest update in the National Herald case. Now, the ED says that the Congress devised this modus operandi to avoid the limelight, in fact, just to deflect the attention. So ED has told court that it's a classic case of money laundering, and that every individual who was responsible to run the business will be liable. So the ED, the Additional Solicitor General has said that Associate Journals Limited owns assets worth 2,000 crore rupees. This is ED has shared cases, has in fact shared the details of the case. SB Raju has also spoken up, the Additional Solicitor General. Listen in.
I have completed my arguments subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of cognizance is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this, and what your submission was?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AGM. That's our case, and it's documented. It's an open and shut case.
Colleague Riyanka joins us live in the broadcast for more. Riyanka, tell us what really happened in the court today.
Well, Rakshita, the hearing has been going on for the last 2 days, and especially if we have to understand yesterday and even today, it was the Enforcement Directorate side which was represented by SV Raju, the Additional Solicitor General. He had put forward his arguments, and he had made several claims of Congress party being very well aware of the conspiracy which was going behind siphoning off the assets of Associate Journal, which were around mounting to nearly 2,000 crore rupees, and the Congress party was in fact very much aware about it. In fact, what we understand that from the side of the Enforcement Directorate, the arguments are over, and today post-lunch it was from the side of the Congress party that Abhishek Manu Singhvi was supposed to appear, but as he was busy in another case hearing, this will be continuing for tomorrow. So the Congress's side will be represented in front of the Rouse Avenue Court tomorrow. The hearing will be done on that note. But what we understand, the side from the Enforcement Directorate that made it very clear that it is a classic case of money laundering, and the Congress party have been beneficiaries of it, and they have been very clearly aware. And in Congress party, essentially, they have mentioned names of Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, as well as Sam Pitroda. We understand that these names have been involved in the charge sheet as well, which was created by the Enforcement Directorate. So now the case is gaining its momentum, and we have to wait and see what are the arguments from the side of the Congress party, which will be put forward in front of the court tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Riyanka, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, now we have some more breaking news coming in, and this is from Karnataka. Now, Dharwar's Additional Superintendent of Police, Narayana Baramani, has decided to take voluntary retirement just days after being publicly humiliated by the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah. Now, the incident, which sparked outrage across police and administrative circles, is now taking a serious turn, with Baramani stepping down from his service. Development has intensified the political storm surrounding Chief Minister's alleged high-handed behaviour. So there you have, viewers, how the Karnataka Chief Minister had humiliated the policeman, had humiliated the cop on stage, and now he has, for some reason, chosen to step down. He attempted to slap the IPS officer on stage. Siddaramaiah insulted the police on stage. And now the additional SP, Baramani, has taken voluntary retirement. So, viewers, we'll get you more details. This is the visual of what happened during an event. Karnataka Chief Minister humiliated a cop on stage, and Abhishek joins us live in the broadcast from Bengaluru. Abhishek, well, tell us more, the details. Is there any reason that has been given by the police officer for taking VRS?
Well, Rakshita, we had clearly seen on the stage when CM Siddaramaiah was addressing the gathering in Belagavi, which was against the rise of the union government 2 months ago. Some of the BJP people who were assembling in front of the public gathering wanted to protest against CM Siddaramaiah, and that is when CM Siddaramaiah invited or called for Additional Superintendent of Police Narayan Baramani on the stage, and he is very clearly seen to have gone a step ahead to show the action of slapping the police officer in front of the stage, and also the entire media had covered this incident. After which the additional SP has decided to take a voluntary retirement.
Stay on with us, Abhishek. Abhishek, stay on with us. We have the former Commissioner of Police, Bengaluru, Bhaskar Rao, joining us. Mr. Rao, how do you see this development? First, the Chief Minister of Karnataka humiliates the cop on stage, tries to slap him on the stage, and the IPS officer has now taken voluntary retirement.
Yeah. He's not an IPS officer. He worked as my inspector when I was IGP of Northern Range.
Okay.
And he's a very good officer, having put in about 30 years of service. Now, he was performing the duty of protecting the Chief Minister from crowds. The Chief Minister could have used better language rather than abusing a policeman in uniform and raising his hand to slap him. This is absolutely unpardonable behavior towards a policeman on duty. And Siddaramaiah is not new to ill-treating officers as well as policemen. And now, out of disgust, anger, and disbelief and insult, the police officer has resigned, though he has got 4 more years of service left over with him. So, you must have also seen how he placed officers of the rank of Commissioner of Police under suspension last month after the stampede incident also. So, this is not the way to behave with your own officers, humiliating them and expecting them to be loyal also over there.
You know, Mr. Rao, this is, this is intimidation, humiliation, threatening of a policeman on stage by these netas. And we've seen a pattern, time and again, how the policemen are being, humiliated. They have often been humiliated by those in power. This is not the first incident that we've seen, sir. Do you think that their precedent must be set that, such behavior is not continuous, never goes unchecked, sir?
See, the buck stops with the Chief Minister. If somebody else behaves like that, you can bring it to the notice of the Chief Minister. When the Chief Minister himself behaves like this, to whose notice will you bring it? You can only have to gulp down all the insult and intimidation and humiliation, that's all. And I am also telling you that policemen don't forget their insult. They keep it like have an elephantine memory, and when these people are outside power, somewhere or the other, they get it back from the police officer who has been humiliated. But Siddaramaiah has not done this for the first time. He has insulted IAS officers, women IAS officers also in the past. And definitely this is not the way to treat officers. I have worked as a police officer from the time when Bangarappa was the Chief Minister, followed by Veerappa Moili, Dharam Singh, SM Krishna, etc. But none of them behaved in a way which was so insulting. If you want to correct something, do it in the 4 walls of a room. Everybody is willing to be corrected, but not be humiliated in front of thousands of people when you are doing your own job. After all, what is it he was doing? He was protecting the Chief Minister from surging crowds. He could have told the same thing to the police officer that let the crowd come and meet him, instead of raising his hand to slap him, which his own minister held him back, and the officer also darted backwards to avoid. What would have happened? The police officer had also reacted on the ground.
Right, sir. Mr. Bhaskar Rao, thanks so much. Mr. Bhaskar Rao, thanks so much for joining us with your thoughts and your views on that story. Meanwhile, we have other news that we are tracking. In fact, we continue to get you more updates on the top story we're tracking, but in the meanwhile, we'll slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations.
SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline summoned by DGCA. Citing public humiliation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Karnataka police officer tenders his resignation. One deputy killed, 8 injured after 10 collapses at Bageshwar Dham in MP. After illegal tractor trolley crushes youth, mob goes after Tong police in Rajasthan. It's another huge win. Arnab hits 83.6%. Viewership swells even further. Landing channel share dwindles to dust. Single digits continue for the Lutyens. Right, viewers, we get you breaking news coming in right now. The SpiceJet aircraft with window mishap as a Q400 engine we learn about. Now, the same Q400 engine is Bombardier's Q400 engine. Earlier, SpiceJet aircraft with same engine was overhauled for technical issues. So there's a history of technical issues with this aircraft, it seems. And the engine is Q400 and it was overhauled. So there was an issue already. It was overhauled, and this aircraft also had this loose window issue. So clearly, you can see that there are recurring issues with this aircraft. There were recurring issues with this aircraft. It's a SpiceJet flight. And now the DGC has also summoned the SpiceJet crew members as well, SpiceJet officials as well, and also sought the maintenance sheet of the SpiceJet. And there you have, even the Ministry of Civil Aviation, viewers in this case, has sought details, has sought a report, because this is a recurring issue. The engine was also overhauled, and what was the issue? We do not know yet with the engine, but yes, it was indeed overhauled, and that's of course, it received 2 overhauled engines from Standard Aero, what we know. This is for Q400 aircraft as part of a phased fleet's restoration plan. So that's the breaking news we have right now. This is the case of the window pane that had fallen off, the window frame rather. SpiceJet now being questioned, and we'll get you more details. We'll keep a close eye on that story. Meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in. This is from Karnataka. Now, Dharwar's Additional Superintendent of Police, Narayan Baramani, has decided to take voluntary retirement. This after Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, had humiliated him on stage. So this is a story that we are tracking very closely as Karnataka Chief Minister. There you have the visual where he attempted to slap the policeman on stage. There you have, he raised his hand and attempted to slap the cop on stage, and now the same cop has taken voluntary retirement. What happened? Is it resentment? Is it disappointment? Or was he pressurized? We do not know what has happened. Why has he taken voluntary retirement? But that's the latest update we have. The officer, the cop, who was humiliated by Siddaramaiah, has taken voluntary retirement. And we have Abhishek joining us on the broadcast. From Abhishek, tell us more details about what had happened back then during this event, just for the benefit of our viewers, and also now any reason that has been given by the policeman for his voluntary retirement.
Well, Rakshita, this incident happened around 2 months prior, when the Congress party had planned to conduct a protest or open stage statement against the union government's price hike. So this is when a group of people from the BJP party wanted to protest against the price rise by the state government as well, and wanted to show the black flag to the CM who was on the speech on the stage that day. That is when CM Siddaramaiah invited or ordered the ASP of that district to come on stage, namely Baramani, who went on the stage. The video clearly shows where CM Siddaramaiah raised his right hand to show that he would be slapping the ASP in front of the people who had gathered. At least around 20 to 30,000 people who had assembled there had witnessed the incident, and also not only those people, the entire country had to witness that even because CM Siddaramaiah is very cleanly seen that he raised his right hand, and the action was also very clear, and the officer who was called on stage took a step behind so that he didn't want to answer back to the CM right on the stage. Now, Baramani, after facing humiliation and contention from his department and by the Chief Minister of Karnataka, he has decided to take the voluntary retirement service from his police service, after which he has also submitted his requisition to the Karnataka state government. Talking to the Republic team, Bhaskar Rao, who is also the top cop, mentioned that Baramani had at least 4 more years of service left. He was the additional superintendent of police, and also now the government had offered him a position for making sure that mistake is forgiven. They have also spoken to him, stating that he will be made the Deputy Commissioner of Police in the next coming days, and they have also requested him to take back the resignation, because this will be a backlash on CM Siddaramaiah's government. So at this point of time, the entire people of Karnataka had witnessed the arrogance and the style of CM Siddaramaiah, where he openly raised his hand on a public police officer who was actually trying to protect the stage from the other people entering on the stage. So this is very clear, and not only in this incident, we've also seen in the RCB Stampede incident where the police were made the scapegoat, and this is one of such incidents from the Karnataka state government, where the police have been made a scapegoat.
Abhishek, just stay on with us, because clearly that the Karnataka government attempted a damage control move. Just take a listen in, viewers, to what the cop had said, Narayan Baramani, and I would request Abhishek to please translate what he's saying.
ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತೇನೆ.
Baramani is saying that I have always been part of a disciplined department. I have conveyed my feelings to my superiors. My senior officers, the Chief Minister and the Home Minister have spoken about this matter. I am now reporting for my routine duties. And when he was asked about his next plan of action, the ASP said that the government will decide.
ಈ ಕುರಿತು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಸರ್? ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಸರ್?
The reporters are asking him whether his resignation was accepted, and the ASP is heard saying that the government will decide on that. But what we understand right now from his statement is that he has conveyed his feelings to his superiors and he has now returned to his duties. That's what ASP Baramani has said in his latest reaction after he was publicly humiliated by Karnataka Chief Minister.
Right, Deepak. So that's, there you have it, was IPS Baramani. They're reacting and saying that it's up to the government and it's up to, of course, those who have to approve. They will take a call on his voluntary retirement. But of course, he has said that he has conveyed his feelings, what he felt about the what he felt about this humiliation. Of course, it has not gone on well with him, of course, and he has conveyed feelings to his superiors, and his senior officers and the Chief Minister and Home Minister have spoken about this matter. Mr. Baramani says, and that he continues to report for his routine duties. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, well, so it of course remains to be seen what call is really taken by the government. But tell us this damage control move that was in fact taken up by the Chief Minister, by G. Parameshwara, who had in fact reportedly dialed the cop and said that he will be given a new posting.
Yes, Rakshita, what we have been informed by the closest sources of the Karnataka state government is that the Chief Minister along with the Home Minister wanted to control the damage which they've already created and they've already lost it in front of the people of Karnataka. So they have decided, or the sources claim so, that the government is offering the position of Deputy Commissioner of Police to ASP Baramani, who was publicly humiliated. The government has also had a conversation or also have placed a request in front of him, to which he has already negated, is what the sources claim as of now, because Baramani didn't want to get back into the same government or didn't want to be a part of Siddaramaya's government after he being publicly humiliated in front of all the people. Also, he mentioned that in his resignation letter that the police officers on duty aren't being treated properly and dignifiedly in the Karnataka state government, which is currently run by Congress, and also mentions that without dignity and the respect of one officer cannot function in such a government, and this is what this is the one of the major reasons as to why he decided to get off from his duty by taking the voluntary retirement service. And also he mentions that the humiliation that caused on the date of event, he couldn't face his family, he couldn't face the lower level officers, and none of the people who actually looked high upon him were feeling bad and feeling low about the way he was treated on the stage in front of the public gathering. So he has decided not to go with the government's offers is what the closest source of the police department as of now claims. So we will have to see what Baramani will have to speak to the media after.
Yes, Abhishek, I request you to please stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in from Karnataka. It's BJP MP Basavaraja Bommai, who has raised fresh concerns over the alleged 2.5-year power-sharing deal between Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, calling it a major obstacle to governance. He claims the deal left the state's administration in disarray as leaders struggle to secure their positions. In response to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's recent remarks about completing a full 5-year term, Bommai has further questioned the stability of the Congress-led government, suggesting that such statements fuel doubts among both party members and the public. The BJP MP expressing concerns on Karnataka power tussle. The former Chief Minister of Karnataka and BJP MP Basavaraja Bommai is talking about the internal feud in the Karnataka government and saying there's a challenge and that this CM deal has left the state in disarray. Listen in, viewers, to what Basavaraj has said.
See, from the day one, on the formation of this government about 2.5 years back, this buzz is going on. There is a deal for 2.5 years of Siddaramaiah and 2.5 years for D.K. Shivakumar. And this has got a lot of bearing on the stability of the government, administration, and as well as fight for corruption. Therefore, the Karnataka people are suffering, and every day there are statements from both sides MLAs and ministers speak. One seeks change in leadership, and somebody says Siddaramaiah will be there for 5 years.
So Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, well, we see that this speculation and this constant, tug of war for power within the Karnataka government continues, and now we have the BJP also raising questions. We have the former Chief Minister saying it's a major obstacle to governance, this so-called deal between Siddaramaiah and DKS. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Abhishek, but we keep a close eye on that story from Karnataka. Viewers, meanwhile, we shift our focus to the other stories that we are tracking. In fact, there is breaking news coming in right now. All right, we have the politics on Kanwar Yatra that continues, viewers. After Samajwadi Party leader S.T. Hassan equated the Kanwar Yatris to terrorists, the vigilantes to terrorists rather. Today, another SP leader, Ravidas Mehrotra, has equated the BJP with the terrorists. So the politics and the these insulting remarks continue from the Samajwadi Party netas, the Samajwadi Party leaders. So they are now equating BJP with the terrorists. A controversial statement. Controversy escalating over the dhaba identification, the license display issue. BJP attacks by asking religion and caste, says Mehrotra, says that terrorists also ask religion before killing. Listen in. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. BJP has appointed a new state unit chief of West Bengal, and Shubhendu Adhikari has made the announcement on X. And I quote him, "It is with immense joy I extend warmest congratulations to Sri Samik Bhattacharya on his prestigious appointment as the new president of the Bharatiya Janata Party West Bengal unit," unquote. So BJP has appointed a new West Bengal state chief minister, and this is Samik Bhattacharya, who has now been appointed. And of course, it becomes very crucial. This is coming in ahead of the polls in West Bengal next year. So it's a new West Bengal chief that has been appointed. So it was Shukanta Majumdar was leading the BJP state unit till now. He is the union minister. Now he has been succeeded by Samik Bhattacharya. So that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. West Bengal BJP chief Samik Bhattacharya. And this has been, he has been unanimously elected as the West Bengal BJP president, tasked with uniting party ahead of the assembly elections. And it's of course a crucial move. And he filed the nomination for the post of BJP president, accompanied by outgoing state president Shukanta Majumdar, leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari, and no other candidates filed nomination for the post. And he has been unanimously elected to the post. The 62-year-old BJP leader, party loyalist, and has been associated with the BJP for 4 decades, and he's been associated with the party since 1990s. In fact, he has been a Rajya Sabha MP from West Bengal since April 2024, and a prominent face of the party, has been the chief spokesperson of the party for the state as well. And this elevation, of course, comes ahead of the assembly polls in 2026. And yeah, BJP, remember, is the principal opposition party in the state with about 38% vote share, lagging behind the ruling Trinamool, which had taken about 48% of the votes in last year's Lok Sabha polls. And of course, the task will be to take on the ruling TMC and strengthen the party organization, of course, ahead of the assembly polls and bring the factions of the party together. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Aishwarya Kapoor, as executive editor, joins us on the phone line from Abhishek. Aishwarya, of course, important elevation. Okay, we'll just get you, Aishwarya, and just a while from now has shared the news with us. Shamik Bhattacharya, has been appointed the Bengal BJP chief ahead of the assembly elections next year. He has been elected unanimously. Shubhendra Adhikari has announced this update, has made the announcement and said that it is with immense joy and he extends warmest congratulations to Shamik Bhattacharya. And of course, it will be an important time, the crucial time the appointment comes in. Okay, viewers, we are shifting our focus now. In response to recent comments by Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Biocon Chief Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw has strongly defended the safety of COVID-19 vaccines, emphasizing the rigorous approval process and the life-saving impact they've had. Here's more.
Biocon Chief Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw has strongly rebuked recent remarks by Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who linked sudden deaths to the COVID-19 vaccine. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw clarified that the COVID-19 vaccines developed in India were approved under the Emergency Use Authorization Framework following global standards for safety and efficacy. She emphasized that these vaccines, which have saved millions of lives, were not hastily approved as suggested. While acknowledging that vaccines may cause side effects in a small number of individuals, she stressed that these should not overshadow the benefits. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw called for a focus on science and data-driven processes behind vaccine development, urging the public to avoid spreading misinformation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, we're back with the news on the politics around Kamar Yatra, and of course the SP leaders continue to insult the Yatra and those supporting after SP leader S.T. Hassan equated the Kamar Yatris to terrorists. Another SP leader, Ravi Malhotra, has equated BJP to terrorists. The BJP has hit out at the Indie blog over Ravidas Malhotra's disparaging remarks. Republic also confronted the Samajwadi Party leader Malhotra over the row. Listen in.
कि पश्चिम बंगाल में निकल रही है कांवड़ यात्रा और कांवड़ यात्रा में जो लोग दुकान लगाते हैं उनसे उनकी जाति और धर्म पूछा जा रहा है और यहाँ तक कि उनकी पैंट खुलवा करके देखा जा रहा है कि ये किस धर्म के हैं। पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर जो पीडीए समाज है इसका भाजपा की सरकार उत्पीड़न कर रही है, धर्म और जात के नाम पर अन्याय कर रही है। तो जो आतंकवादी करते हैं, पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
रविदास जी, ये बात शोभा देती है? रविदास जी, आप अपने एक विरोधी दल को देश का दुश्मन आतंकवादी कह रहे हैं, आप आतंकियों से तुलना बीजेपी की कर रहे हैं, वो भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप कैसी तुलना कर रहे हैं? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आतंकवादियों ने पहलगाम में धर्म पूछ करके 26 निर्दोष और मासूम लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, उनको वो लोग शहीद हो गए और वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है कि पीडीए समाज के लोगों से कह रही है कि आप अपनी दुकान पर अपना नाम लिखिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूर्व में आदेश किया था कि ये किसी का जात और धर्म पूछ करके।
आपने जो बात कही मैं वो मान रहा हूं, पर आप भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो दल भी राजनीति कर रहा है, एक राजनेता के नाते आप तो दशकों से राजनीति में हैं, आपातकाल को आपने भी देखा है, ये कैसा कमेंट आप कर रहे हैं? ये शोभा देता है इस तरीके का कमेंट कि ये राजनीतिक दल के कार्यकर्ता को आप आतंकवादी सीधे कह दे रहे, देश के दुश्मन कह दे रहे?
देखिए, हमने आपातकाल देखा नहीं है। हमने आपातकाल में 20 महीने जेल काटी है और 50 सालों से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, अगर वो लोगों का जाति और धर्म पूछ करके दुकान लगाने देगी, अगर वो कहेगी कि तुम पीड़ित समाज के लोग हो, तुमको हम दुकान लगाने नहीं देंगे, तो वो नफरत बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
कहाँ पे कहा है? कोई आपने कोई रिकॉर्ड देखा है, कोई कागज सरकार के ऑर्डर में देखा है कि पीड़ित समाज को दुकान नहीं लगाने देंगे?
जी, आप मालूम कर लीजिए, पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जो कांवड़ निकल रही है, उस कांवड़ यात्रा के अंदर जो लोग दलित लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं, जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं या पीड़ित समाज के लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं। हर व्यक्ति को ये मौलिक अधिकार है कि वो दुकान लगाएं। अभी आपने देखा होगा, महाकुंभ का आयोजन हुआ, उसमें परिसर में कहीं पर भी जो मुसलमान लोग थे उनकी दुकान लगने दी, और जब वहाँ पर भगदड़ मच गई तो वहाँ पर जो समाज के लोग थे, धर्म के लोग थे, उन लोगों ने अपने घर में रख करके घायलों की रक्षा करने का काम।
बात आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, ये तो समाज के बीच की बात है, पर क्या राजनीति इतनी गिरावट तक चली जानी चाहिए कि राजनेता एक दूसरे से इतनी नफरत करने लगे कि आतंकी ही एक दूसरे को कहने लगे? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, हमारा कहना ये है, हमने ये कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आतंकवादी दोनों एक ही सोच रखते हैं, और वो सोच ये है कि धर्म और जाति पूछ करके हमला कर रहे हैं।
वो जो आतंकी आए थे विधायक जी, वो जो आतंकी आए थे, लोगों को गोली मारने के बाद उनके परिजनों से कह के गए थे कि जाओ मोदी को बता देना, ये कह के गए थे, और आप उसी नेता की पार्टी के लिए
आज तक वो आतंकी गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं हुए? वो आतंकी वहां पर पहलगाम में कैसे आ गए, जनता पूछ रही है, और उसके बाद वहां से धर्म पूछ करके गोली मारी।
आपका सवाल बिल्कुल लाजमी है, सवाल सरकार से पूछने वाला सवाल है, पर इस सवाल के साथ जो बात आप कह रहे हैं, जो तुलना आप कह रहे हैं, जस्टिफाई कैसे करेंगे उसको?
देखिए, हम इस तरह करेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नफरत फैला रही है, और जो दलित लोग हैं
वो आप पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि आप आगरा में ठाकुर बनाम जो दलित है वो कर रहे हैं, इटावा में आप ब्राह्मण बनाम यादव कर रहे हैं, नफरत पर आरोप भाजपा आप पे लगा रही है, आप भी एक आरोप लगाते हैं, पर सीधे आतंकी कह देना।
देखिए, आगरा में भी और इटावा में भी, दोनों स्थानों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहल करी है। वहाँ पर आगरा में जो रामजी लाल सुमन हैं, उनके घर पर बाकायदा पूरा हमला हुआ, और हमला होने के बाद आगजनी हुई। ऐसे ही इटावा में एक धर्म का प्रचारक कर रहा था, वो बैकवर्ड जात का था, इसलिए उसके ऊपर हमला करने का काम किया। तो आज हम ये कहने के लिए मजबूर हो गए हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो पीड़ित समाज का उत्पीड़न कर रही है, अन्याय कर रही है, जुल्म कर रही है, और तानाशाही के माध्यम से अब जो आदमी सरकार की आलोचना करता है उसको ये कह देते हैं कि राष्ट्रद्रोही है। अब हम ये बात कह रहे हैं कि दोनों
करिए राष्ट्र की, करिए आलोचना, सरकार की आलोचना, राजनीतिक दल की आलोचना, ये गलत थोड़ी ना है, लेकिन ऐसी आतंकी कह देना, आपको लगता है कि ये भावना होगी? आप बीजेपी के नेताओं के संग उसी विधानसभा में आप बैठते हैं, विधायकी में चुनकर आप भी आए।
हमने उनको आतंकी नहीं कहा है, हमने कहा कि आतंकवाद जो लोग फैला रहे आतंकी हैं, वो भी धर्म पूछ करके हत्या कर रहे हैं, और भाजपा की सरकार भी धर्म और जाति पूछ करके दुकान लगाने दे रही है। अब अगर कोई दलित वर्ग का व्यक्ति है और वो दुकान लगा रहा है, तो उससे कह रहे हैं कि तुम अपना नाम लिखो, अपना नाम बताओ कि तुम्हारा किस जाति के हो, किस धर्म के हो। तो इस तरीके से भाजपा की सरकार नफरत फैलाने का काम कर रही है।
All right, time for a short break, but we get you the latest update from Bageshwar Dham in MP, where due to a tent collapse, one devotee has been killed, one person has been killed, 3 have been injured. And citing public humiliation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Karnataka police officer tenders his resignation.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर।
माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 3 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. There's a big update in the National Herald case. The Enforcement Directorate has made fresh details in the court. They've given out fresh details in the court where they've said that this is a classic case of money laundering. Not just that, there are other details as well, other revelations as well that the Enforcement Directorate has made in the court. We'll get you all that and much more. But first, a quick check of the headlines. SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays the incident, calls it cosmetic window frame. DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. Citing public humiliation by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Karnataka police officer tenders his resignation. One devotee killed, 8 injured after tent collapses at Bageshwar Dham in Madhya Pradesh. Broken first on Republic Bangla, Samik Bhattacharya appointed as the new West Bengal BJP chief. After ST Hassan, another Samajwadi Party leader insults Hindu faith. Republic questions SP leader Ravidas Mehrotra.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
It's another huge win. And it's another huge win. Arnab hits 83.6%. Viewership swells even further. And we start this edition with the top story that's coming in, and it is about another aviation tragedy, another aviation lapse that has come to fore. This time from SpiceJet. Now, a window frame of a Goa-Pune SpiceJet flight came loose mid-air. But the cabin pressurization remained normal and passenger safety was not compromised. The airline flight SG1080 was on its way to Pune from Goa on Tuesday when the window frame nearly popped out, sending passengers into a frenzy. Now we learn that SpiceJet has admitted, in fact, this is a video that has been captured by a passenger that showed the loose window frame as the plane was mid-air. So another huge lapse that has come to fore, this time from SpiceJet. The window mishap has hit SpiceJet, and they have also issued a statement on the incident that has happened. Remember, SpiceJet has accepted. We learned that the DGCA had summoned the SpiceJet officials, and the statement that was released by SpiceJet had admitted that there was a lapse on their part. The visual that we're getting in is from a SpiceJet plane. Now, this is mid-air, remember, when the window completely loosened on a SpiceJet plane. This was one of the video that was recorded by the passengers who were there in the flight. The SpiceJet team has also issued a statement wherein they say, and I quote, a cosmetic window frame on one of SpiceJet's Q400 aircraft became loose during flight and was found dislodged. Now, they've also said that it is important to note that there was a non-structural trim component fitted onto the window for the purpose of shade and did not compromise the safety or integrity of the aircraft in any way. They've also gone on to say that the cabin pressurization remained normal throughout the flight and there was no impact on passenger safety. The frame, they say, was fixed upon landing at the next station in accordance with standard maintenance procedure. On that note, we're also being joined by Captain Ishan Khalid. He's an aviation expert, also a veteran Indian Air Force pilot. Captain Ishan, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. It is a huge lap, no matter what the SpiceJet officials say. On the part of SpiceJet, it is mid-air when the window pane loosened. However, they say that there was no safety measures that the passengers had to go through. There was nothing that the passengers had to worry about. But this is a lapse that has come to fore from SpiceJet. It was certainly not normal. Please talk to us about the repercussions that it could have had had it been a much more worse case.
Okay, good afternoon to you and to your viewers. The window pane that has come out is something which, as the airline has said, is cosmetic in nature. It's like a fabric, and instead of fabric, there is a plastic mold kind of a thing that is attached to the window panes. And in extreme heat like we have nowadays, those adhesives do give way. But definitely this has got no correlation with the aircraft safety and pressurization, because this one has got nothing to do with pressurization. That is for sure. However, when you see things falling apart inside the aircraft, which is of cosmetic value, we as people who monitor aircraft related maintenance activity, we have a feeling that if this is what we see, what would be going wrong in items that we don't see? Now that is where the quality control would come in. Right now, this is not a safety feature, but do we really know that all other measures which are safety related are also being looked at, being maintained in the similar manner? It's like, if you have a PA system which is not working, if you have a flush which is not working, it's actually telling a story that, there are other things that needs to be looked into with more detail, because small mistakes that we see that is being pointed out by your channel and by others, is actually a pointer to a bigger thing, which the airline has to actually address.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Captain Ishan Khalid, thank you very much on that note for speaking to Republic. We quickly move forward to the other stories that we're tracking on the broadcast now. This one is from Noida, where during an encounter, the robber got injured after being shot in the leg. Another phase of Operation Langra that has now come to fore. The encounter took place during checking near Noida Sector 54, where 2 pistols, cartridges and stolen scooty and money from the looted were recovered from the possession of the criminal earlier. Now, the other accomplice of the criminal was arrested during the encounter as well. Operation Langra, therefore, in full swing. Remember, this is the 3rd phase of Operation Langra that is going on. Earlier in the past few weeks, we saw nearly 15 encounters in a day that took place in Uttar Pradesh. Today, a fresh encounter in the form of Operation Langra in Noida Sector 54 in Uttar Pradesh, where a robber was shot on the leg. This after pistols and cartridges were recovered from him. The criminal was arrested during the encounter. We learned that his other accomplice has also been arrested. All right, we'll try and get Akhil on that breaking news that's coming in. Akhil, I believe, is joining us on the broadcast on that. Akhil, talk to us about what the operation today was specifically targeted and aimed at, and who is this accused that we see on our cameras, on our frame, that has been shot on the leg by the UP police?
Fresh development, what we have seen, that an encounter broke out between the Noida police and the robbers. So what has happened that during the encounter, initially the police tried to stop the accused in connection with the case, and he fired at the police. And after that, in self-defense, when the police fired in that encounter, what we have got to see that the accused has got injury in his leg, and during that encounter, which took place at around earlier this very morning in Sector 54 T-Point area, and after that, the Noida police team has recovered 2 pistols, cartridges, stolen a scooty, as well as they have also recovered some cash from the possession of that criminal. So while speaking to the Republic TV, additional DCP of Noida, Sumit Shukla, has confirmed that in this other accomplices of this very accused has already been arrested in the past. So right now, in this fresh development case, one more accused has been arrested who has got other connections in some other related cases.
When you're telling
looting money and
lost that connection with you, but we'll get back to you on that top story. Moving forward quickly to the other stories that we are tracking. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has made significant submissions in the National Herald money laundering case. Now, the ED alleges that Congress devised a plan to acquire Associated Journals Limited, the AGL, assets worth rupees 2,000 crore through Young Indian, a company that was owned by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Now, the Enforcement Directorate claims that this was a classic case of money laundering and that every individual who is responsible for running the business will be liable. So that's a huge claim and an allegation, a revelation, in fact, that the Enforcement Directorate has made in the court. Trouble seems to be mounting for the Gandhi family, specifically for Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. Meanwhile, ASG for the Enforcement Directorate also spoke regarding the case. Let's listen in.
I have completed my arguments, subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of common is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this and what your submission was?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AG, and that's our case. And it's documented. It's an open and shut case.
Riyanka is joining us from the national capital on that. Riyanka, a big claim that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate. What could be the ramifications of this big revelation by the Enforcement Directorate for the Gandhis now?
Well, we already know that Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi have been under the dock because of the National Herald case that has been going on for quite some time now. And after the ED completed with its charge sheet and the hearing has been on in the Dow's Avenue Court for the past 2 days, where the Enforcement Directorate went ahead and put forward the argument. From the side of the ED, it was ASG Raju, who in fact noted that the Congress provided a loan of nearly rupees 90 crore to the Associate Journal Limited, which had no means to repay despite holding assets of worth rupees 2,000 crores, I beg your pardon. And this was the amount that was somewhere being, prudently, as we understand, where ASG Raju has said that he has alleged that the Congress tried to take over the AJL, that is the Associate Journal, by setting up a new company called Young Indian, which was then controlled by the Gandhis, and they knew that all the activities which were going on under the PMLA was happening. And what we understand that he has also very clearly said that those who have been part of the business, they will be liable for any sort of a questioning as well as responsibility that needs to be taken. Now, what we also understand that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had shares for nearly 7%, and it was an abusive position by Sonia Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi, who held the position of director at that point in time. So that means that the Congress party is finding itself once again in a dock. And from the side of the Congress, it is Abhishek Manu Singhvi who will be.
Absolutely. Riyanka, yes. Thank you very much for sharing these details, Riyanka. We'll get back to you when there are more updates in the story. But for now, we move on now in response to recent comments by the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Biocon Chief Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw has strongly defended the safety of COVID-19 vaccines, emphasizing their rigorous approval process and the life-saving impact that they have had. Here's more on her statement. Biocon Chief Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw has strongly rebuked recent remarks by Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who linked sudden deaths to the COVID-19 vaccine. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw clarified that the COVID-19 vaccines developed in India were approved under the Emergency Use Authorization Framework, following global standards for safety and efficacy. She emphasized that these vaccines, which have saved millions of lives, were not hastily approved as suggested. While acknowledging that vaccines may cause side effects in a small number of individuals, she stressed that these should not overshadow the benefits. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw called for a focus on science and data-driven processes behind vaccine development, urging the public to avoid spreading misinformation. Bureau Report, Republic TV. The Karnataka officer that was nearly slapped by Siddaramaiah, the Karnataka Chief Minister, we learn has now resumed work. He says that he was conveyed his feelings to his superiors and that his work has now been resumed. Remember, this was the Karnataka officer that was nearly slapped by the Karnataka Chief Minister. Narayana Barmani had decided earlier to take voluntary retirement just days after being publicly humiliated by the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Remember, earlier in a statement, he felt that he couldn't have avoided the slap, but he could have avoided the humiliation. But now, in a big turn of events, we learn that the Karnataka IPS officer says that he has resumed work and that he has conveyed his feelings to the superiors that he had in office and that he has resumed work. This is the big story that we have coming in from Karnataka. The people in power humiliating the people who are in uniform. All right, we're also getting a reaction from the ASP. Let's listen in to what they have to say on the story.
ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ?
All right, so that was the officer who said that he is resuming duty and that he has conveyed his feelings to his superiors and that he has conveyed regarding the problems that he had. But remember, this is a big twist that's coming in the story. Earlier, the same police officer had said that he had faced humiliation and that he couldn't have avoided the slap, but he could have avoided the humiliation, and hence, thereby, he had decided earlier to take voluntary resignation. But now he has changed his decision. Remember, this incident comes from Dharwad in Karnataka, where during an event, it was the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who nearly went on to slap the police officer who was on duty. Abhishek, my colleague, is joining us live from Bengaluru on that. Abhishek, is this twist in the story, is this move by the IPS officer voluntary, or was it done under pressure?
Well, as of now, what we know is Bharmani wanted to resign from his services because of the humiliation he faced in the open stage in front of thousands of people who had gathered with respect to Congress protests against the union government of price hike, after which he resigned, saying that he was openly humiliated and there is no respect for the officers in this current government. After which he also spoke to the media stating that he has resigned his duties after having a conversation with the Home Minister and the Chief Minister in a written format. And also, he claims until the next orders, he will be resuming his work and he'll be disposing his duties as what the department requires. So we will have to wait and see if the Home Minister or the top up from the department has demanded that he continues his service or his resignation has been denied. We will have to wait for some more time to get the actual clarity from ASP Bharmani with respect to him starting his duties back in line. Back to you.
Thank you very much for getting those details. Another story that's coming in from Karnataka again, and this is about the power tussle between the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, where BJP MP Basavaraj Bommai has raised fresh concerns over the alleged 2.5-year power sharing deal that was earlier decided on between the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka D.K. Shivakumar, calling it a major obstacle to governance. He claims that the deal left the state's administration in disarray, in a lurch, and as leaders struggle to secure their position. In response to the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's recent remarks about completing a full 5-year term, Basavaraj Bommai, the BJP MP, has further questioned the stability of the Congress-led government in the state of Karnataka, suggesting that such statements fuel doubts among both party members and the public.
On the formation of this government about 2.5 years back, this buzz is going on. There is a deal for 2.5 years of Siddaramaiah and 2.5 years for D.K. Shivakumar. And this has got a lot of bearing on the stability of the government, administration, and as well as fight for corruption. Therefore, the Karnataka people are suffering. And every day there are statements from both sides MLAs and ministers speak. One seeks change in leadership and somebody says Siddaramaiah will there for 5 years.
All right, big breaking news now coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where there has been a major security breach during Akhilesh Yadav's public event in Uttar Pradesh's Azamgarh. Now this is after a youth jumped into the barricade, thereby dismissing the security that was there for Akhilesh Yadav. Now remember, this happened as the security of Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav was breached during a public event in Uttar Pradesh's Azamgarh. Now a video of the same has gone viral. It showed a youth jumping over the security barricade. He was later taken into custody by the police. That's the initial details that we are getting. We, however, have no details right now on who the youth is and what was his main target, main agenda. Ajay Dubey is joining us live on the broadcast on that. Ajay Dubey, what is the case all about? Why do we know the reasons on why this youth jumped the barricades and breached the security for the Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav?
See, this is not happening with Samajwadi Party. Such events where others in public is indisciplined activities of Samajwadi Party. This is always a discussion. They keep doing such things, keep disturbing, and this is also an example of such an incident. And right now, this is investigating this issue. As you can see in visuals, the policeman, they have captured him now in custody, and they're asking to him. But the important is that it's not happening first time. This behavior of Samajwadi Party's cadre and discipline is always there. They always try to reach to Akhilesh Yadav and to communicate with him. So this is now what is happening in Azimgarh, and police is asking questions to the individual.
Right, Ajay, thank you very much for sharing those details with us. Meanwhile, moving on to the other stories that we are tracking on this edition. This one has made international headlines. All right, before we move across to the international headlines that's coming in, we believe the Prime Minister is making a statement. Remember, he is about to reach the Parliament of Ghana shortly. He will be making a historic and an important speech in the Parliament of Ghana. But this is the latest visuals that we are getting in from the Prime Minister's visit to Ghana. It was just earlier today in the morning when the Prime Minister was awarded with the highest honor for distinguished statesmanship, influential global leadership. The Prime Minister held a bilateral as well. He held a bilateral meeting with the President of Ghana at the Jubilee House in Accra last night. Both leaders had discussed various ways to strengthen and deepen the bilateral relations. 4 MOUs, we learned, were also signed following the talks, including the areas of cultural exchange and traditional music. In his joint press statement following the talks, the Prime Minister announced that they have decided to give India-Ghana partnership the form of a comprehensive partnership. Now, Prime Minister Modi was also conferred with Ghana's highest state honor in recognition of his distinguished statesmanship and influential global leadership. The Prime Minister arrived in Accra, remember, yesterday on a state visit to Ghana. He was accorded a ceremonial welcome by the President, including a guard of honor and 21 gun salute at the airport. Now, these are the latest visuals that we are getting of the Prime Minister, who is visiting the Kwame Memorial Park in Ghana. The Prime Minister had arrived yesterday in Ghana. We learned that in just a short while from now, he will also be addressing the Ghana Parliament, and we will be covering that live. It's going to be a historic speech that the Prime Minister will be giving in the Ghana Parliament. It was just few hours back when the Prime Minister also held a bilateral meeting with the President of Ghana at the Jubilee House in Accra last night. Both leaders discussed various ways to strengthen and deepen bilaterals. In fact, the big breaking news was that the Prime Minister had announced that they have decided to give the India-Ghana partnership the form of a comprehensive partnership, thereby making a strong bond with Ghana. Prime Minister arrived on Ghana yesterday. It is a historic state visit, by the first Indian leader in 3 decades. The last such visit was made by Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao in November 1995. Now remember, this visit is being hailed as a reaffirmation of the deep-rooted diplomatic and historical ties between the two nations. This was originally forged under the leadership of Ghana's first president and India's founding Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. It marks the first stop on Prime Minister Modi's 5-nation tour, which will conclude at the BRICS summit, which is going to be held in Brazil. Speaking to the media after the bilateral talks at the Jubilee House in Accra, President John emphasized that the significance of a visit, describing it as a milestone that lays the foundation for a renewed era of partnership and cooperation across the key sectors. Kruthat, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that. Kruthat, in just a short while from now, we will witness the historic speech of the Prime Minister in the Parliament of Ghana. Talk to us about why is it that this speech is going to be very, very historic.
As you were rightly mentioning earlier, Tanisha, that this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ghana in almost 30 years. And as we have seen in the past few years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been one of the very vocal leaders representing the global south. In fact, India played a very key role during the G20 summit in the inclusion of the African Union as part of the G20 collaboration group. So this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is on the sidelines of BRICS, he's taking 5 different stops. The first of which is in Ghana, which is a very important bilateral partner, almost $5 billion in bilateral trade between the two, or $3 billion in bilateral trade between the two nations. Ghana remains a very important trading partner for India, and particularly at the moment, the visuals that we are seeing is from the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial, also known as KNMP, which is located in downtown Accra, which is the capital of Ghana. It is dedicated to a very prominent Ghanaian leader, Dr. Nkrumah. The memorial complex was dedicated to him in 1992 and is situated on the side of a former British colonial polo grounds where the independence of Ghana was declared. So this is a very significant place, the location at which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now in the decolonization journey of Ghana in their fight of independence, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi there jotting down his thoughts as he visits a very important site in downtown Accra, which is linked to the independence of Ghana also from the British. At the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be talking about decolonization and the global south in the speech subsequently where he is set to address the parliament.
Absolutely, Krutha. Thank you very much for sharing those details. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll get you more details of the Prime Minister's historic visit to Ghana. And in fact, in just a short while from now, the historic speech that the Prime Minister will be making in the Parliament of Ghana.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी देखो मतवारा हुआरे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what
Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. The Prime Minister is in Ghana and he will be soon addressing the Parliament of Ghana. It will be a historic address, so stand by for that. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi to address Ghana Parliament shortly. Prime Minister pays homage to the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays incident, calls it cosmetic. Window frame, DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. Karnataka police officer who has tendered his resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister resumes duties. One devotee killed, 8 injured after tent collapses at the Bhageshwar Dham in MP. Shamik Bhattacharya is appointed as the new West Bengal BJP chief.
आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
After ST Hassan, another SP leader insults Hindu faith. He also likens BJP to terrorists. Republic questions SP leader Ravidas Mehrotra. It's another huge win. Arnab hits 83.6% viewership, swells even further. Politics on Kamar Yatra continues after SP leader ST Hassan equated the Kamar Yatri to terrorists. Today, another SP leader, Ravidas Mehrotra, equated BJP to terrorists. And Republic TV, in fact, also has gone on to confront Mr. Mehrotra. Listen in.
कि पश्चिम बंगाल में निकल रही है कांवड़ यात्रा, और कांवड़ यात्रा में जो लोग दुकान लगाते हैं उनसे उनकी जाति और धर्म पूछा जा रहा है, और यहाँ तक कि उनकी पैंट खुलवा करके देखा जा रहा है कि ये किस धर्म के हैं। पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर जो पीडीए समाज है, इसका भाजपा की सरकार उत्पीड़न कर रही है, धर्म और जात के नाम पर अन्याय कर रही है। तो जो आतंकवादी करते हैं, पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
रविदास जी, ये बात शोभा देती है? रविदास जी, आप अपने एक विरोधी दल को देश का दुश्मन आतंकवादी कह रहे हैं, आप आतंकियों से तुलना बीजेपी की कर रहे हैं, वो भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप कैसे तुलना कर रहे हैं? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आतंकवादियों ने पहलगाम में धर्म पूछ करके 26 निर्दोष और मासूम लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, उनको वो लोग शहीद हो गए, और वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है कि पीडीए समाज के लोगों से कह रही है कि आप अपनी दुकान पर अपना नाम लिखिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूर्व में आदेश किया था कि ये किसी का जात और धर्म पूछ करके।
आपने जो बात कही मैं वो मान रहा हूं, पर आप भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो दल भी राजनीति कर रहा है। एक राजनेता के नाते आप तो दशकों से राजनीति में हैं, आपातकाल को आपने भी देखा है, ये कैसा कमेंट आप कर रहे हैं? शोभा देता है इस तरीके का कमेंट कि राजनीतिक दल के कार्यकर्ता को आप आतंकवादी सीधे कह दे रहे, देश के दुश्मन कह दे रहे?
देखिए, हमने आपातकाल देखा नहीं है, हमने आपातकाल में 20 महीने जेल काटी है और 50 सालों से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, अगर वो लोगों का जाति और धर्म पूछ करके दुकान लगाने देगी, अगर वो कहेगी कि तुम पीडीए समाज के लोग हो, तुमको हम दुकान लगाने नहीं देंगे, तो वो नफरत बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
कहाँ पे कहा है? कोई आपने कोई रिकॉर्ड देखा है, कोई कागज सरकार के ऑर्डर में देखा है कि पीडीए समाज को दुकान नहीं लगाने देंगे?
जी, आप मालूम कर लीजिए, पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जो कांवड़ निकल रही है, उस कांवड़ यात्रा के अंदर जो लोग दलित लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं, जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं या पीडीए समाज के लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं। हर व्यक्ति को ये मौलिक अधिकार है कि वो दुकान लगाएं। अभी आपने देखा होगा, महाकुंभ का आयोजन हुआ, उसमें परिसर में कहीं पर भी जो मुसलमान लोग थे उनकी दुकान लगने नहीं दी, और जब वहाँ पर भगदड़ मच गई तो वहाँ पर जो समाज के लोग थे, धर्म के लोग थे, उन लोगों ने अपने घर में रख करके घायलों की रक्षा करने का काम।
बात आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, ये तो समाज के बीच की बात है, पर
पर क्या राजनीति इतनी गिरावट तक चली जानी चाहिए कि राजनेता एक दूसरे से इतनी नफरत करने लगे कि आतंकी ही एक दूसरे को कहने लगे? शोभा देती है?
देखिए, हमारा कहना ये है, हमने ये कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आतंकवादी दोनों एक ही सोच रखते हैं, और वो सोच ये है कि धर्म और जाति पूछ करके हमला कर रहे हैं।
वो जो आतंकी आए थे विधायक जी, वो जो आतंकी आए थे, लोगों को गोली मारने के बाद उनके परिजनों से कह के गए थे कि जाओ मोदी को बता देना, ये कह के गए थे, और आप उसी नेता की पार्टी के लिए
आज तक वो आतंकी गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं हुए? वो आतंकी वहां पर पहलगाम में कैसे आ गए, जनता पूछ रही है, और उसके बाद वहां से धर्म पूछ करके गोली मारी।
आपका सवाल बिल्कुल लाजमी है, सवाल सरकार से पूछने वाला सवाल है, पर इस सवाल के साथ जो बात आप कह रहे हैं, जो तुलना आप कह रहे हैं, जस्टिफाई कैसे करेंगे उसको?
देखिए, हम इस तरह करेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नफरत फैला रही है, और जो दलित लोग हैं
वो आप पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि आप आगरा में ठाकुर बनाम जो दलित है वो कर रहे हैं, इटावा में आप ब्राह्मण बनाम यादव कर रहे हैं, नफरत पर आरोप भाजपा आप पे लगा रही है, आप भी एक आरोप लगाते हैं, पर सीधे आतंकी कह देना।
देखिए, आगरा में भी और इटावा में भी, दोनों स्थानों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहल करी है। वहाँ पर आगरा में जो रामजी लाल सुमन हैं, उनके घर पर बाकायदा पूरा हमला हुआ, और हमला होने के बाद आगजनी हुई। ऐसे ही इटावा में एक धर्म का प्रचारक कर रहा था, वो बैकवर्ड जात का था, इसलिए उसके ऊपर हमला करने का काम किया। तो आज हम ये कहने के लिए मजबूर हो गए हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो पीडीए समाज का उत्पीड़न कर रही है, अन्याय कर रही है, जुल्म कर रही है, और तानाशाही के माध्यम से अब जो आदमी सरकार की आलोचना करता है उसको ये कह देते हैं कि राष्ट्रद्रोही है। अब हम ये बात कह रहे हैं कि दोनों
करिए राष्ट्र की, करिए आलोचना, सरकार की आलोचना, राजनीतिक दल की आलोचना, ये गलत थोड़ी ना है, लेकिन ऐसी आतंकी कह देना, आपको लगता है कि ये भावना होगी? आप बीजेपी के नेताओं के संग उसी विधानसभा में आप बैठते हैं, विधायकी में चुनकर आप भी आए।
हमने उनको आतंकी नहीं कहा है, हमने कहा कि आतंकवाद जो लोग फैला रहे आतंकी हैं, वो भी धर्म पूछ करके हत्या कर रहे हैं, और भाजपा की सरकार भी धर्म और जाति पूछ करके दुकान लगाने दे रही है। अब अगर कोई दलित वर्ग का व्यक्ति है और वो दुकान लगा रहा है, तो उससे कह रहे हैं कि तुम अपना नाम लिखो, अपना नाम बताओ कि तुम्हारा किस जाति के हो, किस धर्म के हो। तो इस तरीके से भाजपा की सरकार नफरत फैलाने का काम कर रही है।
Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the Samajwadi Party for politics on the Kamar Yatra and insulting Sanatan Dharm. Listen into reactions coming in from the BJP.
समाजवादी पार्टी किस प्रकार के बयान दे रही? पहले कावड़ यात्रा में शामिल होने वाले लोगों को गालियां देना, उनको नफरती कहना, उनकी तुलना पहलगाम के आतंकियों से करना, और अब समाजवादी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता ने पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उसके तमाम कार्यकर्ता, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता, उसके
Live shots coming in from Ghana, where the Prime Minister is all set to address the Parliament of Ghana. This is going to be a historic visit, and viewers, of course, trade has been doubled. UPI is going global. 4 MOUs have already been signed between India and Ghana. He's in Accra of Ghana, and it's a historic visit in the African nation. He has been conferred with the highest state honor, the Officer of the Order of the Star of Ghana. This is the live visuals that are coming in from the Parliament of Ghana, where the Prime Minister is seated, and he will be shortly addressing the Parliament of Ghana. In fact, he has been awarded the Officer of the Order of the Star of Ghana, and it's a top honor for the Prime Minister. It was presented during his visit to Ghana. It's a first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in more than 30 years. It has its own significance. And in fact, he has been conferred with 24 global awards, including the countries from Palestine and Russia this year. In total, in fact, as tweeted by BJP ID cell chief. All right, so in just a few moments from now, we understand that the Prime Minister will be addressing the Parliament of Ghana. And in fact, this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in the African country in over 30 years. He was greeted with chants of Hare Ram, Hare Krishna yesterday when he landed. And he held a delegation-level meeting with President Mahama at the Jubilee House as well. And he was also presented with a ceremonial guard of honor. and later, of course, the highest civilian honor by the President, John Mahama. And, of course, warm gestures there, underscoring the deep-rooted friendship between the two nations, but taking this a step ahead with this historic five-nation tour. As part of the Prime Minister's five-nation tour, Prime Minister also spoke about terrorism. He spoke about strengthening mutual cooperation in counter-terrorism. He was very clear in that message. And he's in Ghana right now. He's set to visit Trinidad and Tobago on the 3rd and 4th of July. He'll be leaving for Trinidad and Tobago today. And then it will be followed by his visit to Argentina. And the last stop in his tour will be Namibia, and that is going to be a historic visit. So it's a five-nation visit of the Prime Minister, and right now he's in Ghana. India and Ghana signing 4 memorandums of understanding to strengthen bilateral ties. And the MOU includes a cultural exchange program to deepen cooperation in art, music, dance, literature and heritage. MOU between the Bureau of Indian Standards and the Ghana Standards Authority to enhance collaboration in standardization and certification.
Commendation, the presence of His Excellency Shri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, in this August House. You know, even before independence, we took a lot of inspiration from India, right up from the formation of student groups in London up to the time of their independence on the 15th of August, 1947. His Excellency, the Prime Minister, is here to address the House pursuant to Order 67-1K of the Standing Orders of Parliament of Ghana. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, to this August House. Honorable members, with your indulgence, I have the greatest pleasure to invite His Excellency to address the House. Your Excellency, you may deliver your address now.
The Right Honorable Speaker, leadership of the House, honorable members of Parliament, members of the Council of States, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of political parties, the Gamantase, independent constitutional bodies, civil society organizations, the Indian community in Ghana, Mache, good morning. I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed House today. It is a privilege to be in Ghana, a land that radiates the spirit of democracy, dignity, and resilience. As the representative of the world's largest democracy, I bring with me the goodwill and greetings of 1.4 billion Indians. Ghana is known as the land of gold, not just for what lies under your soil, but as much for the warmth and strength in your heart. When we look at Ghana, we see a nation that shines with courage, that rises above history, that meets every challenge with dignity and grace. Your commitment to democratic ideals and inclusive progress truly makes Ghana a beacon of inspiration for the entire African continent. Friends, last evening was a deeply moving experience. Receiving your national award from my dear friend, President Mahama, is an honor. I will always cherish that. इस सम्मान के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की तरफ से घाना के लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। On behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India, I thank the people of Ghana for this honor. I dedicate it to the enduring friendship and shared values that bind India and Ghana. Distinguished members, earlier today, I had the honor of paying tribute to a visionary and statesman and beloved son of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He once said, "The forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart." His words continue to guide our shared journey. His vision was a democratic republic built on strong institutions. True democracy promotes discussion and debate. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights. Democratic values may take time to grow, but it is our responsibility to preserve and nurture them. Friends, India is the mother of democracy. हमारे लिए लोकतंत्र एक सिस्टम नहीं बल्कि संस्कार है। हजारों वर्षों से लोकतंत्र ने भारतीय समाज को निरंतर गति दी है। फॉर अस Democracy is not merely a system. It is a part of our fundamental values. From thousands of years ago, we have examples of centers like Vaishali. The Rig Veda, one of the world's oldest scriptures, says, Ano bhadraha kratavo yantu vishwataha. It means, let good thoughts come to us from all directions. This openness to ideas is the core of democracy. India has over 2,500 political parties. I repeat, 2,500 political parties. Different parties governing different states, 22 official languages, thousands of dialects. This is also the reason that people who came to India have always been welcomed with open hearts. The same spirit helps Indians integrate easily wherever they go. Even in Ghana, they have blended into society just like sugar in tea. Distinguished members, the histories of India and Ghana bear the scars of colonial rule, but our spirits have always remained free and fearless. We draw strength and inspiration from our rich heritage. We take pride in our social, cultural, and linguistic diversity. We built nations rooted in freedom, unity, and dignity. Our relationship knows no bounds. And with your permission, may I say, our friendship is sweeter than your famous sugar loaf pineapple. With President Mahama, we have decided to elevate our ties to a comprehensive partnership. Friends, the world order created after the Second World War is changing fast. The revolution in technology, the rise of the global south, and shifting demographics are contributing to its pace and scale. The challenges, such as colonial rule, that humanity has faced in the earlier centuries, still persist in different forms. The world is also facing new and complex crises such as climate change, pandemics, terrorism, and cybersecurity. Institutions created in the last century are struggling to respond. The changing circumstances demand credible and effective reforms in global governance. Progress cannot come without giving voice to the global south. We need more than slogans. We need action. That is why during India's G20 presidency, we worked with the vision, one earth, one family, one future. We put emphasis on Africa's rightful place at the global high table. We are proud that the African Union became a permanent member of the G20 during our presidency. Friends, for India, our philosophy is humanity first. We believe in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Paschantu, Ma Kaschid Dukh Bhag Bhavet. It means, may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all feel what is auspicious, may no one suffer in any way. This philosophy embodies India's approach to the world. It guided our actions during the COVID pandemic. We shared vaccines and medicines with over 150 countries, including our friends in Ghana. We launched Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment, to address climate change and promote sustainable living. This inclusive spirit powers our global initiative like One World, One Sun, One Grid, and One World, One Health for a healthier planet. International Solar Alliance to encourage solar energy and sustainability. International Big Cat Alliance to protect wildlife. And the Global Biofuel Alliance to advance clean biofuels and cut carbon emissions. I am glad that Ghana, as a founding member, will host the African regional meeting for the International Solar Alliance this September. This demonstrates our shared belief that the world is one family. Distinguished members, over the past decade, India has seen a major transformation. The people of India have reposed their faith in peace, security and development. Last year, they re-elected the same government for the third consecutive time. Something that happened after more than 6 decades. Today, India is the fastest growing emerging economy. On the foundations of stable polity and good governance, India will soon be the third largest economy. We already contribute nearly 16% to global growth. Our demography is paying its dividend. India now has the world's third largest startup ecosystem. India is an innovation and technology hub where global companies want to converge. We are recognized as the pharmacy of the world. Indian women today lead in science, space, aviation, and sports. India landed on the moon, and today an Indian is in orbit giving wings to our human space flight mission. और कितना सुखद संयोग है कि भारत के कई गौरव भरे क्षण में अफ्रीका जुड़ा हुआ है। जब भारत ने चंद्रयान के चांद के साउथ पोल पर लैंड किया तो उस दिन भी मैं अफ्रीका में था, और आज जब एक भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट मानवता के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए स्पेस स्टेशन में एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर रहा है, मैं एक बार फिर अफ्रीका में हूं। Africa has been connected to many of India's proudest moments in space. When India Chandrayaan landed on the moon's south pole, I was in Africa. And today, as an Indian astronaut conducts experiments on board space station for the welfare of humanity, I am once again in Africa. This is no ordinary coincidence. It reflects the deep bond we share, our common aspirations, and our shared future. Our development is inclusive. Our growth touches the lives of every Indian. The people of India have resolved to make India a developed nation by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. As Ghana continues to pursue the path of progress and prosperity, India shall walk with you shoulder to shoulder on this road. Friends, आज ग्लोबल उठा पटक के हर किसी के लिए चिंता का कारण है। ऐसे में भारत का लोकतंत्र आशा की किरण बना हुआ है। उसी प्रकार से भारत की विकास यात्रा ग्लोबल ग्रोथ को गति देने वाली है। विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र एक ऐसा स्तंभ है जो जितना मजबूत होगा, दुनिया को उतना ही सशक्त बनाएगा। वैश्विक स्थिरता बढ़ाने में योगदान करेगा। In these times of global uncertainty, India's democratic stability shines as a ray of hope. India's rapid progress is a catalyst for global growth. As the world's largest democracy, India is a pillar of strength for the world. A strong India will contribute to more stable and prosperous world. After all, our mantra is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and effort. India remains a committed partner in Africa's development journey. We support Africa's Development Framework Agenda 2063 to secure a bright and sustainable future for its people. Africa's goals are our priorities. Our approach is to grow together as equals. Our development partnership with Africa is demand-driven. It is focused on building local capacities and creating local opportunities. Our objective is not just to invest, but to empower, to help develop self-sustaining ecosystems. It is my honor to give further momentum to this partnership. In 2015, we hosted the India-Africa Summit. President Mahama was one of our esteemed guests. In 2017, India hosted the annual meeting of the African Development Bank. We have expanded our diplomatic presence to 46 countries across Africa. Over 200 projects across the continent enhance connectivity, infrastructure, and industrial capacity. Every year, our India-Africa Business Conclave generates new opportunities. In Ghana, we inaugurated the Tema-Pakdan railway line last year. It is the largest infrastructure project in this part of the African region. We welcome Ghana's own efforts to accelerate economic integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ghana also holds great potential to become an IT and innovation hub in the region. Together, we will shape a future full of promise and progress. Distinguished members, free and fair elections are the soul of any democracy. It is encouraging to see our electoral commissions working closely together. I am confident that India's Election Commission will be honored to share its experience in conducting the world's largest elections with full trust and transparency. Parliamentary exchanges are also a cornerstone of the relationship between our two democracies. I recall the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting held in Accra in 2023. It welcomed the largest Indian parliamentary delegation to Ghana, including state legislators in India. We deeply value such vibrant dialogue. I welcome the establishment of Ghana-India Parliamentary Friendship Society in your parliament. I propose to further reinforce our parliamentary ties. I invite you to visit the new Parliament of India. You will be able to see the bold steps we have taken to reserve 1/3 of seats in the Indian Parliament and state assemblies for women. You can witness the debate and discussions that are the hallmark of the Indian democracy. I assure you, they are as spirited and passionate as the game of your beloved Black Stars. Friends, India and Ghana share a dream where every child gets opportunities, where every voice is heard, where nations rise together, not apart. Dr. Nkrumah had said, and I quote, "I am not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me." Unquote. In the same way, India carries Africa in its heart. Let us build a partnership not only for today, but for generations to come. Thank you. Meda Muwase.
Addressing the Ghana's parliament, he said India and Ghana elevated their ties to the level of comprehensive partnership. A very touching speech made by the Prime Minister there, where he's spoken of Africa and spoken of Ghana and said histories of India and Ghana bear scars of colonial rule, but our spirits are remaining fearless. He said India is the mother of democracy and also spoke and thanked Ghana for the national honor. Addressing the House, he said the greetings of 1.4 billion Indians have been brought with him. He also said India is not just a partner but a co-traveler in Ghana's development journey. It's clear that this historic bilateral visit strengthening ties between India and Ghana after 3 decades. He thanks Ghana, and democracy, he said, is a part of our core values. And also he said, I'm deeply honored to be addressing the esteemed House. He said it's a privilege to be in Ghana. It radiates the spirit of democracy, dignity, resilience. As the representative of the world's largest democracy, Prime Minister Modi said, I bring with me goodwill and the greeting of 1.4 billion Indians. Prime Minister Modi says progress cannot come without giving voice to the global South. He says India's philosophy has always been humanity first and the world is one family. As the Prime Minister addresses the Ghana Parliament, there are smiles all over. It seems the chair is now addressing and thanking the Prime Minister for having spoken, welcomed Ghana with open arms, and a very welcome that has been given to Prime Minister Modi. He says India soon to become the 3rd largest economy in the world, where democracy is currently extremely vital, currently contributing 16% to global growth. India, he said, philosophy continues to be humanity first. And he also said and reminded African Union became a member of the G20 when India had its presidency. Prime Minister Modi saying India and Ghana bear scars of colonial rule. That touching speech where Prime Minister Modi addresses Ghana Parliament coming up once again, where the Prime Minister asserted India's commitment to ties with Africa.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter.
Good evening. We continue to be on our top broadcast, getting you breaking news that's just coming in from Chicago this time. 3 people were killed and 16 have been wounded in the mass shooting incident outside a nightclub at Chicago in the United States. As per reports, police have now said multiple people have been shot in the drive-by shooting. The incident that took place outside the Artist Lounge nightclub. People were exiting the venue after an album release party for rapper Mellow Bucks. And these are the visuals on the screen. We advise precaution while viewing the visuals. Horrific. 3 of the 5 people shot, we're coming to know, have expired. Artist Lounge mass shooting death. 3 have been killed, 16 are injured in the drive-by attack after the Mellow Bucks album party in downtown Chicago on the night of Wednesday, June. We're now being told chaos erupted in the heart outside downtown Chicago as gunfire shattered the air outside the nightclub. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us on the line. And before we go across and get you more details of the Chicago mass shooting, I also want to bring to your attention more news, this time coming from southern Turkey. Wildfires fueled by an extreme heat wave continuing to ravage the region. Local authorities have been working tirelessly to contain the fires that have already left a trail of destruction in Hatay province, which is still reeling from the aftermath of the deadly earthquake earlier this year.
Wildfires in southern Turkey, fueled by an extreme heat wave, are partially under control according to local authorities. The flames have ravaged parts of Hatay province, leaving large swaths of forest charred and threatening homes.
Maalesef çok kötüyüz. Daha depremin korkusunu yenemedik. Şimdi yangın korkusuna girdik. Artık umarım en kısa zamanda toparlanırız. Biraz zor olacak. Çocuklarımız çok feci korktu. Bunları sağa sola gönderdik. Sırf görmesinler diye. Biz yani 2 gündür nöbet tutuyoruz evimizde. Sırf yani çünkü yangın 2 günden beri devam ediyor. Ve buralara gelmez diye temenni ettik ama maalesef biz de yaşadık.
Over 1,400 people were evacuated as a precaution. A separate blaze in western Turkey forced the temporary closure of Izmir airport. Meanwhile, firefighting efforts continued with helicopters and aircraft dropping water on flames and smoldering forest land in the provinces of Izmir and Manisa. Hatay is also reeling from the devastating impact of the February 6th earthquake, which left over 53,000 dead and destroyed countless buildings. Residents whose homes were already destroyed by the quake are now facing the terror of wildfires.
Zaten biz deprem yaşamışız. Depremden sonra buraya geldik, kendimizi barınmak için bir konteyner yaptık. Ve bu şekilde aynı şeyi yaşadık diyebilirim. Yani.
Çocukluğumun tabiatı gitti. Ben bunu sabahleyin daha yukarıdan bir dumanlar esti. Aslında normalde önlem alınsaydı, o yeteri kadar uçaklar gelseydi bir şekilde bu kadar zarar görmezdi bu güzel tabiatımız. Yani bu açıdan çok üzgünüz. Çocukluğumuzun anısı gitti. Çocukluğumuzun şeyi gitti.
As extreme heat continues in the region, authorities are urging residents to remain on high alert through October 15th. A local lamented the destruction, saying that childhood memories and lives.
A ferry carrying 65 people sank near Indonesia's resort island of Bali on Wednesday. The National Search and Rescue Agency there stated the KMP Tunu Pratama Jaya sank almost half an hour after leaving East Java's Ketpang port. 4 bodies have been recovered. 29 people have been rescued so far. Watch on.
A ferry carrying 65 people sank near Indonesia's resort island of Bali just before midnight on Wednesday. The KMP Tunu Prathama Jaya was bound for Bali's Gilimanuk port, a 50-kilometer trip. However, it sank almost half an hour after leaving East Java's Ketapang port. According to the National Search and Rescue Agency, the ferry carried 53 passengers and 12 crew members. Additionally, it carried 22 vehicles including 14 trucks. According to reports, 29 people have been rescued, 4 bodies have been found, and the rest are still missing. 9 boats, including 2 tugboats and 2 inflatable boats, are being used for the search operation. The rescue boats are battling waves up to 2 meters high in the overnight darkness.
Let's also look at news that's making headlines across the nation. A woman and her son were found murdered in the Lajpat Nagar 1. The police had received a PCR call from Kuldeep, the husband of the deceased, stating that no one was answering the doors or calls. He noticed bloodstains near the gate and the staircase. Upon arrival, police forcefully entered the house, discovered the bodies of 42-year-old Ruchika and her 14-year-old son. The accused, Mukesh, has been apprehended by UP police while attempting to flee on a train at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Junction. 17 medical camps have been established from Nashri Tunnel to Navyug Tunnel at Langar sites and lodgement centres. Ramban CMO Dr. Kamal G. Zadu said these facilities are set up by the health department. Many hospitals with indoor beds, labs, ECG units, cardiac monitors have also been installed at the Yatri Niwas Chandarkot and Lambhar ground. 2 ambulances stationed at each site, with 4 more provided by NHI and the local administration for Yatra duty. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami chaired a review meeting on Kanwar Mela 2025 preparations at the City Control Room in Haridwar. Senior officials including the Chief Secretary, DGP were present. Uttarakhand Chief Minister has held a review meeting regarding this. All top officials including Chief Secretary attended it. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand also announced a temporary halt to the Char Dham Yatra due to adverse weather. He said the pilgrimage will resume when conditions improve and it is safe to proceed. And there is breaking news that's now coming in. I'm going to also go across to get more details on that to my colleague. Pakistan hockey team is going to be allowed to compete at Asia Cup. This is the sports ministry sources that are giving this to us. And as we break this story, the only question that India is asking is this green signal from the ministry, the sports ministry? How really are we boycotting Pakistan? The big breaking news that's now coming in. Pakistan hockey team is going to be travelling to India for the Asia Cup and the Junior Hockey World Cup. Sports Ministry sources confirm that clearances have been granted by the MHA, MEA and the Sports Ministry. But the bigger question is why? Why after the Pahalgam attack are we even having these? And why are we even having this? Why is there not a complete and total boycott of Pakistan? Pakistan hockey team, our sources tell us, will not be stopped from competing in Asia Cup next month. We are not against any team competing in India in a multinational competition. Bilateral is different, it's been said. Let me also go across to Rakshita. Rakshita, what sort of bilateral talks are we talking about here? Give us more details about what's been said.
Well, the green signal, of course, indeed has been given with him. What we understand is that because of the Olympic Charter. Now, we have to understand that India could be at a loss if they disallow Pakistan to travel or compete in tournaments that are being hosted. It could lose its chance to host the Olympics in 2036 or even the Commonwealth Games in the year 2030 if India wins the bidding. Of course, India is in the race for to host those the Olympic Games in 2036 and also the CWG in 2030. And if at all there are reports, what we understand is that if India will not allow Pakistan to travel or compete in the tournaments being hosted at home, it will deter the chances of it winning that bid to host these mega events. And not just hockey, of course, there are many others like athletics, shooting. There are big tournaments that are lined up for 2025. And if the precedent is set in hockey, it will somewhere affect India's chances. We understand the sentiments, of course. There is a lot of talk about the Cricket Asia Cup as well, as there were reports floating in Pakistani media. Let me be very clear. Pakistani media was claiming that India is going to participate in Asia Cup. And of course, there will be an encounter between India and Pakistan in that Asia Cup, which has not gone down well with the Indian fans, with the people of India. We've seen on social media there has been a lot of backlash against the BCCI, but however there is no confirmation from the BCCI yet as far as the Cricket Asia Cup is concerned. But yes, what we understand is that as far as hockey is concerned, Pakistan will be given a green signal, and this will continue. Pakistan hockey team will travel to Asia Cup. This is the report that we are getting in right now as per sources. So Pak hockey team to participate in the Asia Cup, and they will not be stopped from competing in next month's Asia Cup. And what we understand is that it's a multinational competition, viewers, and international sports constraints. The demands, of course, we've seen time and again in other sports as well, like cricket in the ICC tournaments as well. There are a lot of things at stake when we talk about such multilateral events. And this is it's not just about this current event, but it's also about India being in the race for hosting the Olympics after a few years, in a little more than 10 years from now, or even before that, the CWG Games. So what we understand is it could be the reason. This is not official yet, but remember the tournament is scheduled to be held in Bihar's Rajgir from the 27th of August and 7th of September. So this is the update we have. Meanwhile, the BCCI, as far as the Cricket Asia Cup is concerned, is yet to confirm if it's going to participate. But yes, Pakistan team being allowed for Asia Cup. We've seen for the World Cup as well, Pakistan team had been given the clearance, and it did it did visit India. The Pakistan cricket team we saw for the multinational event. So this, of course, is going to be controversial in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. The ties between the two countries have been completely destroyed. They're at the nadir, and that's also an understatement, of course. But Cricket Asia Cup is going to be held in UAE. That's also controversial. If India, there are calls for India to even back out from that, not forget the India versus Pakistan clash, but not play in Asia Cup at all. And that, of course, will affect the coffers also, because India is the giant in Asia. If we talk about hockey, this is another piece of information that we are getting. So there's a lot of speculation, and there's a lot of, of course, sentiments that are now, of course, on the boil, because what has happened between India and Pakistan in the past few months, the Pahalgam terror attack, and even before that, the ties have not been great either. And there have been always calls for the boycott of Pakistan to be isolated. The Terroristan should be isolated in sports or any other field. But what we know is that as far as sports is concerned, right now there are a lot of constraints, and it seems that Pakistan will be given this go ahead. All right, we shift our focus to our breaking news coming in right now. Viewers, the current US President Donald Trump and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are expected to speak on the 4th of July. The call will focus on the sudden stop in some key US weapon supplies to Ukraine. So the key Trump-Zelensky talks to be held. And remember, we've seen that there are a lot of speculations about this so-called deal that Trump had been teasing about for the longest time. Donald Trump and Zelensky had also met recently in that multinational event, in that one of those global forums. But now this is going to be a talk, one-on-one talk between Trump and Zelensky. Of course, it's very interesting to see what sort of talks are going to happen, because Zelensky was completely humiliated at the White House by Donald Trump the last time they both held a bilateral, and Zelensky was in the United States. But this is another round of talks that's going to happen between the two leaders. Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, and the US President Donald Trump will be holding these talks on the 4th. In fact, they had met on the sidelines of NATO summit as well, in The Hague as well. But this time, of course, in fact, Zelensky had back then, a week ago, called the talks with Trump substantive amid the push for Ukraine ceasefire. But now, this is the latest we have, that there's going to be a meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky. They may hold talks amid the halt in weapons supplies. And there might be a phone call between the two leaders. And this is what is in the works. Shifting focus back home now, Karnataka Chief Minister has sparked another row. Siddaramaia's 28th of April video, where he's seen attempting to slap a senior IPS officer, is going viral. And the officer, Narayana Baramani, initially tendered his resignation. He, in fact, wished for voluntary retirement, and now he has expressed his unwillingness to withdraw his resignation, saying that it's a matter of dignity. And now the officer has said that he has expressed his feelings to his seniors. He has, meanwhile, resumed duty, continues to perform his duties, day-to-day duties, till the time a call is taken on his resignation. Listen in to what Mr. Baramani has said.
ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಸರ್? ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ
ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಸರ್? ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ?
To the other story we're tracking for you, the Enforcement Directorate has made big claims in the National Herald case now that was being heard in the court today. And in fact, this is the money laundering case. Agency says, the ED has said that Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi used a company called Young Indian to take over the property worth 2,000 crore rupees from Associate Journals Limited. The ED calls it a classic case of money laundering and says that everyone involved will be held accountable. So, viewers, of course, we'll try and get you more details of that. But there you have the crux of the matter. Sonia Rahul holds 76% of shares in Young India. And the ED says that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are liable. They have spun the money there. It's abuse of position by Sonia Gandhi in the AJL deal. Not just that, she's also liable as the director of Young India. And we also have the reaction of the Additional Solicitor General of India, S.B. Raju. Listen in.
I have completed my arguments, subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of cognizance is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this and what your submission was for?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AG, and that's our case. And it's documented. It's an open and shut case. I have completed my arguments, subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of cognizance is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this and what your submission was for?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AG, and that's our case. And it's documented. It's an open and shut case.
Now, a window frame of a Goa to Pune SpiceJet flight came loose mid-air, but the cabin pressurization remained normal. Passenger safety was not compromised as per the airline, but flight SG10080 is now under scanner. It was on its way to Pune from Goa when the window frame nearly popped out, sending passengers into a frenzy. A video captured by a passenger showed the loose window frame as the plane was mid-air. And now, in fact, the DGCA has also summoned SpiceJet officials and sought the maintenance sheet of the aircraft of the flight as well. The much-awaited annual Amarnath Yatra has officially begun from today, marking the start of a spiritual journey that draws thousands of devotees to the holy shrine in Jammu and Kashmir. As the first batches of pilgrims set off from the twin base camps of Baltal and Nunwan, tight security measures have been implemented to ensure the safety and smooth pilgrimage. Here's a report.
The annual Amarnath Yatra began this morning. The first batches of pilgrims set off from the twin base camps in Baltal and Nunwan. The Yatra started early morning from the twin tracks, the traditional 48-km Nunwan-Pahalgam route and the 14-km Baltal route. The batches of pilgrims, including men, women and sadhus, left from the Nunwan base camp in Pahalgam and Baltal base camp in Sonamarg area of central Kashmir's Ganderbal at the first light of the day.
भोलेनाथ को देखने जा रहे हैं। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि सदियों से हमारा परंपरा रहा। यही समय में अमरनाथ का शिवलिंग बने पूरा देश से, विश्व से। मैंने कल देख रही थी हमारे होटल में, बाहर देश से बहुत लोग हैं। ऐसे विश्व का लोग आए भगवान को देखे। हम सबको भगवान आशीर्वाद करे।
सबके लिए मैं अपने देश के लिए दुआ करती हूँ कि सब
स्वस्थ रहे, तंदुरुस्त रहे और मस्त रहे।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। उम्मीद नहीं थी कि हम लोग यहाँ आएंगे। पहले जगताते में आलंग मैं 2-3 साल से आ रही हूँ, बट पहली बार मैं पहले जगताते में मतलब पहली यात्रा पहले कर रही हूँ। अब बता नहीं सकते कितनी खुशी है।
The chants of Bam Bam Bole filled the air as the batches were flagged off by senior officials from the respective base camps. They will pay obeisance at the cave shrine, which houses the naturally occurring ice lingam formation. Stringent security arrangements have been put in place for the smooth conduct of the yatra. Thousands of security personnel from the police, CRPF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police and other paramilitary forces have been deployed to ensure security. Aerial surveillance will also be carried out.
And now viewers, it's time to take a quick look at some more stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A woman and her son were found murdered in Lajpat Nagar 1. The police received a PCR call from Kuldeep, the husband of the deceased, stating that there was no one answering the door of the calls. He also noticed blood stains near the gate and staircase. Upon his arrival, police forcefully entered the house and discovered the bodies of 42-year-old Ruchika Sevani and her 14-year-old son Krish. The accused is a 42-year-old Mukesh. He has been apprehended by UP police while attempting to flee on a train at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Junction. 17 medical camps have been established from Nashri Tunnel to Navyug Tunnel at Langar sites and lodgement centres. Ramban CMO Dr. Kamal G. Zadu has said that these facilities are set up by the Health Department. Mini hospitals with indoor beds, labs, ECG units and cardiac monitors have been installed at the Yatri Nivas, Chandrakot and Lambar ground. 2 ambulances are stationed at each major site, with 4 more provided by the NHAI and the local administration for Yatra duty. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami chaired a review meeting on Kanwar Mela 2025 preparations at the City Control Room in Haridwar. Senior officials, including the Chief Secretary and the DGP, were present. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has held a review meeting regarding the preparations for the Kanwar Mela at the City Control Room. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also announced a temporary halt to Char Dham Yatra due to the adverse weather. He said that the pilgrimage will resume when conditions improve and it is safe to proceed. Now, a major political storm has erupted after senior Samajwadi Party leader Ravidas Mehrotra made a controversial statement comparing the BJP to terrorists. Now, his comments came amid the ongoing row over the nameplate verification drive during the Kanwar Yatra in Uttar Pradesh. Mehrotra alleges that BJP workers were targeting shopkeepers based on their religion. While Mehrotra's statement has been slammed by the BJP for being inflammatory and disrespectful, it has found partial support among the opposition voices criticizing vigilantism during religious events.
कि पश्चिम बंगाल में निकल रही है कांवड़ यात्रा और कांवड़ यात्रा में जो लोग दुकान लगाते हैं उनसे उनकी जाति और धर्म पूछा जा रहा है और यहाँ तक कि उनकी पैंट खुलवा करके देखा जा रहा है कि ये किस धर्म के हैं। पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर जो पीडीए समाज है इसका भाजपा की सरकार उत्पीड़न कर रही है, धर्म और जात के नाम पर अन्याय कर रही है। तो जो आतंकवादी करते हैं, पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
रविदास जी, ये बात शोभा देती है? रविदास जी, आप अपने एक विरोधी दल को देश का दुश्मन आतंकवादी कह रहे हैं, आप आतंकियों से तुलना बीजेपी की कर रहे हैं। वो भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप कैसी तुलना कर रहे हैं? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आतंकवादियों ने पहलगाम में धर्म पूछ करके 26 निर्दोष और मासूम लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, उनको वो लोग शहीद हो गए। और वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है कि पीडीए समाज के लोगों से कह रही है कि आप अपनी दुकान पर अपना नाम लिखिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूर्व में आदेश किया था कि ये किसी का जात और धर्म पूछ करके।
आपने जो बात कही मैं वो मान रहा हूं, पर आप भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो दल भी राजनीति कर रहा है। एक राजनेता के नाते आप तो दशकों से राजनीति में हैं, आपातकाल को आपने भी देखा है। ये कैसा कमेंट आप कर रहे हैं? ये शोभा देता है इस तरीके का कमेंट कि ये राजनीतिक दल के कार्यकर्ता को आप आतंकवादी सीधे कह दे रहे, देश के दुश्मन कह दे रहे?
देखिए, हमने आपातकाल देखा नहीं है। हमने आपातकाल में 20 महीने जेल काटी है और 50 सालों से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, अगर वो लोगों का जाति और धर्म पूछ करके
Right. Coming in right now, viewers, a fire has broken out in an electric transformer at the AIIMS Trauma Center in New Delhi this afternoon. The fire department received a call at 3:35 p.m. and rushed 8 fire tenders to the spot. The blaze was quickly brought under control. No injuries reported. So this is a case of fire at the AIIMS Trauma Center in the national capital, and the transformer caught fire. As per reports, fire tenders rushed to the spot. No one has been injured. No injuries reported in this incident. Fire has been doused. And that's the visual of the blaze at the trauma center. Could be very dangerous. Of course, there are patients in that location, in that building, and it's a hospital, one of the largest hospitals in the national capital. And that's the photograph of the blaze that was reported. Thankfully, no injuries reported. So we're getting you more visuals of the fire at the AIIMS Trauma Center. Several fire tenders were rushed to the spot. We've seen many instances where fire has broken out at AIIMS and several other big hospitals. Of course, raises questions on the safety of these hospitals. This is a trauma center. What we understand as per the Delhi fire officials, the blaze originated after a transformer unit caught fire, filling parts of the building with smoke. And the Delhi fire services have confirmed that 5 fire tenders were dispatched immediately to contain the flames and prevent the fire from spreading to the adjoining areas of the trauma center. As of now, no injuries or casualties have been reported in this incident. The fire in the transformer unit caused this massive blaze at the AIIMS Trauma Center. 8 fire tenders rushed to the site, and we'll get you more updates. Okay, there you have more pictures of that fire incident. That's the video. You can see a fierce blaze that's being doused by the firefighters. Fierce blaze at the trauma center. We understand that everybody would have been evacuated in time when this happened, and therefore there's no casualty that has been reported, no injury that has been reported. The call was received by the firefighting service at around 3:34 p.m. this afternoon. So just all right, Akhil, my colleague, joins us on the broadcast for more. Akhil, tell us more about this fire incident at AIIMS Trauma Center.
Well, Lakshita, if you see, this fire incident broke out at around 3:35 p.m. when the Delhi Fire Service team received a call from the AIIMS Trauma Center that a fire has broken out in a transformer inside the trauma center. After that, what has happened that 8 fire tenders were rushed towards hospital, and they have the DSS team, the Delhi Fire Service team, successfully doused the fire, and right now the cooling efforts is still on. And in this very case, as for the officials from the AIIMS department, no person has got basically injured.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story from the national capital, Akhil. So that's the latest update. All right, we got across to Ghana, where the Prime Minister has concluded his speech at the Parliament of Ghana, and now, of course, he is being. Of course, there are more visuals of the same that are coming in from Ghana as he concludes his visit to Ghana today, and that's the photo op right outside the Parliament of Ghana. You see the dance, the Ghanaian dance, and Prime Minister meeting the leaders of Ghana before he leaves. It's his historic 5-nation visit, and he will be leaving for Trinidad and Tobago soon, as he has delivered this key important speech at the Ghanaian Parliament. He's talked about how it's a land of gold and the warmth and strength of the people, and that he has received. And remember, the Prime Minister was also conferred with the highest civilian honor in Ghana, the Officer of the Order of the Star of Ghana, the country's top national honor. And the Prime Minister now, after his speech, the historic speech at the Ghanaian Parliament, will be now leaving for Trinidad and Tobago. He's in Accra. It's a historic 2-day visit, the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 30 years. All right. Now, in southern Turkey, wildfires fueled by extreme heat wave continue to ravage the region. Local authorities have been working tirelessly to contain the fires that have already left a trail of destruction in one of the provinces, which is still reeling from the aftermath of the deadly earthquake earlier this year. Here's more.
Wildfires in southern Turkey, fueled by an extreme heat wave, are partially under control according to local authorities. The flames have ravaged parts of Hatay province, leaving large swaths of forest charred and threatening homes.
Maalesef çok kötüyüz. Daha depremin korkusunu yenemedik. Şimdi yangın korkusuna girdik. Artık umarım en kısa zamanda toparlanırız. Biraz zor olacak. Çocuklarımız çok feci korktu. Bunları sağa sola gönderdik. Sırf görmesinler diye. Biz yani 2 gündür nöbet tutuyoruz evimizde. Sırf yani çünkü yangın 2 günden beri devam ediyor. Ve buralara gelmez diye temenni ettik ama maalesef biz de yaşadık.
Over 1,400 people were evacuated as a precaution. A separate blaze in western Turkey forced the temporary closure of Izmir airport. Meanwhile, firefighting efforts continued with helicopters and aircraft dropping water on flames and smoldering forest land in the provinces of Izmir and Manisa. Hatay is also reeling from the devastating impact of the February 6 earthquake, which left over 53,000 dead and destroyed countless buildings. Residents whose homes were already destroyed by the quake are now facing the terror of wildfires.
Zaten biz deprem yaşamışız. Depremden sonra buraya geldik, kendimizi barınmak için bir konteyner yaptık. Ve bu şekilde aynı şeyi yaşadık diyebilirim.
Benim çocukluğumun tabiatı gitti. Ben bunu sabahleyin daha yukarıdan bir dumanlar esti. Aslında normalde önlem alınsaydı, o yeteri kadar uçaklar gelseydi bir şekilde bu kadar zarar görmezdi bu güzel tabiatımız. Yani bu açıdan çok üzgünüz. Çocukluğumuzun anısı gitti. Çocukluğumuzun şeyi gitti.
As extreme heat continues in the region, authorities are urging residents to remain on high alert through October 15th. A local lamented the destruction, saying that childhood memories and lives.
Time for a short break, but we get you details of what has happened in the latest SpiceJet flight. Window panel popped out of its socket. Airline, meanwhile, downplays the incident, calling it a cosmetic window frame. The DGCA pulls up the airline. And Karnataka police officer who has tendered his resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister resumes his duties. Says the decision on his resignation lies with his senior officials, Home Minister and Chief Minister.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer. सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने PM आवास योजना बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम चलाया। शहरी क्षेत्र का पिछले 5 साल की योजना में 1 करोड़ मकान देने की बात हमने की, तो लगभग 1 करोड़ 14 लाख मकान वो अभी समय बन चुके हैं या अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। नई 5 साल की योजना में भी 1 करोड़ मकान और दिए जा रहे हैं।
Co-powered by NBCC, a Navratna CPSE. Ozone, enabling life spaces. Special partners.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to this Thursday edition of 5 p.m. Live and Breaking. After Air India, it seems it's the turn of SpiceJet now to give its passengers midday scare with a window falling in, not falling out. But still, is it a case of maintenance lapse or an absence of oversight? That's our focus. As also important development on the sports front, whether India is going to allow Pakistan to come in to play Asia Cup hockey. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. Sports Ministry sources say Pakistan hockey team will travel to India for Asia Cup next month.
Of the 1.4 billion people of India, I thank the people of Ghana for this honor. I dedicate it to the enduring friendship and shared values that bind India and Ghana.
Prime Minister Modi addresses Ghana Parliament, says the visit is crucial in strengthening India-Ghana ties. SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays incident, calls it cosmetic window frame. DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. Karnataka police officers who tendered his resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister has come back to join duty. Bengal BJP gets a new chief. Samik Bhattacharya appointed president.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है.
After ST Hassan, another SP leader insults Hindu faith. Republic questions Ravidas Mehrotra. It's another huge win. Arnab hits 83+% viewership, swells even further. Right, we are beginning with the breaking news development coming in from the sports front. Pakistan hockey team will be allowed to compete in the next month's Asia Cup in India, a source in the sports ministry has said. Approvals have been provided by the MHA and the MEA both, the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of External Affairs, and the sports ministry, of course, to now go ahead with the schedule, which would include Pak hockey team traveling to India and playing in the Asia Cup. It seems like a U-turn given India's diplomatic position that we are not going to engage with Pakistan in any manner, that terror and talks do not go together, that blood and water cannot flow together. What happened that suddenly you are seeing unblocking of social media handles of Pakistani influencers. So of course the government did a U-turn again on that and said that it was due to a technical fault and that the block stays and the Twitter handles or the Facebook posts would not be seen. Now we are seeing cricket, after cricket, hockey now, where it seems going to be business as usual. Sounds a little jarring that it's happening. Mir Ranjan Negi, former hockey player, joins us over the phone. Mr. Negi, you think this is the right thing to do, play hockey with Pakistan when we are not playing cricket with them?
As far as my personal opinion is concerned, I welcome this decision. Come what may, whatever has happened in sports, sports basically unites all the nations. And the Pakistani team as such, they are not responsible for whatever is happening in India. The terrorist attacks and everything, it is a different matter. But Pakistan and India test matches and matches, hockey matches, they have always aroused unprecedented excitement and enthusiasm among the crowd. And I think it's after a very long time that Pakistan hockey team is going to participate into India.
Are you sure, Mr. Negi, that we should have normalization of sports ties, even as Pakistan gives no commitment whatsoever to stop terrorism coming out from its soil?
You see, but again I am repeating, Pakistani Federation, Hockey Federation, Pakistani sportsmen, they have very little to do with all these terrorist problems and these anti-national activities, what is happening. I strongly feel that for the sportsmanship of the entire world, this decision...
But we did not extend this logic when it comes to cricket. We did not extend this logic when it comes to Bollywood. So why just, single out hockey and let bygones be bygones and let normalization happen?
Hockey in Asia needs a flip. And I feel, this is my personal opinion, that hockey, for the promotion of the game, for anything, you can say, this move by the government should be welcomed.
Okay, you're saying because the government has decided we should welcome it. Mr. Negi, stay with us. Rakshita joins with more details from the newsroom on the same. Rakshita, what's up with the government, the sports ministry shooting from the shoulders of the MHA and the MEA? Obviously, it seems like a collective decision of the government to let Pakistan hockey team come and play. You think there is something more than meets the eye? There is something we don't know because of which the government has made this call?
Well, we've seen time and again, when it comes to bilateral series, India always has this option and the freedom to do so. Not much of constraint when it comes to the bilateral tournaments. But this is a multilateral tournament. The same happened in the Cricket World Cup, where Pakistan, of course, was also part of it. Asia Cup as well. Once again, yesterday there was news. Pakistan media tried to float around. Don't have any confirmation from the BCCI, but yes, the Pakistani media is saying that India will be, participating in the Asia Cup. That's the Cricket Asia Cup. And here, this is the Hockey Asia Cup and the Junior World Cup, which is going to be held here. There is something called the Olympic Charter, which calls for harmony between the countries and not to mix the political backgrounds. And there's always a threat of sanctions from the International Olympic Committee as well. And not to forget, Abhishek, that India is in the race to host the Olympic Games in 2036, and also the CWG before that. So, this could deter India's chances also if the precedent is set from hockey itself, that India disallows a country in this multilateral tournament. And that could be one of the fears as far as this move is concerned. Yes, there is a lot of backlash already when it comes to the news reports about India participating in the Cricket Asia Cup, because, India cannot forget what has happened on the 22nd of April, what happened in Pahalgam. We have talked about, there have been debates about the Pakistani YouTube channels being blocked, unblocked, and now again blocked. And now we have this in cricket, there's always this line that we take, that terror and cricket cannot go together. And that has been very clear. But whenever it comes to multilateral tournaments, this has been, a pattern all throughout, and India hasn't been able to do much. However, we've seen in the past, Abhishek, as you said, that there has to be a precedent set. We've seen what happened in Olympic Games after the World War. We saw what happened when South Africa for the longest time, boycotted because of the apartheid, and it later on, when it had made amends, then it was brought back to world sport. So similar treatment is needed as far as Pakistan is concerned, but it seems that the federations and the sports bodies like BCCIs are unable to tackle that.
Right. Does that mean, Rakshita, then that because in cricket, India has tremendous clout on the ICC through the BCCI, and that is the reason why in cricket we can get away with whatever we want. But in the case of hockey, perhaps we are not that powerful yet. And that's why maybe we are concerned about the global reactions and the possibility of our decision to boycott Pakistan impacting other options of hosting similar championships. And that's why our hands are constrained.
Well, in cricket also, we haven't had the choice of, pulling out of tournaments or disallowing a team. But what we've been able to do is that at the most choose a neutral venue, just like the Cricket Asia Cup is going to happen in UAE. That's a neutral ground. When Pakistan was the host for the World Cup last time, India, of course, chose to not enter the Pakistani territory. That it was made amply clear. However, Pakistan did play match together. They did come face to face. Now the calls after Pahalgam is like that we do not want to even play. We don't want to engage with Pakistan because we know the bucks that are drawn by an India-Pakistan game. In hockey, well, India is also a very has seen a revival as far as the Indian hockey is concerned in recent past. But we see that there are a lot of threats of sanctions also deterring its future the future tournaments that India hosts, and India has been hosting many such tournaments on the junior and senior level. It hosts the hockey league as well. So those chances will also be deterred if at all India disallows a country to enter its territory and play.
But then within the framework of Asia Cup, do we not have the option of playing at a third neutral venue like we do in the case of cricket, Rakshita?
No, as I said, that is about hosting, becoming a host nation. So, Abhishek, when we talk about CWG Games, we talk about Olympics. That is India's biggest ambition right now, to host the Olympic Games in 2036. And that could be affected because, Pakistan, the tensions between the two countries have been going on for decades. And there is no hope what we see. And if Pakistan does not mend its ways, things will remain as they are. And, the Olympic Committee will be pushed to maybe think that India might not be the right, the country to in fact host this such big tournaments, multilateral tournaments where more than 50 to 100 countries actually participate, and Pakistan will always be one of them, no matter what they have a diminished power as far as they are not really impressive in any Olympic sport. But yes, it could hurt our chances of hosting a tournament. Yes, if we do not know if there is any rule as to if it can be pushed to a neutral location, that has to be seen.
Yeah, Rakshita, we have to come out of this story because there is another important development taking place. It seems that within the BJP there is some disquiet at the decision to let 15-year-old cars be scrapped, and Manjinder Singh Sirsa is speaking on the same.
बेल का पत्ता
और दिल्ली की सरकार ने जानबूझकर इस ऑर्डर को फर्दर इंप्लीमेंट किया, बजाय कि जाके सुप्रीम कोर्ट को और एनजीटी को बताते और काम नेक करते जिससे दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन कम होता। इसकी बजाय उन्होंने नए कार डीलरों से पैसा लेकर उनसे लेन देन किया और उस लेन देन के एवज में एक कानून बनाकर रख दिया। ये देखिए, अगली यहां तक ही नहीं रुके, उन लोगों ने प्रोसीजर भी तय कर दिए। क्या कर दिए? हर व्हीकल को अंडरटेकिंग देनी होगी कि जो बैंड एनसीडी के अंदर वो कंफर्मेशन नंबर डालकर और ये बताएगा कि मैं दिल्ली में क्या एनसीटी में भी नहीं चलाऊंगा ये गाड़ी। मतलब इनको एनसीटी की भी चिंता थी, ठीक है। एंड ऑफ लाइक्वल शुड बी इंपाउंडेड फॉर सेकंड टाइम। अगर पहली बार उसका चलान करेंगे लेकिन दूसरी बार तो उसको वापस ही नहीं करेंगे, उसकी गाड़ी को इंपाउंड कर लेंगे। और यहां तक कह दिया कि अगर कोई ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल होगा उसको तो हम पहली बार में ही इंपाउंड कर लेंगे, पहली बार में उसको इजाजत भी नहीं देंगे छोड़ने की कि वो बाहर भी कहीं लेके जा सके, ये भी इजाजत नहीं देंगे। फिर क्या किया हमारे यहां पर, आप सुनकर हैरान होंगे, कोई स्क्रैप का यूनिट ही नहीं है और स्क्रैप के रेट भी तय कर दिए। 90% ऑफ द फिनिश स्क्रैप कंपोनेंट जो है उसके तहत गाड़ी को बहुत मुश्किल, अगर कोई मर्सिडीज गाड़ी भी होगी उसको भी 80-90 हजार रुपया मिलेगा। ये क्यों किया गया? नई गाड़ियों के साथ, नए डीलरों के साथ हाथ मिलाकर किया गया। और यहीं नहीं रुके, एएनपीआर कैमरे लगा दिए, क्योंकि डीलरों ने आके कहा नई गाड़ी वालियों ने कि भैया तुम्हें पैसे दिए हैं, गाड़ियां अभी भी कम उठ रही हैं। बोले अच्छा, हम और उठाते हैं, हम ये करते हैं कैमरे लगा देते हैं पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर। पूरी दिल्ली में कैमरे लगवा दिए और कैमरे लगाकर उनके माध्यम से चुन चुन कर अब गाड़ियों को हटाया जा सके उसका इंतजाम किया गया। और पर्दे के पीछे क्या कहा जाता है बार बार कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा, एनजीटी ने कहा। कभी किसी ने पूछा भाई सुप्रीम कोर्ट एनजीटी को तुमने जाके बताया कि दिल्ली और देश के अंदर अगर बाकी जगह पर मान्य नहीं है कानून तो हमारे पे लागू क्यों हो रहा है? आपने जानबूझकर दिल्ली के पोल्यूशन को बढ़ाने का काम किया ताकि ऑर्डर जो है पक्का ही लागू हो जाए और नई कंपनियों से पैसे मिलते रहे। आज हमने रेस्पेक्टेड चेयरमैन उनको ये जानकारी दी है कि जो ये एएनपीआर कैमरे लगाए थे, सीयूकेएम के चेयरमैन साहब को हमने अभी चिट्ठी लिखकर ये जानकारी दी है। उनको हमने बताया कि जो एएनपीआर कैमरेस लगाए हैं ये रोबोट सिस्टम नहीं है, अभी तक इनके अंदर बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं पढ़कर। While the automated number plate recognition system cameras have been installed at most of the fuel stations, the system lacks the requisite robustness required for such crucial system. Some of them are crucial issues related to technological glitch, camera placement, सेंसर्स नॉट वर्किंग, स्पीकर्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। ये स्पीकर्स भी मैन्युफैक्चर्ड हैं, ये भी कोई चल नहीं रहे, कोई बोल रहा है कोई नहीं बोल रहा, ये माल फंक्शन एक अलग से है। इसके साथ ही सेंसर्स की प्लेसमेंट, ये सब चैलेंजेस हैं। इसके साथ साथ ये इंटीग्रेटेड भी नहीं है, एनसीआर के डेटा के साथ अभी तक इंटीग्रेटेड भी नहीं हो पाए। इसके साथ साथ एंड ऑफ लाइफ जो है, इसमें एक और चैलेंज आ रहा है हमें, वो है कि HSP जो हाई सिक्योरिटी रजिस्ट्रेशन प्लेट्स हैं, इनमें से भी जो जिन पे नहीं है उनको ये आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर रहा। पेट्रोल पंपों पे झगड़ा हो रहा है कि भाई ये भी 10 साल से पुरानी गाड़ी है, तुम इसको क्यों नहीं छेड़ रहे। तो ये एक नई बीमारी वहां पर खड़ी हो गई, क्योंकि जो HSRP प्लेट्स नहीं है उनको ये आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पा रहा। इसके साथ ही इसमें एरर्स भी आ रहे हैं और इसकी इंप्लीमेंटेशन में दिक्कतें और चैलेंजेस भी हैं। हमने यह भी बताया कि किस तरह से गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद और गाजियाबाद और बाकी एनसीआर के अंदर भी ऐसा कोई कानून अभी तक लागू नहीं हुआ। अगर कोई दिल्ली में नहीं फ्यूल मिलेगा तो उसको जाके गुड़गांव में, फरीदाबाद से ले लेगा। तो इसका लाभ कैसे होगा? इसका लाभ तभी होगा जब इसको रोबोस्ट सिस्टम किया जाए और सारी जगह पे बराबर किया जाए। हमने बताया कि दिल्ली की सरकार पोल्यूशन के लिए बहुत तेजी से कदम उठाए हैं, डस्ट मिटिगेशन के कदम उठाए हैं, फ्यूल पोल्यूशन के लिए हमने काम किया है, हमने PM 2.5 को कम करने के लिए काम किया है। हमने बताया कि किस तरह से दिल्ली की सरकार इस साल 70 लाख से ज्यादा पेड़ लगाने जा रही है। हमने बताया कि किस तरह से PUC जो पोल्यूशन अंडर कंट्रोल सर्टिफिकेट है, उसको हम और मुस्तैदी से जानकारी ले रहे हैं, थर्ड पार्टी उसकी जानकारी लेके। पिछली सरकार ने जो स्कैंडल उसमें भी किया था, उस तरह का कुछ ना हो, उसके लिए भी हमें पक्का कदम उठा रहे हैं। हमने ये भी बताया मैंडेटरी किया गया, हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स के अंदर एंटी स्मोक गन्स लगाई जा रही है और उनको मैंडेटरी कर दिया गया है। हमने बताया कि किस तरह से दिल्ली की सारी PWD की सड़कें जो हैं वो मैकेनिकल रोड स्वीपर के माध्यम से अब साफ की जाएंगी, ताकि PM 2.5 डस्ट जो है पार्टिकल्स ना बने, और साथ में इनके साथ एंटी स्मोक गन और वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स भी इंटीग्रेटेड होंगे, ताकि दिल्ली के वातावरण को और स्वच्छ किया जा सके। हमने जानकारी दी कि 500 स्क्वायर मीटर से ऊपर की जितनी भी कमर्शियल हो, रेजिडेंशियल हो, कोई भी कंस्ट्रक्शन है, उसको मैंडेटरी कर दिया, उसको हमारी 14 नॉर्म्स को लगाना, पूरा करना, और साथ में हमारे दिल्ली पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल के पोर्टल के ऊपर अपने आप को रजिस्टर करना, ताकि वहां पे भी PM 2.5 को रोका जा सके, वो ना बढ़े, नॉर्म्स के मुताबिक रहे। हमने बताया कि हम प्रिवेंटिव कदम उठा रहे हैं एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल्स के लिए। कैसे? हम जल्दी ये सिस्टम डेवलप कर रहे हैं जिससे एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल से पहले एडवांस में उनको जानकारी दी जा सके, 1 महीना पहले, 3 महीने पहले, ताकि उनको पता हो कि उन्होंने अपनी गाड़ी को यहां से रिमूव करना है, दूसरे स्टेट में अगर ले जानी है। ये सारी जानकारी का भी हमने सिस्टम बनाया, और दूसरे स्टेट से ऐसी गाड़ियां ना आए, नेबरिंग स्टेट्स के अंदर भी हम इस माध्यम से, टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से उनको जानकारियां देंगे। इनके चलते हमने उनको जानकारी दी है, बिकॉज ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजिकल एंड एक्सट्रीमली कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम एंड लैक ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन एंड विद नेबरिंग स्टेट्स, देयर इज अ पब्लिक डिसकंसेंट एंड आउटक्राई। In these said circumstances, it is not feasible to implement this system where fuel is being denied to EOL end of life vehicles identified through ANPR installed at petrol pumps in Delhi. हमने उनको जानकारी दी है कि इसके चलते ये इस ANPR को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, इस सिस्टम को इम्प्लीमेंट करना अभी फिजिबल नहीं है। इसलिए जो बाकी स्टेट्स के अंदर जब आप बाकी जिस तरीके से NCR के अंदर जब आप इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, साथ साथ में तब तक हम भी अपने आप को टेक्नोलॉजिकली इसको जानकारी लेकर, इसको अपग्रेड करके, इसके टेस्ट करके, इसका एक्सपीरियंस और एक्सपेरिमेंटल तौर पर भी पूरी जानकारी लेके एक पूरा सिस्टम रोबस्ट हो जाए, उसके बाद ही इसको भी हम भी इम्प्लीमेंट करने की स्थिति में होंगे। पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, मानयोग दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी ने बड़े स्पष्ट तौर पर आज इस बात को दोबारा से सुनिश्चित किया है, दिल्ली के लोगों को जो कठिनाइयां 10 साल की बीमारी कारण आ रही हैं, उनकी गाड़ियों को जब्त किया जा रहा है, इन सब के लिए वो जो भी करना पड़ेगा, एड़ी चोटी तक कानून का अगर जोर लगाना पड़ेगा तो वो भी लगाएंगे। हम दिल्ली के वातावरण को भी साफ करेंगे और दिल्ली की गाड़ियों को भी नहीं जब्त होने देंगे। ये हमारी दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी का दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ संकल्प है, उनके साथ ये वादा है और दिल्ली के लोगों ने हमें मैंडेट दिया है। हमने दिल्ली को भी हवा को भी साफ करना है, दिल्ली में एक्वे लेवल भी नीचे लेके आना है, दिल्ली के बच्चे भी साफ हवा ले सकें, यह भी चिंता करनी है और उनके साथ उनके इमोशंस के साथ जुड़ी हुई, उनके सेंटिमेंट्स के साथ जुड़ी हुई चीजें भी उनसे ना छीनी जाएं, इसकी भी चिंता दिल्ली की सरकार करेगी। धन्यवाद।
तो ये माना जाए कि अब ये अभियान जो है वो आज से खत्म हो गया है, 1 नवंबर से फिर शुरू होगा जब पड़ोसी शहरों में शुरू।
जब हमने सीकेएम को बताया कि जब पड़ोसी शहरों में 1 नवंबर हो या 4 जो मार्च का 7 का, उन्होंने सभी एनसीआर का कहा है, अच्छा तो होगा कि जब सारे एनसीआर में ही लागू हो तभी से दिल्ली में लागू हो। अगर वरना पार्टली इंप्लीमेंट वो करेंगे गुड़गांव में, वो जो आदेश करेंगे मानेंगे, लेकिन उसका नुकसान क्या होगा, फिर भी और दिक्कतें कॉम्प्लेक्स बढ़ जाएंगे।
लेकिन सर बेसिकली आप इसमें एक समस्या ये है कि 1 तारीख से आप शुरू करेंगे नवंबर में, ठीक है, लेकिन जो कोर इशू है कि गाड़ियां इतनी पुरानी हुई ही।
हाँ, अब उस कोर इशू के लिए भी हमने अपनी सारी लीगल टीम बिठा रखी है। हम ये देख रहे हैं इस ऑर्डर को इंप्लीमेंट कराने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने क्या क्या साजिशें रची, किस किस तरह से इन साजिशों के रचते के तहत कोर्ट ऑर्डर आते गए और ये कभी उसकी अपील में नहीं जाते थे, क्यों नहीं गए, ये सारी चीजें हम खंगाल रहे हैं। हम ये ऐसा भी इसमें समाधान ढूंढ रहे हैं कि हम जब कोर्ट पे सीक्यूएम पे ये जानकारी दें कि हम पोल्यूशन कम कर रहे हैं, तब हम यह भी उनसे सुनिश्चित करा सकें कि गाड़ियों की उम्र के हिसाब से नहीं, गाड़ियों को पोल्यूशन के हिसाब से बैन किया जाए, उनकी एज को डिफाइन करते हुए बैन ना किया जाए, उनकी पोल्यूशन की क्या कैपेसिटी है उसको देखते हुए बैन किया जाए। इस तरह की भी जो है हम अपने सिस्टम को दुरुस्त करने के लिए और ऐसे जानकारी देने के लिए रास्ता बना रहे हैं।
सर, क्या रेखा गुप्ता जी ने जो इलेक्शन यहाँ पे लड़ा दिल्ली में, महिलाओं का शोषण करके और बच्चों का शोषण,
कोई नहीं हो गया, कोई नहीं को बोले, ठीक है जी, कोई छोड़ दो, कोई नहीं, ठीक है, हाँ, अच्छा छोड़िए, हो गया, ठीक है, आप कब मैडम नहीं, हमने एनओसी, ये इन्होंने कानून बना दिया, ये देखिए इन्होंने ये सारा कानून बना के रख दिया है और इस कानून में लिख दिया बकायदा 2024 को इन्होंने एक कानून बना दिया और कानून में सब कुछ लिख के दे दिया, आपको ये भी गाड़ी इंपाउंड कर देंगे, गाड़ी बंद कर देंगे, गाड़ी तुड़वा देंगे, तुम्हारी एनओसी भी नहीं लेने देंगे। अब इस कानून में भी संशोधन कराना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, अगर गाड़ियां निकलती हैं जो 10 और 15 साल पुरानी है, क्या उनको एनफोर्समेंट डिपार्टमेंट इंपाउंड करेगा या नहीं, या ये अभी प्रोसेस है जो चल रहा है वो वैसा चल रहा है? हमने
सीकेएम को सारी जानकारियां दी हैं, हमें यकीन है कि सीकेएम इसके ऊपर एक अच्छा फैसला लेंगे। हमने बता दिया कि हम इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में अभी सक्षम नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
गाड़ियों के विषय में चर्चा।
All right, it's clear that the Delhi government is on the back foot on the issue of phasing out or scrapping of old vehicles, including those of diesel within 10 years and those of petrol within 15 years. That's something which faced or attracted a lot of backlash and discontent from the masses. And so it seems that the Delhi government, they're reading the tea leaves, and Minister Sirsa now coming out in that long press conference and assuring that the government is having a relook at the policy and that there would people in the national capital region would not need to scrap their vehicles within 10 and 15 years. That's also going to be our focus on the other side of a short break. Be right there.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
Pakistan hockey team allowed to be compete in big breaking news coming in. Sports Ministry sources say Pakistan hockey team is travelling to India for the Asia Cup. Huge Republic impact under pressure from the common man. Delhi government reconsiders old car ban policy. SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays the incident, calls it cosmetic window frame. DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. Karnataka police officer who tendered his resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister has resumed working. Shamik Bhattacharya appointed as new West Bengal BJP chief.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है.
After ST Hassan, another SP leader insults Hindu faith. Republic questions SP leader Ravidas Mehrotra. And it's another huge win. Arnab hits 83.6%. Viewership swells even further. Good evening, welcome to Republic. The big breaking news today, viewers, that we are tracking. How can sports and terrorism go together? Pakistan hockey team is allowed to compete in next month's Asia Cup in India, sources in the Sports Ministry say. We're being told approvals have been provided by the MHA, the External Affairs Ministry and the Sports Ministry. I'm going to be joined in the newsroom by my colleague Rakshita. We're also going to put this out for our guests who are going to be giving out more details. But how, after the 22nd April Pahalgam attack, are sports being allowed to be played? This is the big breaking news coming in that Pakistan's hockey team participation has been cleared for the tournament in India. And is this even being allowed? How is this being allowed? The Indian government clears the participation. Clearances have come in right now. We're being told from the MEA, the MHA, and also the visa process of the Pak players is in process now. But what happened to the boycott of sports when it came to playing in India? Why was that boycott only on cricket? Why is that boycott not being done further for hockey as well? Big questions being raised here, and a lot of people are saying that this is because there's the Olympic Charter and this is a part of India's effort to keep politics and sports aside, etc., etc., etc. But the big breaking news coming in, Pakistan team is to be in India for the Asia Cup in 2025. This decision has been taken, and had India disallowed the Pakistan team's participation for the two hockey events, it has been said it could have faced sanctions from the International Olympic Committee. Now, the decision also means athletes from Pakistan are going to be allowed in India for other international sports events as well, keeping with the spirit of Olympics. Viewers, the Hockey Asia Cup is going to be played in Rajgir from 27th from August to the September 7th. The 14th edition of the Junior World Cup Under 21 will also be held at the Mayor Radhakrishnan Stadium in Chennai and Madurai from 28th November to December 10th. The tournaments will feature 24 teams for the first time. And the Sports Ministry said Pakistan team will come to India for the Asia Cup and the Junior World Cup. We can't stop a nation from competing. India needs to follow the Olympic Charter. Pakistan's participation earlier, viewers, had been uncertain after the Pahalgam terror attack and subsequent Operation Sindhu launched by the Indian government against the terrorist hideouts across the border. And despite everything, the big news that's coming in, I'm just going to clarify this for our viewers who are just joining in. The Indian government clears the participation of Pakistan hockey team for the forthcoming Asia Cup tournament in Bihar's Rajgir and also the Junior World Cup in Tamil Nadu's Madurai. Sports Ministry sources have confirmed. Clearances have also come from the External Affairs Ministry and the Home Affairs Ministry, and the visa process of the Pakistani hockey players has been initiated. The same has been communicated to the Hockey Federation, Hockey India. The decision was part of the Indian government's efforts to keep politics and sports aside, it's being said, while following the Olympic Charter. The understanding that we're getting is that India has been disallowed. If India had disallowed Pakistan team's participation for the two hockey events, it would face sanctions from the International Olympics Committee. It means athletes from Pakistan are going to be allowed in India for other international sports events as well. However, it is shocking news coming in because India is adhering to the Olympics Charter. They say there is no change in the bilateral talks. The clearance is there from the Sports Ministry, but this is going to be seen with dismay and disappointment by the common man, by people, when we are trying to fight terrorism. And despite all that, despite Pakistan's orchestration of the Pahalgam terror attack, the subsequent Operation Sindoor launched by the Indian government against the terror hideouts across the border, this is what has been decided. I am now also going to be joined by B.N. Tiwari, FWICE President. Mr. Tiwari, on what basis has it been allowed that Pakistani players are going to be coming to India? They are going to be participating in these tournaments. The big breaking news that's coming in, and it's also being stated that international sports demands we cannot back out from competing. And also being said, Russia and Ukraine are at war, but they show up at multinational events. We're also going to try. Let me go across to my colleague Rakshita from the newsroom. Rakshita, lots of reasons being given, and we understand the spirit of sportsmanship. But we are Indians, and we also understand the kind of attack that 22nd April was. Can sport and terrorism go together? What is the understanding that you are picking up from the government?
Well, we've seen that, the sources tell us that in bilateral tournaments, one can take those decisions, but it's a different case when it comes to multinational tournaments. There's, of course, the same old talk about harmony and keeping politics away. But politics, we're doing a disservice when we mention the word politics, isn't it? Because this is about the lives of those 26 innocents who have been lost in that dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam. And Pakistan has been doing this time and again. For decades, India has not engaged bilaterally with Pakistan in sports as well. In any sport, cricket, of course, being at the forefront, but we see in cricket as well, where India is the biggest power. It's the biggest power in cricket, but we do see that India has participated in a World Cup, in Champions Trophy, and played games, with Pakistan, even though it has not travelled in Pakistan for the Champions Trophy. It did have its way and did not play on Pakistan's soil. But this time, again, the same thing is that India has hosting rights, and India wants to be the host. India is also a growing sports body. It is seeing the revival of hockey as well. The Junior World Cup is also coming up. That also will be hosted in India around September and also later in the year. And also the Champions Trophy is going to happen in Bihar. And India does not want to hamper its future hosting rights of any tournament, even as big as the Olympics to 2026. So India, of course, is keeping many things in mind. And when it comes to sports, we have to understand that there are some, the statutes of like the Olympic Charter also that has to be respected, or else there are also, threats of International Olympic Committee sanctions. This is, of course, speculation, but this is also a possibility which India is keeping in mind.
Okay, thank you, Rakshita. I'm also going to go across to sports journalist Himanshu Chaturvedi, who's joining us. Himanshu, how are you looking at this? Can sports and terrorism go together?
Well, I'm very shocked on what has happened here. I think I've been advocating on your channel and other channels. It's absolutely not a done thing. You can't have Pakistan coming to India and play. There have been incidences that there were excuses given to the industry that because of the international compliances, as Rakshita just said, you have to play them. As long as you were playing abroad was fine. But calling them to India at this particular hour is not a done thing. It does not send a good message at all. Because if this is to be done, then every other sport would also demand, especially the cricket IPL, where you've stopped the players to come and play. So this opens a door of controversies, and it raises a lot of question mark with the people sitting at the helm of affair. That if you allow a hockey team to come and play, then rest all the sports should also be allowed to come and play. And this is so unfair to whatever has recently happened, what we have seen, and also to an extent, I would say that our forces have done such a wonderful job. And what are we doing? I mean, we are undermining all the good efforts of our forces by allowing Pakistan to do it.
I also want to get in a sense from you, Himanshu, since you've covered sports. The sports ministry sources are telling us the Olympic Charter says if we do not do this in the spirit of Olympics, then there will be sanctions against India.
I don't see those happening here. Please go back and see America walked out, did not go to Moscow to play the Olympics. What happened? America is still very much there. I mean, we all know that there was a walkout by America and the countries, those who supported America. We have to draw a stand. We are a nation which is going to become a world power in everything. Why can't we take one stand here that they come kill our people, do whatever they want to do in whatever field they want, and still we are sticking to one thing, that sports has to go on. For cricket, I think it's been 15 years, and I've done hundreds of shows with Rakshita also. Talking against Pakistan, playing India, and at least in last few cricket tournaments we heard that India has to play because outside. So there was a neutral ground in Dubai. There were certain matches were played by India. But calling Pakistani team to India is absolutely an undone thing. I mean, the government should really think about it. And at this hour, the sentiment of the people. Just imagine people, those who were killed in Kashmir. What will happen to those families? What will they think? It is the same Pakistan. You attacked Pakistan for them, and now you're calling them to play, and you're going to welcome them. I mean, I'm a little shocked and surprised at this moment.
I completely agree. America boycotted Moscow Olympics in protest, and at that time, I remember, so as to say, the world applauded. But now, the India inviting Pakistan's hockey team to play here, Himanshu, this is also further going to possibly be followed in other sports, in international sports, and then India is going to look confused, compromised, and this is a playbook that we don't want to go by. I thank you for joining us on this story. It's a top focus that we'll continue tracking. But I also, before I go across to another story, want to go across to the other guest who is joining us, Shekhar Vijayan, veteran sports journalist, also patched on the phone line. Shekhar, the Pakistan team is going to participate in Asia Cup. How are you looking at this? Is this disappointing for India, especially after we launched Operation Sindoor, we won that war, and now we're hosting, greeting, putting out the carpet for Pakistan?
I think it's ridiculous. The fact that, India is such a wholesome country right now, so galvanized post Operation Sindoor. And here you have, the sporting ties being regenerated again with the hockey team coming in. It really makes no sense. At one stage you have us condemning Pakistan, saying that's a global terrorist, and here you're going out and playing sports with them, which absolutely makes no sense. I think India needs to take a firm stand. This India should be a little different from the India of the past. When I say that, if India needs to be a global superpower, India needs to stand for what it believes in. And if they need to, let the world know that, there is a problem in Pakistan, they should let them know it. And if that means you don't play cricket with them, you don't play sports with them, that should happen. I just feel that, what the Indian public thinks and what the government thinks are a complete contrasting nature with each other. Because here, post-Operation Sindoor, there was a sense of unity. There was a sense of camaraderie amongst India. Everybody felt that, there was a villain, which was Pakistan, and that's the reason why the war happened. But now, post all this, again, you're having sporting ties. You're treating them like nothing has really happened. It really makes no sense. People say you should not mix sports and arts and politics together, but this is very important. This is a matter of national pride. We should at least think about the soldiers who are fighting for us right there at the borders. This absolutely makes no sense. It's ridiculous. And it also goes against the fact of India's foreign policy. India's foreign policy has always been about, in the recent past, we've been speaking about Pakistan being a global terrorist. Our foreign policy is all about that. We had ministers from the opposition and from the ruling party who had actually gone out and, tried to create India's image abroad, saying that Pakistan is the problem behind the Pahalgam attacks. And now you want to go ahead and engage with them in terms of the hockey team. I think it's ridiculous. It makes no sense. It is very disheartening. It only brings us back to point one. That means nobody will take India seriously in the world arena, because India itself seems very confused right now about how to take things forward. They're not very sure about how to navigate this. India has to take a firm stand. If India really needs to stand up and believe in itself and be a superpower like we claim to be, this is the time to take action. This is the time to be very clear that we will not engage with a country which kills our countrymen. As simple as that. Countries in the past have done that in the past, and they've taken a firm stand. Why can't India take a firm stand now? I think that should be the entire motto, that should be the entire mindset, and that's what is going to be really important for India as a sporting nation.
I completely agree with you. And this is only looking down, Shekhar, this is only making India look worse. I also want to ask you, it said that there will be sanctions under the Olympic Charter against India. How is India to proceed now?
See, all these things about sanctions and charter, it's happened in the past with other countries too. There are other countries too which have done it in the past. And like I said, I think India, if it has to stand for itself, if it has to believe in itself, India should be ready for this and much more. Because you are fighting against terrorism, you are fighting against a country which has waged a war against you through natural means, unnatural means, through various other means. And there is a way to stop this engagement. I think at one level you want to stop the engagement. At one level, you don't want to engage with Pakistan. It has to be very clear. It has to be put in, it has to be put in writing about what you plan to really do. Because you cannot go, I don't think this can go hand in hand. At one point of time, they're getting terrorists and they're killing our own countrymen. And here you want to engage with them in sports. India should be ready for any sanctions which comes its way. And I think these words which we see about sanctions, about UN and various things around, these are just heavy words which are being used nowadays. I think if a country needs to stand for itself, needs to believe in itself, like the superpowers of the future, which India is right now because of its intellectual capital, and I think India is miles ahead of other countries. India really needs to believe in itself and take a firm view over where it stands vis-a-vis national security, vis-a-vis sports, vis-a-vis what is India's potential in the real world, and vis-a-vis what does India really think about itself. Right now, it looks very confusing. It looks very disheartening. And I'm sure a lot of Indians may not agree with this. They will feel that, India should really take a firm stand and be ready for it and be very clear that we don't engage with neighbors who come in and use the terrorist on us. As simple as that.
You wholeheartedly, and I hope this decision of the government is recalled. Thank you for joining us. It's a part and a time for national pride. This is how Indians have been feeling. This kind of a sentiment cannot right now be allowed to go down. Meanwhile, on the similar focus now, the breaking news that's coming in, Raksha Mantri has now approved the defense purchase of over 1 lakh crore. Complete purchase to be done domestically that has to be made. So this is a purchase of 1 lakh crore. Complete purchase to be made domestically. This is a defense purchase that has been approved. Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, politics, joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, the Defence Acquisition Council under the chairmanship of Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh has accepted that there will be a capital acquisition proposal of rupees 1.5 lakh crores. Give us more details.
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, Rhythm, as you just mentioned, the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh himself has approved, and I repeat, this is Operation Sindoor, of over 1 lakh crores, and this complete acquisition is going to be domestic. It's going to be under Made in India. One thing has been made very clear, that all the latest defense technology under which this 1 lakh crore has been approved is going to be 100%, I repeat, not even 1999, 100% made in India. So the complete orders are going to go to the companies which are making in India and just not assembling. So it is very clear that the screwdriver technology which was being used by certain companies, stating because there was a certain bypass which was being used by certain specific companies under the Made in India, that they were not actually making in India but just screwdriving it, that is getting stuff from overseas, from countries, in certain cases even countries to the like of Turkey, and then just assembling it in India and then supplying it under the tag of Made in India. All of that has been completely removed. Certain conditions have been made very, very stringent to a point that when Raksha Mantri says under Made in India, it's 100% Made in India. No more screw driving will be allowed. And this is a massive, massive acquirement as far as the defense technology is concerned. This is post-Operation Sindoor, and this is just the first of several other, we are being told it's going to be more than 10 lakh crores within the next 6 months, Rhythm.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for giving us those details. Now, the other big breaking news that's coming in, the Delhi High Court, Justice Anish Dayal has dismissed the petition filed by Jacqueline Fernandez, actor, challenging the complaint filed by ED in the money laundering case involving Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the 200 crore case. And the Delhi High Court has given a blow to the actor Jacqueline Fernandez, who had sought the quashing of the money laundering case against her. The ED had booked her in relation to the alleged 200 crore money laundering case. Bollywood actor sought the quashing of the ED ECIR. Let me go across to Riyanka, who's joining us live. Riyanka, it's very clear that this is a blow to her. We remember the kind of letters Sukesh Chandrasekhar had written to Jacqueline from inside the prison. The Chandrasekhar, remember, has been accused of posing as a high-level government official acting on behalf at that time of the government. Fernandez has also appeared before the ED several times. Give us more details, Riyanka.
Well, we know that this case has been going on for quite some time now. There have been several summons, and Jacqueline Fernandez also appearing before the agency multiple times. And now what we understand that the Delhi High Court has given a big setback to Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez, as it has dismissed her petition, which she eventually sought to quash the rupees 200 crore money laundering case against her. Now, in her petition, she in fact sought the quashing of the ED's ECIR as well as the second supplementary charge sheet, which was in fact filed by the Enforcement Directorate, in fact naming her as the 10th accused in the case. And essentially in her plea, the actress had in fact gone ahead and said that the evidence which was in fact filed by the ED would prove that she's an innocent victim of Sukesh Chandrasekhar's targeted attack. To this, it is a big setback for Jacqueline Fernandez, as the Delhi High Court has gone ahead and dismissed that particular petition filed by her in order to dismiss this 200 crore case, and the ED is naming her as one of the accused.
Thank you, Riyanka, for that update. A big blow coming in for the actor. Now, we're also going to be getting you more news and updates from across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a dramatic rescue operation, the Uttarakhand State Disaster Response Force has successfully rescued 40 Kedarnath pilgrims stranded due to a landslide near Sonprayag, a key point on the pilgrimage route. The landslide, triggered by heavy rainfall, occurred late Monday night, blocking the path and trapping the devotees. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu conducted an aerial survey of disaster-affected areas in Thunag and Janjeli, Mandi district on Wednesday. Due to landslides disrupting road connectivity, Sukhu reached the areas via army chopper, where he distributed 172 relief kits containing food and essentials. In Rajasthan, heavy rainfall has wreaked havoc in several regions, with Tonk and Bhilwara receiving heavy rainfall. Intense downpour led to waterlogging, road blockage, disruption. Low-lying areas in both districts have been flooded, causing distress to residents. Waterlogging caused traffic jams in several parts of Jodhpur following heavy rains yesterday. And coming up after a short break, SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. The airline downplays the incident, calling it a cosmetic window frame. The DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. And we're also going to tell you more details. Karnataka police officer who tendered his resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister has resumed working.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I'd liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's quickly get you the top 6 stories that we have for you that has set the agenda for today. The airline safety and aviation tragedy is back in focus once again, and this time the incident is from a SpiceJet aircraft. Meanwhile, in Karnataka, the Chief Minister is in a slapgate controversy. But there's a twist in the story. And we'll get you all the details of that on how the IPS officer who first went on to offer a self-resignation has now said that he will not resign. Meanwhile, again in Karnataka, a caste census facade. This is what is happening in the city of Bengaluru, and we'll get you the details on that as well. Meanwhile, the Samajwadi Party, after insulting the Kawad Yatris, have now stirred a fresh controversy calling BJP terrorist. In Baba Bageshwar Dham in Madhya Pradesh, a major tragedy was averted after a tin fell on few people. Unfortunately, one person has lost their life and 8 of them have been injured. They have been shifted to the hospital. Dherendra Shastri has in fact issued a statement on that. And the last story that we're tracking on this edition today of 6 Stories at 6 is how the Prime Minister, who is in Ghana, has delivered a historic speech in the Ghana Parliament, and we'll get you the quick snippets of that as well. So these are the 6 stories that we have lined up for you on this edition. But we start first up with the top story. The SpiceJet Goa-Pune flight SG1080 passengers had a massive mid-air panic movement. Now this happened when a window frame came loose, as you see on your screens. On your screen, viewers, is the video of the shocking incident which is now going viral all over the internet. The window frame was fixed at Pune airport once the plane landed at the airport. While the passengers had a panic movement, the airline said that there was no risk to passengers' safety. Republic is on a relentless campaign to expose these safety concerns that airlines have been taking very lightly, and we asked them sharp questions to the SpiceJet, to which the airline responded to Republic's questions, saying that this was a cosmetic issue which did not compromise with the safety. So a completely templated response there coming in by SpiceJet, which they have put out after Republic's relentless questions. Remember, this is not just one incident. There are previous incidents as well that have come to fore. Now, this one is from SpiceJet that happened earlier in the month, in fact, where the Boeing 787 flying from Delhi to Dubai had to return to Delhi late after the engine suffered a failure, and that's the exact video. And this video specifically that we're getting to you is from December 9, 2024, where there was a technical glitch on the SpiceJet aircraft. This was a SpiceJet SG723 flying from Patna to Delhi, who made an emergency landing. The next visual that we're going to talk about is of a June 19 video, 2022, where a SpiceJet flight which had a failure, pressurization failure, had to make an emergency landing. It leveled at, in fact, 6,000 feet. The next video that we have again is from SpiceJet, where it was on July 2nd, 2022, where there was smoke in the cabin mid-flight. The smoke was detected in the cabin where pilots had declared an emergency landing soon after. So SpiceJet is embroiled in a huge controversy. India is seeking answers. The passengers who are worried about their safety are seeking answers from the SpiceJet authorities. Devesh Patel, aviation expert, is joining me on the broadcast on that. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Now, these are incidences that have happened not just once, not just twice, but time and again. But it seems the airlines seem to have not rectified their mistakes. And however, today's incident, the SpiceJet has issued a statement that there were no safety concern as far as the passengers are concerned. But it does give a huge concern when we talk about the maintenance measures of the aircraft. What do you have to say on that?
Firstly, good evening, Tanisha ji. Thank you for having me. Slight small correction. My name is Devesh Agarwal, not Devesh Patel. So maybe the people, your producers, have put my name a bit wrong. But
Right, so we'll just rectify that.
Let's start with the latest incident, the window frame coming out. I fully agree with the airline. It is just a cosmetic thing. It is literally, a plastic frame containing the window shade. Actual window, there are two very strong polycarbonate windows made out of polycarbonate shatterproof material, which are actually fixed into the fuselage of the aircraft, the actual body of the aircraft outside this frame. This frame literally just sits on the plastic. What you're seeing inside is not the actual wall of the aircraft, that white portion. What we see inside the aircraft is literally a piece of plastic that is put over the aluminum body of the aircraft. So this frame coming loose, yes, it is, how would I use the word? Somebody has not quite checked clearly at the last checkup or something like that. So it is definitely something that the airline should do, keep an aircraft up in good quality. But other than that, there is nothing with this. Both the windows remain intact. The thing is pressurized. Then you had shown a video of a engine having compressor stalls on takeoff. Right, this is so common. It is not it's unbelievable. The engine, believe it or not, almost costs half the cost of the aircraft. It is as expensive, and it is the most technically complicated, you can say, item on board any aircraft. And it, like any of our engines, will have sometimes a failure.
Right, sir.
All aircraft are certified to take off with one engine failed at full maximum weight. They have to undergo this test. It is a mandatory requirement as part of their aircraft certification. Right. And pilots also every 6 months go into the simulator, and they are checked very regularly with exactly this scenario, that I've taken off and my engine has failed. What do? There's a very, very simple procedure. They level off below 10,000 feet because they don't want to deploy oxygen masks, and they will circle around. If they have to dump fuel, they'll dump fuel so that they make a normal weight landing, and they will land. Smoke in the cabin, again, it does happen from time to time. It is what I'm trying to bring forth is all the incidents that you have mentioned are not really so indicative of what I would quote unquote say, there's a safety issue per se. Right. Now, having said that, I would urge Republic TV instead to drill down on data from the DGCA and try and find out technical failures. The DGCA puts out data at an industry level of how many failures or cancellations per flight were there due to technical reasons. Right now, they are saying 10% is there due to technical reasons. Absolutely. 65 or 66% they classify as miscellaneous. What is that miscellaneous?
Absolutely,
that is where an investigative channel like Republic should drill down and question the DGCA to give us more granular data, to give us clear reasons why. Right, and again, as I said, technical failure. SpiceJet is kind of in the middle of the pack, so to speak. Indigo had a cancellation rate of, I think, 2.03, and SpiceJet had some 2.6.
However, Devesh sir, I would also like to point out here is that these are very, very technical points that you and me could be aware about. But the panic among the passengers that are caused by everyday incidents like these, who are not aware about the technical problem that goes behind this, and that there could be a safety issue and that could not be a safety issue, does remain one of the concern as well, because what the passengers are paying for is for a comfortable flight to reach the destination, and not something that they would panic about mid-air because they would not be aware about the technical things. On that note, it was an insightful session.
Can I make one very quick comment?
Right. Yes, sir. Please continue.
The role that the media plays is very, very important, because you are the ones who can turn around and tell passengers, the general public who is not so technically inclined, you can turn around and tell them this is not something that they need to get panicked about.
Right, sir. Right.
You play a very big role in educating the masses.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Sir. We'll do that, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic, and very insightful session. We look forward to having you more with us. But for now, we have to move on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this one is from the state of Karnataka. Now, the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is in soup. It is a video dated April 28, 2025. Now you see on your screens, Siddaramaiah is seen attempting to slap a senior IPS officer. This video has gone completely viral on the internet. The officer, Narayana V, initially tendered his resignation and has expressed his unwillingness to withdraw his resignation, saying that it is about this dignity. Now the officer has said that he has expressed his feelings to the seniors and has resumed work. So there are complete U-turn that has been taken by the police officer, the IPS officer in fact, who was slapped by the cops. But the question here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the people in power are humiliating the people who are in uniform. There are two instances on your screen. First one, of course, is about the story we just talked about, where Siddaramaiah has humiliated a cop, where he has just gone ahead to almost slap a police officer on duty who was doing his duty on stage. And on the right-hand side, a similar instance of that of high-handedness by the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivakumar, and this was during the RCP Stampede case that happened in Bengaluru, where he can be seen slapping a person there, removing him so that he could garland the players. So these are two instances that has come to light. I'm also being joined by PK Jain, former Joint Commissioner of Police. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic. This is a case of complete high-handedness. It's a case of how people in power there, who people like us have elected, are now misusing the power at a certain point in time, going on to humiliate a public officer on duty, so much so that the Chief Minister of the state attempts to slap a cop. Thereby, it is complete humiliation for the person who is just doing their duty. Your first reaction on that, sir?
It's absolutely unfortunate, an incident like this at the hands of the Chief Minister and then the Deputy Chief Minister is absolutely shocking. Right. I have not come across this kind of an incident in the state of Maharashtra. I wish that this officer should have lodged a formal complaint. Unfortunately, or fortunately in this case, since the further action was not taken, it stopped short of slapping the officer. So therefore, no legal case can be made out. It can only be a case of threat and intimidation. The officer will be free to go to the court. But it is extremely unfortunate that the people who are so drunk on their power, on being in a position of authority, that they treat police officers like this. A step ahead, probably the officer would have retaliated. The policemen are trained to retaliate in a situation like this. Thanks to the situation that he stopped short. Otherwise, maybe the Chief Minister himself would have been manhandled by the officer concerned. It's absolutely shocking. And the second case, where Mr. Shivakumar has slapped an officer on duty, that may be an error of judgment because he was not aware that this particular officer who was in plain clothes was a police officer. So I don't know the actual facts of the story, but of the case. But in that case, I can still give him the benefit of doubt. But in the case of the Chief Minister, it is unfortunate. The Chief Minister should tender an apology, a public apology to the officer and to the police force. And he is now trying to bail out the situation for himself by offering a plum posting to the officer concerned. It's extremely unfortunate.
Absolutely.
But as I said, the legal options for the officer are very, very limited.
Absolutely, sir. Complete state of high-handedness there coming in from the state of Karnataka. PK Jain, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic on that. We move on to the other story. This one again is from the state of Karnataka, where the Karnataka government has come under massive fire. Now, the state caste census in Karnataka is under scanner after they showed that the government staff was pasting survey completion stickers without actually conducting the survey. Now, the CCTV videos have exposed the sham survey. BJP, in fact, has launched a massive attack on the Karnataka government, calling it bogus survey. On your screen are the CCTV visuals where you can see that the workers are actually pasting the stickers of the survey completed without actually doing it. So this is a complete facade that has come to light from the state of Karnataka, this one specifically from the city of Bengaluru. Remember, the BBMP officials who had pasted these stickers have now been suspended, or action has been taken. But the question is, why is a fake survey being conducted, keeping in mind that the caste survey, the caste census is extremely important as far as India is concerned, for which the government of India has also given a green signal. Moving on, a major political storm has erupted after the senior Samajwadi Party leader Ravidas Mehrotra made a controversial statement comparing the BJP to terrorists. His comments came amid the ongoing row over the nameplate verification drive during the Kawad Yatra in Uttar Pradesh. Now, this Samajwadi Party MP alleged that the BJP workers were targeting shopkeepers based on their religion. Republic questioned the Samajwadi Party leader on his comments, after which he stayed completely defiant. Listen into that exclusive conversation.
कि पश्चिम बंगाल में निकल रही है कांवड़ यात्रा, और कांवड़ यात्रा में जो लोग दुकान लगाते हैं उनसे उनकी जाति और धर्म पूछा जा रहा है, और यहाँ तक कि उनकी पैंट खुलवा करके देखा जा रहा है कि ये किस धर्म के हैं। पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर जो पीडीए समाज है, इसका भाजपा की सरकार उत्पीड़न कर रही है, धर्म और जात के नाम पर अन्याय कर रही है। तो जो आतंकवादी करते हैं, पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
रविदास जी, ये बात शोभा देती है? रविदास जी, आप अपने एक विरोधी दल को देश का दुश्मन आतंकवादी कह रहे हैं, आप आतंकियों से तुलना बीजेपी की कर रहे हैं। वो भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप कैसे तुलना कर रहे हैं? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आतंकवादियों ने पहलगाम में धर्म पूछ करके 26 निर्दोष और मासूम लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया। उनको वो लोग शहीद हो गए, और वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है कि पीडीए समाज के लोगों से कह रही है कि आप अपनी दुकान पर अपना नाम लिखिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूर्व में आदेश किया था कि ये किसी का जात और धर्म पूछ करके।
आपने जो बात कही मैं वो मान रहा हूं, पर आप भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो दल भी राजनीति कर रहा है। एक राजनेता के नाते आप तो दशकों से राजनीति में हैं, आपातकाल को आपने भी देखा है। ये कैसा कमेंट आप कर रहे हैं? शोभा देता है इस तरीके का कमेंट कि ये राजनीतिक दल के कार्यकर्ता को आप आतंकवादी सीधे कह दे रहे, देश के दुश्मन कह दे रहे?
देखिए, हमने आपातकाल देखा नहीं है। हमने आपातकाल में 20 महीने जेल काटी है और 50 सालों से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, अगर वो लोगों का जाति और धर्म पूछ करके दुकान लगाने देगी, अगर वो कहेगी कि तुम पीडीए समाज के लोग हो, तुमको हम दुकान लगाने नहीं देंगे, तो वो नफरत बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
समाजवादी पार्टी किस प्रकार के बयान दे रही? पहले कावड़ यात्रा में शामिल होने वाले लोगों को गालियां देना, उनको नफरती कहना, उनकी तुलना पहलगाम के आतंकियों से करना, और अब समाजवादी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता ने पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उसके तमाम कार्यकर्ता, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता, उसके नेता जिनको देश की जनता ने चुना है, उनको आतंकियों से तोल रहे हैं, उनकी तुलना आतंकियों से कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं बीजेपी इक्वल्स टू टेररिस्ट। बीजेपी की तीसरी बार कंटिन्यूसली सेंटर में सरकार बनी है। क्या जनता ने टेररिस्ट को वोट दिया? बीजेपी की सरकार आज एनडीए के साथ साथ अनेकों राज्यों में है। क्या जनता ने टेररिस्ट को वोट दिया है? समाजवादी पार्टी के लिए पीएफआई और सिमी आतंकी नहीं है, जनता के द्वारा चुने गए नुमाइंदे जो राष्ट्रवादी है, वो उनके लिए आतंकवादी है।
A tent collapsed at Baga Babeshwar Dham in Madhya Pradesh's Chhatarpur this morning, now where we learned that one person died while several others were injured in the accident. Now, a large number of devotees had gathered for the Dhirendra Shastri, who is the Baba Bageshwar's birthday celebration. Some of them who were devotees who took shelter under the tent since it was raining when the incident took place. We learned that the injured have been shifted to the hospital. Here's a full ground report on how the situation is right now.
Today, a group of devotees gathered in the Bageshwar Dham, located in the Gada village of Chhatarpur in Madhya Pradesh. They were there to celebrate the Bageshwar Maharaj's birthday. The aarti commenced in the morning and then they gathered under the tent to avoid the rain. That is when a tragic accident befell. The tin shed of the tent collapsed on the devotees. With a loud thud, it fell on the group, claiming the life of one and injuring several others. This reportedly occurred after the devotees gathered under the tent to avoid the rainfall.
किसी ने गलत न्यूज चला दी कि टीन सेट गिर गया, तो हमें लगा कि इतना मजबूत टीन सेट एक ही दिन में गिर गया, बल्कि वो बहुत पीछे जहाँ पुराना स्थान है, ग्राउंड है, उस ग्राउंड में पॉलीथिन में अत्यधिक पानी भरने के कारण सुबह से जोरदार बारिश हो रही थी, तो पॉलीथिन में अत्यधिक पानी भरने के कारण जो पाइप वाला छोटा टेंट लगा था, उस टेंट का ऊपर का एक पाइप गिरा और न्यूज पर बड़ा चढ़ा करके उसको कह दिया कि टीन शेड गिर गया.
The deceased Shamlal Kaushal had come to visit the Bageshwar Dham with his family.
धाम पे आए थे. क्या करने? हेलो. दर्शन करने आए थे.
जन्मदिन था महाराज का.
हाँ, अरे लोग दर्शन करने आए दिन आते रहते, हर महीने आते हैं.
कौन है आपके जो कौन खत्म हो गए?
पापा हैं.
पिताजी आपके.
Rajesh Kaushal, his son-in-law, told that this accident occurred at around 7:30 a.m. this morning.
हम लोग तो कल रात में 10 बजे पहुँचे हैं, रात भर सोए खाए भंडारा, उसके बाद में सुबह 7:30 बजे की घटना हुई. क्या हुआ? पानी बरस रहा था, तीन छाजन जो छाया था वो गिर गया. कितने लोग घायल हुए? हमारे ससुर जी की तो देहांत हो गई, 2-4 लोग कोई अपरिचित में हम नहीं जानते उनको.
The injured were immediately admitted to the district hospital. Dr. Sharat Chaurasia, civil surgeon, said that the injured were currently undergoing treatment.
अभी तक हमारे पास 3 लोगों की MLC हुई है, जिनमें से एक को मृतावस्था में लाया गया था, तो उसका पोस्टमार्टम हो गया है. बाकी एक मरीज भर्ती है, उसका भी CT स्कैन हो रहा है. वैसे उसकी कंडीशन भी ठीक है, और एक और मरीज जिसकी MLC यहाँ हुई है उसको सामान्य चोटें थी.
The injured are said to be in stable condition at the moment.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on 5-nation tour. He addressed the Parliament of Ghana and held delegation-level talks with Ghana's president. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also put emphasis on the shared values between India and Ghana. Earlier, the Prime Minister had also received Ghana's National Honor Officer of the Order Star. Here are quick snippets from his visit in Ghana so far.
It is a privilege to be in Ghana, a land that radiates the spirit of democracy, dignity, and resilience. As the representative of the world's largest democracy, I bring with me the goodwill and greetings of 1.4 billion Indians. Ghana is known as the land of gold, not just for what lies under your soil, but as much for the warmth and strength in your heart. When we look at Ghana, we see a nation that shines with courage, that rises above history, that meets every challenge with dignity and grace. Your commitment to democratic ideals and inclusive progress truly makes Ghana a beacon of inspiration for the entire African continent.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which
Ministry sources say Pakistan hockey team will travel to India for the Asia Cup.
KNPR को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, इस सिस्टम को इम्प्लीमेंट करना अभी फिजिबल नहीं है। इसलिए जो बाकी स्टेट्स के अंदर जब आप बाकी जिस तरीके से NCR के अंदर जब आप इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, साथ साथ में तब तक हम भी अपने आप को टेक्नोलॉजिकली इसको जानकारी लेकर उसके बाद ही इसको भी हम भी इम्प्लीमेंट करने की स्थिति में होंगे।
It's a huge Republic impact. Under the pressure from the common man, Delhi government reconsiders old car ban policy. SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays incident, calls it a cosmetic window frame. DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. Karnataka police officer who has tendered resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister after the latter nearly slapped him has now resumed work. Samik Bhattacharya appointed as the new West Bengal BJP chief.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
After ST Hassan, another Samajwadi Party leader insults Hindu faith. Republic questions SP leader Ravidas Mehrotra. Another huge win. Arnab hits 83.6%. Viewership swells even further. And to start this edition with the big breaking news coming in, remember the India has allowed Pakistan team to play the Asia Cup 2025. Now that means Pakistan team will be travelling to India, and amid the massive controversy over Pakistan team being allowed to travel to India for the Asia Cup, the Indian Hockey Federation has given its first response, saying that the federation has said it does not have any comment as of now, as they are yet to confirm from the ministry. So that's a big statement that's coming in from the Indian Hockey Federation that has given its first response, where we learned that the federation has said that it does not have any comment as of now, as they are yet to confirm from the ministry. Rakshita, my colleague, is joining us live on that note. Rakshita, it's a huge controversy that's broken out over this decision of the ministry. Why is it that there are different rules when it comes to cricket and there are different rules when it comes to hockey?
We have to understand that this is a multinational tournament, and even when it comes to a multinational tournament like the Cricket World Cup or the Champions Trophy we just recently had, India did participate in that. No country was disallowed to play anywhere, but yes, India could have its sway and choose a neutral venue. This time India is the host. Back then Pakistan was the host. Now India, of course, is saying that we will allow the Pakistani team to come. We've seen that happening in the 2023 Cricket World Cup as well. There was a lot of scrutiny, there was a lot of criticism for even welcoming the Pakistani players, the way they were being welcomed in the hotel, so on and so forth. But we saw that the Pakistan team did participate. It played on Indian soil, and the same story we see will be happening when it comes to the Hockey Asia Cup or even the Hockey Junior World Cup, for that matter, that is going to be played here. This is going to happen from the 27th of August, the Hockey Asia Cup in Bihar's Rajgir. Of course, the visa approval, visa clearance is a process, and the Ministry of External Affairs has to give confirmation on that of the Pakistani players. The federation, the Hockey India Federation, meanwhile, has come up with a statement that we have no confirmation yet from the ministry about Pakistan coming in. The Home Ministry and the Ministry of External Affairs both have a role to play when it comes to giving the nod for such for this participation, be it India going to Pakistan or Pakistani players coming here. But if you talk about history, we've seen Pakistani players coming to India, participating, women team or the men's team also. So we do understand that this is happening after the Pahalgam terror attack, and at the same time when India says that Operation Sindoor is still underway, Operation Sindoor is still on, and the fight is against Terroristan. Henceforth, there's a lot of scrutiny and there's a lot of backlash, if you see in social media. It's not going down well with the people of the country, and but we do understand there are some certain constraints when it comes to multilateral tournaments, multinational tournaments like the World Cup, like the Asia Cup. All right, we seem to Getting more updates, viewers, for all those who are tuning in right now. Just a while back, we had information from a sports ministry source that the Pakistan team will not be stopped from coming to India. But now the federation, the Hockey India Federation, is saying that they do not have any confirmation from the ministry yet on Pakistani team travelling to India. Indian Hockey, the Federation Hockey India Federation has said that there is no comment as of now, as they are yet to get confirmation from ministry. So it is steering clear of making any statement as far as the participation of Pakistan team. In fact, it's not about participation. India does not want, it's not about participation of Pakistan. It's about Pakistan team coming to India and playing on Indian soil. The same country that in fact facilitates terror on Indian soil cannot be allowed to play on Indian soil. So that is, of course, the chorus that we are witnessing. But it all boils down to the clearance that comes in from the ministry. That's what the Hockey Federation is right now insinuating. Back to you in the studios.
Thank you, Rakshita, for that perspective. We completely and wholeheartedly agree. Sports and terrorism cannot go together. The other big focus now, viewers, a major political storm erupted after senior Samajwadi Party leader Ravidas Mehrotra made a controversial statement comparing the BJP to terrorists. His comments came amid the ongoing row over the nameplate verification drive during the Kanwar Yatra in Uttar Pradesh. Mehrotra alleged that BJP workers were targeting shopkeepers based on their religion. While Mehrotra's statement has been slammed by the BJP leaders for being inflammatory, disrespectful, it has found partial support among opposition voices criticizing vigilantism during religious events.
कि पश्चिम बंगाल में निकल रही है कांवड़ यात्रा और कांवड़ यात्रा में जो लोग दुकान लगाते हैं उनसे उनकी जाति और धर्म पूछा जा रहा है और यहाँ तक कि उनकी पैंट खुलवा करके देखा जा रहा है कि ये किस धर्म के हैं। पूरे प्रदेश के अंदर जो पीडीए समाज है इसका भाजपा की सरकार उत्पीड़न कर रही है, धर्म और जात के नाम पर अन्याय कर रही है। तो जो आतंकवादी करते हैं, पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
रविदास जी, ये बात शोभा देती है? रविदास जी, आप अपने एक विरोधी दल को देश का दुश्मन आतंकवादी कह रहे हैं, आप आतंकियों से तुलना बीजेपी की कर रहे हैं। वो भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप भी एक राजनीतिक दल है, आप कैसी तुलना कर रहे हैं? शोभा देती है बात?
देखिए, मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आतंकवादियों ने पहलगाम में धर्म पूछ करके 26 निर्दोष और मासूम लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, उनको वो लोग शहीद हो गए। और वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है कि पीडीए समाज के लोगों से कह रही है कि आप अपनी दुकान पर अपना नाम लिखिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूर्व में आदेश किया था कि ये किसी का जात और धर्म पूछ करके।
आपने जो बात कही मैं वो मान रहा हूं, पर आप भी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो दल भी राजनीति कर रहा है। एक राजनेता के नाते आप तो दशकों से राजनीति में हैं, आपातकाल को आपने भी देखा है। ये कैसा कमेंट आप कर रहे हैं? शोभा देता है इस तरीके का कमेंट कि ये राजनीतिक दल के कार्यकर्ता को आप आतंकवादी सीधे कह दे रहे, देश के दुश्मन कह दे रहे?
देखिए, हमने आपातकाल देखा नहीं है, हमने आपातकाल में 20 महीने जेल काटी है और 50 सालों से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं। जो पार्टी सत्ता में है, अगर वो लोगों का जाति और धर्म पूछ करके दुकान लगाने देगी, अगर वो कहेगी कि तुम पीडीए समाज के लोग हो, तुमको हम दुकान लगाने नहीं देंगे, तो वो नफरत बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
कहाँ पे कहा है? कोई आपने कोई रिकॉर्ड देखा है, कोई कागज सरकार के ऑर्डर में देखा है कि पीडीए समाज को दुकान नहीं लगाने देंगे?
जी, आप मालूम कर लीजिए, पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जो कांवड़ निकल रही है, उस कांवड़ यात्रा के अंदर जो लोग दलित लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं, जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं या पीडीए समाज के लोग हैं वो दुकान नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं। हर व्यक्ति को ये मौलिक अधिकार है कि वो दुकान लगाएं। अभी आपने देखा होगा महाकुंभ का आयोजन हुआ, उसमें परिसर में कहीं पर भी जो मुसलमान लोग थे उनकी दुकान लगने दी, और जब वहाँ पर भगदड़ मच गई तो वहाँ पर जो समाज के लोग थे, धर्म के लोग थे, उन लोगों ने अपने घर में रख करके घायलों की रक्षा करने का
ये बात आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, ये तो समाज के बीच की बात है, पर क्या राजनीति इतनी गिरावट तक चली जानी चाहिए कि राजनेता एक दूसरे से इतनी नफरत करने लगे कि आतंकी ही एक दूसरे को कहने लगे? शोभा देती है बात?
कि हमारा कहना ये है, हमने ये कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आतंकवादी दोनों एक ही सोच रखते हैं, और वो सोच ये है कि धर्म और जाति पूछ करके हमला कर रहे हैं।
वो जो आतंकी आए थे विधायक जी, वो जो आतंकी आए थे, लोगों को गोली मारने के बाद उनके परिजनों से कह के गए थे कि जाओ मोदी को बता देना, ये कह के गए थे, और आप उसी नेता की पार्टी के लिए
आज तक वो आतंकी गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं हुए? वो आतंकी वहां पर पहलगाम में कैसे आ गए, जनता पूछ रही है, और उसके बाद वहां से धर्म पूछ करके गोली मारी।
आपका सवाल बिल्कुल लाजमी है, सवाल सरकार से पूछने वाला सवाल है, पर इस सवाल के साथ जो बात आप कह रहे हैं, जो तुलना आप कह रहे हैं, जस्टिफाई कैसे करेंगे उसको?
देखिए, हम इस तरह करेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नफरत फैला रही है, और जो दलित लोग हैं
वो आप पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि आप आगरा में ठाकुर बनाम जो दलित है वो कर रहे हैं, इटावा में आप ब्राह्मण बनाम यादव कर रहे हैं, नफरत पर आरोप भाजपा आप पे लगा रही है, आप भी एक आरोप लगाते हैं, पर सीधे आतंकी कह देना।
देखिए, आगरा में भी और इटावा में भी, दोनों स्थानों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पहल करी है। वहाँ पर आगरा में जो रामजी लाल सुमन हैं, उनके घर पर बाकायदा पूरा हमला हुआ, और हमला होने के बाद आगजनी हुई। ऐसे ही इटावा में एक धर्म का प्रचारक कर रहा था, वो बैकवर्ड जात का था, इसलिए उसके ऊपर हमला करने का काम किया। तो आज हम ये कहने के लिए मजबूर हो गए हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जो है वो पीडीए समाज का उत्पीड़न कर रही है, अन्याय कर रही है, जुल्म कर रही है, और तानाशाही के माध्यम से अब जो आदमी सरकार की आलोचना करता है उसको ये कह देते हैं कि राष्ट्रद्रोही है। अब हम ये बात कह रहे हैं कि दोनों
करिए राष्ट्र की, करिए आलोचना, सरकार की आलोचना, राजनीतिक दल की आलोचना, ये गलत थोड़ी ना है, लेकिन ऐसी आतंकी कह देना, आपको लगता है कि ये भावना होगी? आप बीजेपी के नेताओं के संग उसी विधानसभा में आप बैठते हैं, विधायकी में चुनकर आप भी आए।
हमने उनको आतंकी नहीं कहा है, हमने कहा कि आतंकवाद जो लोग फैला रहे आतंकी हैं, वो भी धर्म पूछ करके हत्या कर रहे हैं, और भाजपा की सरकार भी धर्म और जाति पूछ करके दुकान लगाने दे रही है। अब अगर कोई दलित वर्ग का व्यक्ति है और वो दुकान लगा रहा है, तो उससे कह रहे हैं कि तो अपना नाम लिखो, अपना नाम बताओ कि तुम्हारा किस जाति के हो, किस धर्म के हो। तो इस तरीके से भाजपा की सरकार नफरत फैलाने का काम कर रही है।
Meanwhile, the BJP slammed Samajwadi Party for politics on Kanwar Yatra and insulting the Hindu faith.
समाजवादी पार्टी किस प्रकार के बयान दे रही? पहले कांवड़ यात्रा में शामिल होने वाले लोगों को गालियां देना, उनको नफरती कहना, उनकी तुलना पहलगाम के आतंकियों से करना, और अब समाजवादी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता ने पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उसके तमाम कार्यकर्ता, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता, उसके नेता जिनको देश की जनता ने चुना है, उनको आतंकियों से तोल रहे हैं, उनकी तुलना आतंकियों से कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं बीजेपी इक्वल्स टू टेररिस्ट। बीजेपी की तीसरी बार कंटिन्यूसली सेंटर में सरकार बनी है। क्या जनता ने टेररिस्ट को वोट दिया? बीजेपी की सरकार आज एनडीए के साथ साथ अनेकों राज्यों में है। क्या जनता ने टेररिस्ट को वोट दिया है? समाजवादी पार्टी के लिए पीएफआई और सिमी आतंकी नहीं है, जनता के द्वारा चुने गए नुमाइंदे जो राष्ट्रवादी है वो उनके लिए आतंकवादी है।
An interim trade deal between India and the United States is likely to be finalized in the next 48 hours, with negotiations underway in Washington. India's trade team extended its stay in Washington last week to iron out key differences as the two sides look to clinch a mini deal before the July 9 deadline, when the pause on US tariffs is set to be lifted. Both sides dug in their heels over a number of issues, including Washington's demand India open its market to genetically modified crops, a long-standing red line for New Delhi due to risk to its farmers. And the big news here, the big inside scoop on India and the US trade deal, the negotiations working on a mini deal. The preliminary aim is to meet the July 9 deadline, is what our sources are telling us. This deal could be sealed soon. And we're also being told that it's possible that there could be a full and final agreement that could be likely by September. We're also being told both sides are working at this deal. Let me quickly go across to Senior Executive Editor, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, give us more details of this scoop that you've picked up.
Well, Rizam, so what we are getting to hear is that instead of a full-fledged deal, just to meet the timeline or deadline, July 9, President Trump, India and the United States and the negotiating teams might go in for a mini deal for the time being, which would include most of the uncontested or non-controversial clauses and sectors, but the difficult ones, for example, the steel and aluminum sector levies, for example, the automobile sector exports, those might be kept for later, say, in the month of September, by which time President Trump, in fact, is expected in New Delhi to participate in the Quad Summit, and that would give that much more time for the negotiating teams to really come to find a common ground. There are ticklish issues like the genetically modified crops, including soybean and maize, which the Americans really are pushing in. We don't know whether as yet there has been a solution found to this, and would it be included in the mini deal that's likely to be announced over the next few days, Rhythm. But substantial ground covered insofar as the non-contentious and the non-controversial sectors and aspects of the trade deal are concerned, and on that both the sides are moving forward to make an announcement.
Thank you, Abhishek. We'll get more details on that in the next few weeks. The big story on Republic TV, the ED has now made big claims in the National Herald money laundering case in the court today. The agency has said Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have used the company Young India to take over property worth 2,000 crore rupees from Associated Journals Limited. The ED calls it a classic case of money laundering and said everyone involved will be held accountable.
I have completed my arguments, subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of cognizance is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this and what your submission was before?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AG, and that's our case. I have completed my arguments, subject to my rejoinder. The other side was to argue at 2:30, but it was inconvenient, so they've asked time till tomorrow, which the court has agreed. I made out a case that it's an absolutely fabulous case as far as taking of cognizance is concerned. It's an open and shut case.
Sir, you made a submission before the court today that Young India is a vehicle, a paper entity that was used. What was this and what your submission was before?
You are all present in the court. Young Indian was used for the purpose of usurping properties worth almost 2,000 crores of AG, and that's our case. And it's documented. It's an open and shut case.
Karnataka Chief Minister has now sparked another row. Siddaramaia's April 28 video where he is seen attempting to slap a senior IPS officer is going viral. This officer, Narayan Barmani, initially tendered his resignation. He expressed his unwillingness to withdraw his resignation, saying that his dignity. Now the officer has said he has expressed his feelings to his seniors and therefore has resumed work.
ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್
ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದೈನಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ?
A look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Moradabad turns into a fortress as CCTVs are being installed in the city. Security has been heightened ahead of Muharram and Kanwar Yatra in Moradabad.
देखिए, आगामी जो हमारे कांवड़ यात्रा और मुहर्रम का जो त्यौहार है, इसको लेकर के हम लोगों ने हम अपनी लगभग सभी तैयारियां पूरी कर ली हैं। इसमें जो भी होमवर्क हमारे लेवल से होता है, हम लोग के लेवल से सारी हम लोगों ने पूरी कर ली हैं। सभी थाना क्षेत्रों में सभी लेवल्स पे जो पीस कमेटी मीटिंग्स वगैरह होती हैं, सब पूरी की जा चुकी हैं।
Amarnath Yatra begins in Jammu and Kashmir. Devotees start their trek towards the holy cave of Sri Amarnath from Baltal base camp. Heavy rains wreak havoc across Rajasthan. Roads turned river in Ajmer. Meanwhile, in Jodhpur, flooding triggered major traffic snarls. Rains are expected to continue over the next 24 hours. SDRF rescued around 40 devotees stranded in the Sonprayag landslide zone while on their way back from Kedarnath Dham. Debris suddenly fell late at night near Sonprayag on the way to Kedarnath Dham, due to which more than 40 pilgrims were stuck. The much-awaited annual Amarnath Yatra has officially begun today, marking the start of a spiritual journey that draws thousands of devotees to the holy shrine in Jammu and Kashmir. As the first batch of pilgrims set off from the twin base camps of Baltal and Nunwan, tight security measures have been implemented to ensure the safety and smooth pilgrimage of them.
The annual Amarnath Yatra began this morning. The first batches of pilgrims set off from the twin base camps in Baltal and Nunwan. The Yatra started early morning from the twin tracks, the traditional 48-kilometer Nunwan-Pahalgam route and the 14-kilometer Baltal route. The batches of pilgrims, including men, women and sadhus, left from the Nunwan base camp in Pahalgam and Baltal base camp in Sonmarg area of central Kashmir's Ganderbal at the first light of the day.
भोलेनाथ को देखने जा रहे हैं। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि सदियों से हमारा परंपरा रहा, यही समय में अमरनाथ का शिवलिंग बने। पूरा देश से, विश्व से, मैंने कल देख रही थी हमारे होटल में, बाहर देश से बहुत लोग हैं। ऐसे विश्व का लोग आए भगवान को देखे, हम सबको भगवान आशीर्वाद करे।
सबके लिए मैं अपने देश के लिए दुआ करती हूँ कि सब स्वस्थ रहे, तंदुरुस्त रहे और मस्त रहे।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। उम्मीद नहीं थी कि हम लोग यहाँ आएंगे। पहले जगताते मैं हालांकि मैं 2-3 साल से आ रही हूँ, बट पहली बार मैं पहले जगताते में मतलब पहली यात्रा पहले कर रही हूँ। अब बता नहीं सकते कितनी खुशी है।
The chants of Bam Bam Bole filled the air as the batches were flagged off by senior officials from the respective base camps. They will pay obeisance at the cave shrine, which houses the naturally occurring ice lingam formation. Stringent security arrangements have been put in place for the smooth conduct of the yatra. Thousands of security personnel from the police, CRPF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police and other paramilitary forces have been deployed to ensure security. Aerial surveillance will also be carried out.
Mid-air scare in SpiceJet. Window frame pops out. SpiceJet says no risk after mid-air window horror. DGCA summons SpiceJet, but is it too late? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
IIT has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would...
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car.
ED exposes money laundering of Gandhis in court. ED unmasks conspiracy to siphon off AJL's assets. How Congress usurped rupees 2,000 crore assets against a 90 crore loan. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an F-35 that's been parked in Kerala for the last 19 days. Now, all of you may be wondering, what's going on? One of the most lethal jets in the world, parked in Kerala, beyond repair. And we have breaking news. on what happens to the jet next in 30 seconds. Here are the headlines this evening on This Is Exclusive. Big identification controversy on the Kanwar Yatra. It appears that the man who claimed he was Gopal was not Gopal after all. His real name is Tajamul. He confesses to Republic. Three Indians abducted by Al-Qaeda in Mali Republic, getting more details of their status. Sports Ministry sources confirm Pakistan men's hockey team will be allowed to travel to India for the next month Asia Cup. There are many who are asking how is the hockey team being allowed when the cricket team of Pakistan isn't, and who decided to allow them. And it's now official, the F-35 will take a lift out of India. It will be flown in a C-17 Globemaster back home to the UK. The mystery around the F-35, it appears, has ended, and on This Is Exclusive this evening, we have a confirmation here on Republic, and on the show we're giving you the confirmation that the Royal Navy F-35 fighter jet, which has been stranded at Kerala Thiruvananthapuram airport for 19 days, is now beyond immediate repair. The advanced stealth aircraft is now set to be transported back to UK using the C-17 military transport aircraft. The C-17 Globemaster will have to give the F-35 a lift back home. And this goes on to prove the logistical challenges of maintaining the fighter jet. It's not a good advertisement for F-35. It is the worst kind of advertisement. It will now be taken back. Now there are reports that it could be dismantled as well. Let me see if I have Sonia with me. Sonia brought us those details that the F-35 will be dismantled. But before that, I want to get in a word from Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor as well. Good evening, Air Marshal. This is it's such a bad advertisement, I would say, for the F-35. Many saw it as one of the most lethal jets in the world, right? And there was speculation whether India could be in talks or talk to the US as well on the F-35. But this is the worst kind of advertisement. If a fighter jet stuck here for 19 days will now be flown back in a C-17 Globemaster. As an expert, as someone who's flown fighter jets, what is your takeaway from this episode?
See, all the modern aircrafts are very difficult to maintain, especially the fifth generation fighters, and they are absolutely filled with antennas, sensors, radars. Even the coating and the surface is of a different make and quality. There are huge amount of antennas and sensors all across the body. So while it is parked in the open for last 19 days, the teams which I read have come and gone, but it requires opening up. Now for opening up, you need special equipment, tools, jacks, slings, and other features, some sort of a crane kind of a thing to hold. So these specialized repairs generally take place in a hangar. Now, coming to a specific question of advertisement, yes, it is not a good advertisement. It's a very difficult aircraft to maintain and doesn't have very good track record, F-35s. It has had about 8 to 10 accidents in the last few years. And also the operating cost is very high. I was reading somewhere it is about $50,000 to $60,000 per hour to operate this aeroplane. It's not the initial cost of $100 to $120 million which you pay. The hourly cost to fly and sustain this aeroplane is also expensive. Now the hydraulic failure, the hydraulic snag is a complex one wherein you need to open the complete engine. You need to access all the base. And I'm not sure how the Royal Navy or the Lockheed, which have manufactured this aeroplane, would have happened. So generally in any warlike situation or in case the aircraft is down for other reasons, and carried in a C-17. Now this process itself is quite cumbersome because the vertical stabilizers, the wings, the horizontal stabilizers, the sensors, the radars, the pitot tubes, the other accessories, the hard points which are below will have to be systematically removed first, created. Now a C-17, if I gather, is around 88 feet long and is about 18 feet wide. So this fuselage fits into that, and the vertical stabilizers, fins and other parts are adjusted on the side. And this is a process probably they'll have to do to carry it back, whether to UK or to any other US base which has the servicing schedule. I'm not sure of that. But yes, the F-35s have been carried in C-17s, and this too can be carried.
I'm hearing Air Marshal Kapoor that it could be dismantled. It will have to be dismantled, right? It will have to be dismantled to be flown back.
Absolutely, absolutely. This aircraft now, the teams will come with equipment, probably the C-17 which comes will, or two aircrafts may come. It will bring in the equipment to dismantle this. It is not completely dismantled. It is just dismantled in a way so that the main body, the wings, the vertical fin and the lower part which houses the undercarriage and other parts be taken out, and then the specialized crane will lift this fuselage, and this has to be done with precise care so that absolutely no damage takes place.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. This is a it's been a story that is, been in the news for 19 days now, and everyone was wondering what's going on. At least now they know that it's going back, and it's really it's like I said. I mean, it's not a good thing for the Americans who've been trying to push this plane, to the Indians and to the table. But thank you, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. It's going back, and it's going back in a C-17. It will be flown back. It will take a lift back. Let's move on and get you the other big story that we are tracking here on Republic TV. The second big story and the second exclusive that we have for you on the show is on the Kavar Yatra. There's a controversy that erupted in Muzaffarnagar just ahead of the Yatra, and it's raising serious questions about identity, faith, and the communal undercurrents. You've heard the different kind of statements that are coming in from political parties, and this particular episode proves why there is an undercurrent. A man who claimed his name was Gopal working at a dhaba has now turned out to be Tajamul. Now, why did he fake his identity? Take a look at this story.
A major row has erupted in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar, just days ahead of the Kavar Yatra, one of the region's biggest religious gatherings. At the heart of this controversy is the Pandit Ji Vaishno Dhaba, where a worker identified as Gopal turned out to be someone else entirely. The man's real name is Tajamul, and he claims he was forced to assume a Hindu identity to keep his job at the dhaba. In a video that has now gone viral, Tajamul says he arrived at the eatery 3 months ago without any ID. He was told to go by the name Gopal, a name given, he says, to avoid controversy during the Kavar season. Tajamul has further alleged that he was harassed, beaten, and publicly humiliated when people suspected his real identity. He was reportedly asked to show his Aadhaar card and even unzip his pants as proof. As outrage spread, more voices have emerged from the same dhaba. Another worker, Suman, claims that multiple Muslim employees were using Hindu aliases. Zubair was working as Rajveer and Sanawar as Sonu. These claims have sparked massive backlash, especially among locals who feel deceived. More so because the dhaba carried a religious identity and was operating during a Hindu pilgrimage. Some groups allege it was a deliberate attempt to fool customers, while others believe that the workers were coerced out of fear. But the question lingers, how could the owner be completely unaware of such a serious issue at her own establishment? With communal tensions simmering and the Kawar Yatra approaching, local authorities may soon be forced to intervene. For now, the dhaba stands at the center of a growing storm over faith, identity, and trust.
And we spoke to Tajammol, who claimed he was Gopal, and that's the exclusive input on the show this evening. Here is that conversation.
तमाम जो नेता हैं उन्होंने इसी गोपाल के नाम पर ही आरोप लगाया, आतंकी तक कहा जो चेकिंग अभियान करने वाले थे, और ये पुलिस केस भी हुआ। लेकिन आपके नाम पर इतना बवाल हुआ है, आपको पता है? आपके इस झूठ के चक्कर में
झूठ बुलवाया मेरे पंडित जी ने।
आपने झूठ नहीं बोला, आपसे झूठ बुलवाया गया।
बुलवाया झूठ।
अभी भी आप पंडित की कह रहे हैं, पंडित जी का पूरा नाम अभी भी आप नहीं ले रहे हैं। बताइए पूरा नाम क्या है पंडित जी?
पूरा नाम
सनोवर।
सनोवर।
सनोवर, सनोवर है पंडित जी
जी।
तो सनोवर पंडित जी कैसे हो जाएंगे? तजुम्मुल पंडित जी हो सकते हैं क्या?
नाम धर रखा था ना
उन्होंने अपना नाम धर रखा था कि मुझे कोई बुलाए तो पंडित जी, तो ढाबा का नाम पंडित जी के नाम पर। वही सनोवर से पहले कौन काम करता था यहाँ पर?
पहले होटल पता, रिक्शा शर्मा पता है, पहले होटल।
कब से आप काम यहाँ का काम कर रहे हैं?
3 महीने से।
3 महीने से सनोवर ने आपको काम पर रखा
जी।
और उसके बाद वहां पर जुबैर कारीगर था।
वे तो चले गए थे उनसे पहले
चले गए।
पहले तो यहाँ शुरू में।
और आदिल भी काम करता था?
आदिल फिलहाल यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं।
आदिल काम कर रहा था ढाबे पर?
हाँ।
वो क्या करता था?
खाना पकाने में। आदिल
कौन था? आदिल कहाँ से आ गया? सनोवर नहीं, उसको भी वही सनोवर पर जिसे आप पंडित जी कह रहे हैं।
उसका लड़का था वो।
And on This Is Exclusive, we have another exclusive input on the elections that will be held in Tamil Nadu in the next few months, perhaps in 2026. And one of the key players in this election could be the PMK, which has in the past been an ally of the NDA as well. And Republic TV has spoken to PMK boss S. Ramadas. As of now, he is tight-lipped on the alliance with NDA. However, he maintains that whoever he allies with will likely win the election, as seen in the last few elections. He claims that the Prime Minister is a close friend and that he has spoken to him in the recent past. He is non-committal on whether he will go with the NDA or the Indy alliance. The Congress, meanwhile, has also tried to reach out to them. So here's that exclusive input.
இந்த நேரத்தில் முக்கியமான கேள்வின்றது வந்துட்டு பிஎம்கே பார்ட்டி பிரசிடெண்ட் யாருன்றது. ஏன்னா சில இதில் நீங்கள் தலைவர்னு நீங்கள் சொல்கிறீங்க, சில இடத்துல அன்புமணி ராமதாஸ் ஐயா அவர் தலைவர்ன்றது சொல்கிறாரு. அண்ட் அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ரீசெண்டாக அவர் வந்துட்டு நான் மன்னிப்பு கேட்குறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. ரீசெண்டாக அன்புமணி ஐயா வந்து நான் உங்ககிட்ட மன்னிப்பு கேட்குறேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. இது நடந்தால் பார்ட்டியோட இந்த இன்டர்னல் பார்ட்டி இஷ்யூ சால்வ் ஆகுமா?
இந்த பிரச்சனை தீர்றதுக்கு சுலபமான வழியை நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். செயல் தலைவராக ஓடி 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 உழைக்கணும், நான் வழிகாட்டணும், தலைவராக இருந்து வழிகாட்டணும். தேர்தல் நெருங்கிறது, அதனால் அவர் இளைஞர், நான் ஓடி ஓடி உழைக்க முடியாது. அதனால் ஓடி ஓடி உழைக்கிறவங்களுக்கு பேர் செயல் தலைவர். செயல் தலைவர் வீட்டில் உட்காந்துக்கின்னு டைரக்ட் பண்ணுறது தலைவர். தலைவர் வேலையை நான் செய்கிறோம், அந்த வேலையை செயல் தலைவர் அவர் செய்யணும். ரெண்டு பேரும் சேர்ந்து செய்தோம்னா கட்சி இன்னும் நமக்கு வேகமாக வளரும். தேர்தலை நல்லா கம்பீரமாக சந்திக்கலாம். பெரிய வெற்றியை நோக்கி நாம் போகலாம்.
ஐயா, இப்போது ரீசெண்டாக வந்து பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் நரேந்திர மோடி நீங்கள் தான் இருக்கிறதுலே சீனியர் மோஸ்ட் லீடர் இந்தியாவிலேயே, தமிழ்நாட்டிலையும் சரி இந்தியாவிலையும் சரி. ஸோ இது வந்துட்டு உங்களை மறைமுகமாக அவங்க பக்கம் இழுக்கிறதுக்காக செய்கிற வேலையாக நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
அதற்காக அவர் அந்த வார்த்தையை சொல்லலை, இழுக்கிறதுன்றதுலாம் அதற்காக அவர் சொல்லலை. எங்களுடைய நட்பு ரீதியாக நான் என்ன அவருக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருக்கு, அவரை எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருக்கு. அதனால் இதுக்கு ஏதாவது அர்த்தம் உள்நோக்கம் கற்பிக்கிறதுக்கு தவறு தானே.
இப்போது 2026 எலெக்ஷன் இன்னும் 10 மாதம் தான் இருக்குது. எல்லோரும் கேம்பெயின் ஆரம்பித்தாச்சு. பிஎம்கேவோட மெயின் கொள்கை எதுவாக இருக்கும்? ஒன்று பீங் தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருந்துட்டு என்ன தான் நம்ம முன்னேறி போனாலும் ஜாதி கணக்குன்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியமானதாக இருக்குது தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு. ஸோ இந்த நேரத்தில் பிஎம்கே எப்போவுமே எந்த பார்ட்டியில் இருந்திருக்கோ அந்த பார்ட்டி ஜெயிச்சிருக்கு ஹிஸ்ட்ரி படி பார்த்தா. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு 2026 படியோட உங்களோட ஒப்பீனியன் என்னவாக இருக்கும்?
நாங்கள் எந்த பக்கம் போகிறோமோ அந்த பக்கம் வெற்றி. இது வரைக்கும் அது மாதிரி இருந்தது. இடையில சில தவறுகள் நடந்திருக்கலாம், சில நாங்கள் வெற்றி பெற முடியாத ஒரு சூழல் ஏற்படலாம். ஆனால் இந்த தேர்தலில் 26 தேர்தலில் நாங்கள் எந்த கட்சியோடு கூட்டணி வைக்கிறோமோ அந்த கட்சிக்கு பெரும் வெற்றி கிடைக்கும். அந்த கட்சி தான் ஆளுங்கட்சியாக வரும்.
I'm taking a short break on This Is Exclusive, getting you more breaking news updates in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Co-powered by Century Ply, Club Prime, Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset set of satellites which were rather radar imaging satellites. the resolution was not very good. And we had GSAT, we had INSAT, but their orbiting time was very long. That means they will pass over an enemy target area, say after 4 hours, after 8 hours, because they were in polar orbit. So now a need was felt by Indian defense community that we should have...
Mid-air scare in SpiceJet. Window frame pops out. SpiceJet says no risk after mid-air window horror. DGCA summons SpiceJet, but is it too late? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
The annual Amarnath Yatra began this morning. The first batches of pilgrims set off from the twin base camps in Baltal and Nanwan. The Yatra started early morning from the twin tracks, the traditional 48-km Nanwan-Pahalgam route and the 14-km Baltal route. The batches of pilgrims, including men, women and sadhus, left from the Nanwan base camp in Pahalgam and Baltal base camp in Sonmarg area of central Kashmir's Ganderbal at the first light of the day.
भोलेनाथ को देखने जा रहे हैं। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि सदियों से हमारा परंपरा रहा। यही समय में अमरनाथ का शिवलिंग बने पूरा देश से, विश्व से। मैंने कल देख रही थी हमारे होटल में, बाहर देश से बहुत लोग हैं। ऐसे विश्व का लोग आए भगवान को देखे। हम सबको भगवान आशीर्वाद करे।
सबके लिए मैं अपने देश के लिए दुआ करती हूँ कि सब स्वस्थ रहे, तंदुरुस्त रहे और मस्त रहे।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। उम्मीद नहीं थी कि हम लोग यहाँ आएंगे। पहले जगताते मैं हालांकि मैं 2-3 साल से आ रही हूँ, बट पहली बार मैं पहले जगताते में मतलब पहली यात्रा पहले कर रही हूँ। अब बता नहीं सकते कितनी खुशी है।
The chants of Bam Bam Bole filled the air as the batches were flagged off by senior officials from the respective base camps. They will pay obeisance at the cave shrine, which houses the naturally occurring ice lingam formation. Stringent security arrangements have been put in place for the smooth conduct of the yatra. Thousands of security personnel from the police, CRPF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police and other paramilitary forces have been deployed to ensure security. Aerial surveillance will also be carried out.
ED exposes money laundering of Gandhis in court. ED unmasks conspiracy to siphon off AJL's assets. How Congress usurped rupees 2,000 crore assets against a 90 crore loan. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So.
Bogus SC caste survey conducted in Karnataka. CCTV exposes the reality of Congress caste survey. No enumeration, only sticker distribution. Debating tonight at 9:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smart screens to your smart television, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. There is a massive outrage erupting over the reported government's nod to the participation of Pakistan's hockey team in Asia Cup on Indian soil. Netizens are asking, why are we cherry picking? Have we forgotten the Pahalgam terror attacks so early? Next up, India's very own Shubman Gill has scripted history on English soil with a double century. Captain Gill leading from the front. Not just this, Tesla sales have plummeted to a new low, and we'll tell you why. Meanwhile, after Prada, another international brand, Dior, finds itself in the middle of a fresh controversy for stealing the Indian artistry. We have this more and a lot more packed up for today's show of Trending. I'm Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started. remove that stirred controversy, the Indian government has allowed Pakistan's hockey team to participate in upcoming Asia Cup being held in India. Now, sources in the Sports Ministry confirmed that all the necessary approvals, right from the Home Ministry to External Affairs, are already in place. This is as per our sources. Officials insist that India's policy has not changed, while bilateral sporting ties with Pakistan remain suspended in every sport. Viewers, participation in multinational tournaments hasn't been blocked. And in fact, the decision has triggered sharp reactions online. One social media user calls it shameful. Other has questioned, and I quote, "Why are we allowing the terrorist nationals into the country, that too for sports?" Meanwhile, a third user says, "We will never learn." In fact, I have with me sports journalist Shekhar Vijayan on the broadcast. He's joining us from Bengaluru. Well, Mr. Vijayan, we have always said that we will never forget and we will never forgive what Pakistan has done in Pahalgam. It bled innocent lives. And we have boycotted artists from Pakistan. There's a ban on these artists. You've seen the entire controversy recently around Hania Amir and the likes. But when it comes to sports, we see that the entire chronology remains the same. Back in 2023, the Pakistani team had visited India for the World Cup. The ties weren't great either. But after Pahalgam terror attack, when you say that Operation Sindoor is still underway, why can't we stop Pakistan from coming to India?
Rakshita, like you just said right at the beginning of this program, we don't forgive nor do we forget, right? I think we have a memory of an elephant, and that's going to be really important for India going forward. I find this very strange. At one point of time, you talk about Pahalgam, the government does what it does in terms of attacking Pakistan. Everybody knows what happened in those 20-odd days, which was sleepless nights for a lot of Indians across the border. And now you have a situation where the Pakistan hockey team is coming into India and you have sporting ties with them. Is the Indian sentiment not important? Are the lives not important? Is this really like how we want to manage things from going forward? The whole idea of, people say you should not make sports and politics together. But this is a complete no-no. You cannot negotiate or engage with a nation which sends terrorists to our country to kill them. As simple as that. And this is not the first time it's happening. It's happened earlier in the past. And I feel the government needs to take a very, very strong stand. Otherwise, we are just back to square one once again, where nobody will take us serious in the world stage. India will do what it has to do in terms of naming and shaming Pakistan for being terrorist. But doing this, playing with them, engaging with them, this Aman ki Asha will not really work, especially in hockey. And why are we rolling the red carpet out for them? Why are we doing that? I find it reprehensible. I find it very strange. And I really believe that are they not understanding the Indian sentiment? Are they not understanding what Indians really feel about what happened in Pahalgam?
Mr. Vijayan, I want to understand from you that is there any threat to India? Is there a threat of sanctions? Has there any hampering of our hosting rights in future that could happen because of that? Is it because of that, or is it just plain simple? We want to have harmony and not politicize sports. Is it as simple?
Rakshita, there are three things to this. One is I don't believe there is a threat of sanctions. I think India, we all know India is a great country. India is India is a superpower. India can demand. India can draw out a lot of things. I don't think there is a threat of sanctions. The second thing is, are we trying to play good all the time? This is the time to be great. This is the time to take a stand firmly in the sand and tell very clearly that we don't negotiate with terrorists. All the countries do that. Why can't India just do this? Why does India always have to play good guy all the time? You can still be good, and you can tell Pakistan very clearly, we won't play with you until you correct yourself, until you clear yourself. India at one point in time is going out in the world stage and telling everybody in the world. We had a consortium of ministers who went from the opposition and from the ruling party, who went outside India and went to different countries and told that Pakistan is a country which is responsible for the terror attacks. And still you have a situation where we are engaging with them right now. You want to play sports with them. I don't think there's a problem of sanctions right now. Even if there is a problem of sanctions, even if sanctions does happen, I think India needs to take a very, very firm stand and be very clear about where it stands vis-a-vis Pakistan. It cannot be, 50-50. It cannot be, doing it when you decide to do it. You have to have a very clear stand and stand by it. And right. I also believe it's very important for the Indian sentiment that we need to stand with the country as a whole.
Right. Finally, just very quickly from you, if I want to understand from you that, when India, you're saying we're trying to play good, but we've seen that in the past, be it, 1980 Olympics, we've seen that there was US-led boycott from 60 countries at least against Soviet Union invasion of Afghanistan. We've seen the boycott against South Africa as well. And we've seen that what happened, we've seen South Africa also changing its policy. Why not with Terroristan? Is it not possible to even, garner more support from other countries as well to isolate Pakistan completely?
It is, and I think our foreign policy is so good. We have such a strong government at the center. We've got such a strong foreign policy. I don't think there's any reason why we can't do that. See, the fact that we cannot even talk about Terroristan, like you said, or Pakistan in one breath, India speaks about it. You cannot even compare both the countries. We are at a different league altogether. Pakistan is at a different league altogether. We cannot compare. There are two ends of the sword.
Right.
And that just answers your question. I think India, diplomatically, India is at a stage right now where India can demand, can draw, can make the world listen to it, because India is at the edge of greatness. And I don't think there's any reason for us to not take a firm stand. We have to take a clear stand about where we stand vis-a-vis terrorism, because this is going to be the future for us otherwise.
Right, Mr. Vijayan, thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts on this story that's trending on social media today, viewers. We shift our focus to the good news we have from the world of sports. This is from the world of cricket. Shubman Gill, the newly made captain, the newly appointed captain of the Indian Test team, has slammed his maiden Test double century, and he has become the first Indian captain to score a double ton in England. Gill also broke Sunil Gavaskar's record, the 46-year-old record, to become the second youngest Indian captain to score a Test double ton overall. And in fact, we've seen that there's a lot of scrutiny of Shubman Gill's, he has been playing, of course, he's been sublime form, but his captaincy also, of course, has been under scanner. Coach Gambhir's, decision has also been, of course, under scanner. But this time, I think Shubman Gill is right now, all right, 230. All right, I'm told that he's still going strong. He's not tired after that double ton, the young Shubman Gill. And, he's leading from the front. He's a young captain. He's a fresh captain. And despite the challenge of playing on foreign soil, coming back from a defeat, we see that Shubman Gill is leading from the front, and he has touched the 230 mark now, 234, and he's shining with the bat. And, of course, a solid partnership is what we are witnessing in the middle right now in Edgbaston. So, we have Washington Sundar also going very, very steady. So Shubman Gill continues to plunder as India captain with the maiden Test double century. It's a record, and it's a 150 up partnership with Washington Sundar, the all-rounder Washington Sundar. Remember, his selection was also under scrutiny. But Washington Sundar there living up to the trust showed by the team management. And India, of course, has crossed the 500 mark, let me tell you, in the latest. And for the loss of 6 wickets, India is 519 as we speak. All right, we quickly shift our focus now to the other trending story. Tesla is headed for another year of shrinking sales after it posted a second straight drop of 13.5% in the quarterly deliveries, dragged down by CEO Elon Musk's right-wing political stances and an aging vehicle lineup that has turned off some buyers across the globe. We've seen that Musk's Tesla has been in trouble, and we've seen a lot of turmoil as far as Musk's foray into politics is concerned, his support and the sudden opposition to Trump that we've seen. Now, at the beginning of President Trump's term in January, when Musk was entrusted with overseeing Doge, his personal wealth was around $400 billion. However, after 6 months marked by controversies, resignations and internal disagreements, Musk's net worth has significantly dropped to $350 billion. And we see the flip-flop from Trump as well. Musk once aimed to steer the Trump administration, but with Tesla's stock tanking and his fortune shrinking, he's now been sidelined to the back seat. What began as policy clashes over tariffs and the big, beautiful bill spiraled into a fiery feud. Musk accused Trump of ties to Epstein, while Trump fired back, branding him senseless and a monster. The situation escalated to such an extent that Trump allegedly threatened Musk with deportation, and also prompting Musk to make a sudden U-turn and publicly praise Trump's leadership. Listen into what Trump has said.
I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter.
Now, the ongoing Musk-Trump saga has stirred division online, a debate online, particularly within the MAGA circles. Some are labeling Musk a traitor, while others hail him as the best thing to happen to Donald Trump. Meanwhile, critics are turning on Trump himself, accusing him of betraying Elon Musk and a guy with no concern about the national debt. All right, viewers, we now shift our focus to the other trending story. There are many personalities on social media that are actually now commenting on that, and they're divided in their opinions now. We'll continue to keep a close eye. Now we move on to other trending story. Dior's latest luxury collection stole the spotlight in Paris, but it became the talk of the internet for all the wrong reasons. Their $200,000 coat, crafted by 12 embroiders over 34 days, featured intricate embroidery that's eerily familiar to India. A fashion commentator online has claimed it's none other than India's ancient Mukaish technique, a traditional Lucknowi embroidery style that slowly is dying out, with very few Indian artisans still practicing it. The snub? Well, Dior did not give the Indian craft its due credit, just like what happened with the Kolhapuris. Now, the dust has not even settled on the whole Prada fiasco yet, the Prada Kolhapuri fiasco yet. Remember, viewers, Prada had come under fire just a couple of days ago for unveiling a new collection of open-toe slip-on style sandals, peddling Kolhapuri chappals as their own high-end designs. It was only after they faced massive backlash on social media that Prada finally acknowledged that their leather sandals were quote-unquote inspired by the Indian handcrafted footwear from Maharashtra and Karnataka region. And this has caused a massive outrage online, and rightfully so. This is the second instance of haute couture allegedly hijacking Indian heritage. A user commented on Instagram that it's unfortunate that the credit meant for Indian artisans has been thrown into oblivion. Another user says that they wished Indian embroiders or artisans got as much recognition as ateliers in France. A third user pointed out that this is colonization too. So yes, cultural colonization, cultural appropriation is on full display. We have Taha Ahmed joining us. He has covered the Lucknowi craft of Mukaish Badla extensively as well. Mr. Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us on Public TV.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
Yes, and we've seen that time and again, this cultural appropriation debate keeps coming up. With Dior, it has happened time and again. In the latest, we have the Mukaish work. How do you see this, because there is no way that India can actually assert and say that India deserves the due credit?
Of course. I mean, I always feel that India deserves the due credit, but there is also one problem with the mindset of our people. The thing is that we are always attracted to Western things. Why, I always ask these questions to people that why can't we go and buy all of these same things from the artisans itself? Why do we have to go to stores like Prada, like Gucci or Dior and buy their stuff of the same material that our artisans make? So that's a problem that I always like to highlight that exists with our mindset, that yes, after 78 years down the line, we have been decolonized, but our mindset is still the same. We are still impressed by the colonized things, the colonized way of looking at this world. So I feel that is a major problem, that why the Western countries, they do not give these due credit to us, because for them it is not important. For them, the representation of Indian artisans is not important at a global scale. So I feel this is a major problem, and also this is a dying craft. Like when I started working on it in 2016, there were around 20-25 last old Badla artisans who were in their 60s and 80s who used to do this craft. But eventually, slowly I have seen them fading away. The younger generation, they do not want to continue this craft. And I would tell you a very interesting thing, that there were 2 warehouses that I covered back in 2016 to 2018, and one of them, which was situated in the Husainabad gate, has now been closed, and there has been a tea shop that has opened up. So I also believe that we as Indians are also responsible for the same, that we also need to come up and give these artisans the due credit, and then fight at a global scale for the representation of any sort of Indian artisans, because India is a very diverse country, and all of these Western people. So I'll say that, this is something which is good also. Like, for example, the Indian community get represented overseas, but there is a major, dilemma that we have.
We have to be vocal for local, and of course take pride in our local artisans and the work, because India is we have from north to south, east to west, variety of, cultural artistry that is on display, and it's going global, and India should of course take pride in that. Thanks so much, Taha Ahmed, for joining us on Republic TV. Right, viewers, let's take a quick look at the trends that are running hot on the internet today. Terrifying video shows a plane struggling to land at Madeira Airport in Portugal, swaying and bouncing on the runway. The airport is notorious for its tricky approach and strong crosswinds, making it a challenging landing for pilots. Due to bad weather, 49 flights were cancelled on Tuesday. A skydiving plane carrying 15 people crashed near Cross Keys Airport in New Jersey after reporting engine trouble. Despite the severity of the crash, all passengers survived, though some suffered critical injuries. The outcome was deemed remarkable by the officials. Indian and French troops participated in a friendly tug-of-war during the Indo-French joint military exercise Shakti 8 at the Camp Larzac in France, and the exercise aims to strengthen the military ties between the two nations. Maharashtra Transport Minister Pratap Sarnaik disguised himself as a rider to bust Rapido's illegal operations right outside the Mantralaya. Despite an official ban, the app accepted bookings, proving the ban's poor enforcement. The bike taxi policy in the state remains stuck even as officials crack down on the violators. The 19-year-old world champion Dee Kogesh is in a joint lead with Carlsen after day one, defying the Norwegian legends claim that he's weak in the fast formats. Kogesh has beat Firoza and Pragnananda, silencing critics including Carlsen himself, who had doubted his rapid blitz skills. In fact, tonight he's all set to face Carlsen. Actor and fitness icon Milind Soman, who's 60 years in age, cycled 90 kilometers and ran 21 kilometers each day from Mumbai to Goa as part of the 5th Fit India run, covering the entire Konkan stretch. He called the annual endurance feat a fitness check and hoped it inspired others to get fitter. Dramatic scenes unfolded in Mumbai when the wall of his society collapsed in the Airoli Sector 20. This happened amid the construction work. 4 motorcycles parked near the wall also fell into the nearby pit. An elderly shopkeeper in Thane was slapped repeatedly by MNS workers for refusing to speak Marathi. While an FIR has been registered, no arrests have been made so far. State ministers condemned the assault but reiterated that Marathi should be used in Maharashtra. Liverpool and Portugal forward Diogo Jota, 28-year-old, died in a car crash in Spain along with his brother. The vehicle veered off-road and caught fire. Just 10 days ago, he married his longtime partner. She is survived by her, and he survived by her and their 3 children. Club players and fans are mourning a shocking and heartbreaking loss. In this edition of Trending, we'll be right back with Super Prime Time Max with Arnab Goswami. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset set of satellites which were rather, radar imaging satellites. The resolution was not very good, and we had GSAT, we had INSAT, but their orbiting time was very long. That means they will pass over an enemy target area, say after 4 hours, after 8 hours, because they were in polar orbit. So now a need was felt by Indian defense community that we should have a series of satellites which should have 2-3 special requirements.
Sports Ministry sources say Pakistan hockey team will travel to India for the Asia Cup.
NPR को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, इस सिस्टम को इम्प्लीमेंट करना अभी फिजिबल नहीं है। इसलिए जो बाकी स्टेट्स के अंदर जब आप बाकी जिस तरीके से NCR के अंदर जब आप इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, साथ में तब तक हम भी अपने आप को टेक्नोलॉजिकली इसको जानकारी लेकर उसके बाद ही इसको भी हम भी इम्प्लीमेंट करने की स्थिति में होंगे।
It's a huge Republic impact. Under the pressure from the common man, Delhi government reconsiders old car ban policy. SpiceJet flight window panel pops out of its socket. Airline downplays incident, calls it a cosmetic window frame. DGCA pulls up SpiceJet. Karnataka police officer who has tendered resignation after humiliation by Karnataka Chief Minister after the latter nearly slapped him has now resumed work. Samik Bhattacharya appointed as the new West Bengal BJP chief.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने धर्म पूछ करके लोगों की हत्या करने का काम किया, वही काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है।
After ST Hassan, another Samajwadi Party leader insults Hindu faith republic, questions SP leader Ravidas Mehrotra. Another huge win. Arnab hits 83.6%. Viewership swells even further.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I'd liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life.
ED exposes money laundering of Gandhis in court. ED unmasks conspiracy to siphon off AJL's assets. How Congress usurped rupees 2,000 crore assets against a 90 crore loan. Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Pakistan hockey team cleared for Asia Cup in India. Has Hockey Association forgotten Pahalgam attack? Why Pakistan players should never be allowed in India? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. scare in SpiceJet. Window frame pops out. SpiceJet says no risk after mid-air window horror. DGCA summons SpiceJet, but is it too late? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m. Pakistan hockey team cleared for Asia Cup in India. Has Hockey Association forgotten Pahalgam attack? Why Pakistan players should never be allowed in India? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. ED exposes money laundering of Gandhis in court. ED unmasks conspiracy to siphon off AJL's assets. How Congress usurped rupees 2,000 crore assets against a 90 crore loan. Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Pakistan hockey team cleared for Asia Cup in India. Has Hockey Association forgotten Pahalgam attack? Why Pakistan players should never be allowed in India? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Mid-air scare in SpiceJet. Window frame pops out. SpiceJet says no risk after.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, huge controversy over reports that the Pakistan hockey team has been given clearance to play in the World Cup, upcoming Asia Cup in India. Mid-air window scare on SpiceJet, the terribly managed, terribly run airline. Window pops out and we all get a casual response from the SpiceJet management. And at 9 o'clock tonight, it's justice time as far as the great case of corruption against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are concerned. Will they be convicted? And ladies and gentlemen, as per sources, we are told that the Indian government has granted clearance, as per sources, for the Pakistan hockey team to participate in the upcoming Asia Cup in Rajgir and the FIH Men's Junior World Cup in Tamil Nadu. The Asia Cup is scheduled to be held in Rajgir, Bihar from 27th August to 7th September. And ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe this. How can we let this happen? It's just about less than a few weeks after Operation Sindoor. And how quickly we forget. Pahalgam was attacked, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few weeks back, the blood is not dry yet. The sentiments of the people of the country are totally clear. And here we are. We want to let these Pakistanis rub it in by flying to India, by waving their flag on our soil, and we, 100 140 crore Indians will sit and watch them play cricket on our soil. And I say tonight, this is not done. This is a decision which must be rolled back. It must be rolled back because we, the people of India, are not okay with it. And why? If we don't play cricket with them, why do we want to play hockey? We refuse to play the Champions Trophy in Pakistan. We forced a shift to Dubai. Republic ran a campaign. And after 26 Indians are butchered by the Pakistanis, why should we welcome their hockey team here? There is blood on their hands, not sweat. We have to make them pay. We have to be clear and determined. We must not be a flip-flop situation on these issues. And if anybody changes their mind, we, the people of India, must put pressure so it's rolled back. Ladies and gentlemen, in May last year, quite rightly asking, will you invite someone abusing you to a marriage in your family? Certainly not. These were the words of S. Jaishankar. Mr. S. Jaishankar, I ask those questions back at you. S. Jaishankar ruled out the possibility of the resumption of bilateral India-Pakistan cricket ties till Pakistan completely shuns terrorism and terrorists. We say we will not let the waters flow into Pakistan, but we'll welcome their players here. Why this hypocrisy? What's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, if Pakistani players are not allowed to play in the IPL because they can't play in India, if their film stars are not allowed to act in our movies, then why should their hockey team be allowed to play on Indian soil? In 2016, the Pakistan Kabaddi team was denied entry for the Kabaddi World Cup. How is hockey different? What is so special about hockey? I am opening the phone lines tonight, and if you're watching this video on any digital streaming device, I am requesting you, raise your voice with me. No hockey with Pakistan. It is an insult. It is an insult to the memory of the 26 people who Pakistan butchered, that we should be garlanding these people on our soil and watching them unfurl their flag on our soil. People are saying, some sources are telling us, oh, it's got to do with Olympic rules. Well, damn the Olympic rules. We don't care about Olympic rules. Some people say, oh, it's about if we don't follow these rules, then how will we ever host the Olympics in India? I don't care if we don't host the Olympics in India. But I don't want my national interest compromised as one part of a big lead up to one day hosting the Olympics on our soil. This is a matter of my immediate pride, my forever pride. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't forget what happened in Pahalgam. Not because those people who were working for the Indian government, they were a threat to anyone, because they were Indians and they were Hindus, because they were Sanatanis, because they chose to go to Kashmir, where Kashmiri Hindus have been thrown out. It was a deliberate act of butchery of Hindus in Pahalgam. 26 people were killed at point blank range because they were not Muslim, and you want us to play hockey with Pakistan. What is happening? Who's given this clearance? Who's given this clearance? I want an official clarification. If this is true, then it's unacceptable. But if it is happening just like that, in the presumption that nobody will notice, well, they are noticing. If it is not true, then we should be told they will not be allowed. 26 people were asked to recite the kalma, identified as Hindu or non-Muslim rather, and then killed, and now you want to play hockey with them. Newly-wed women were widowed and told, "Jaake Modi ko batao," as a challenge to our Prime Minister. And today we want to give a red carpet welcome to their Pakistani hockey players. It's been 72 days since Pahalgam. How am I, how are you, how are we supposed to forget the massacre of our people 72 days ago and exchange sports pleasantries with them? How convenient! How convenient! I hope this is not true. But if it is true, we must oppose it. Because, as I said, the blood of 26 Indians is still not dry. We can't have moral schizophrenia that leads us to strike terrorist camps in POK and attack them with the BrahMos one day and welcome their hockey players the next day. Can you imagine Israel allowing a Hamas-linked team to compete in a football match in Tel Aviv? Can you imagine Israel welcoming a Hezbollah, Hamas, or even an Iranian football team to play football in Tel Aviv? Would Israel host a Gaza football team after October 7th? Then why do we do it? Would the Americans allow a North Korean delegation into New York? I don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, how is a nation that runs the Lashkar-e-Toiba, that gives sanctuary to Dawood Ibrahim, be treated like a neutral sporting participant? They are not. They must be thrown out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not diplomacy. This is dishonor. And dishonor we cannot have. We cannot be so desperate for international approval or for the opportunity one day to host the Olympics, one day, that we will compromise on this now. No compromise, ladies and gentlemen, I say, and I hope you say this with me loud. No compromise. No hockey with Pakistan. Let's debate.
The Asia Cup, a prestigious tournament in the hockey calendar, is now marred by controversy. This as Pakistan hockey team is set to travel to India for the 2025 Asia Cup. Given the tense relations between India and Pakistan, questions are now being raised on the wisdom of hosting such a high-profile event in India and the entry of the Pakistani team.
Back in 2023, we saw that Pakistan team visited India to participate in the World Cup, the Cricket World Cup. Now in 2025, we again are understanding that the Pakistan team will be playing on Indian soil. Now remember, this is coming in the aftermath of the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack. India has broken off all diplomatic ties, but why the same cannot happen in this event? Well, our sources tell us that it cannot be done in a multinational tournament. But we've seen boycott of several countries in the past. Remember the boycott in 1980, the Olympics in 1980. US led the biggest ever boycott. That was led by it. 60 countries had participated in that boycott against the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Not just that, South Africa for the longest time had also faced isolation. It had faced boycott due to apartheid. Why can't the same happen in case of Terroristan is the question that is looming.
The 2025 edition of the Asia Cup is scheduled to take place in Rajgir, Bihar from August 27th to September 27th. The charter is akin to the constitution of the Olympic movement and stresses on sports as a tool for promoting international peace and cooperation. The violation of the Olympic Charter by blocking any rival nation's participation can hamper India's chances of hosting future tournaments. This as India is aiming to become hosts of the 2036 Olympic Games. However, in cricket, India and Pakistan don't play bilateral series, and at International Cricket Council events hosted by one of the two countries, the team play each other at a neutral venue. As the controversy surrounding the 2025 Asia Cup continues to grow, one thing remains clear: it's nation first, always and forever.
General Bakshi is with us, Saurabh Shukla is with us. He's totally outraged, as are you tonight, as are you viewers. Because the problem with these sports things is they say, oh, let sports go on. We are sports people. We must play. Nonsense. People will never forgive or forget Atul Vasan, Mir Rajan Negi, former hockey player, former goalkeeper of the Indian men's national field hockey team. I start with Atul Vasan. You know, I just asked this question, would Israel invite an Iranian football team? No. But we want to welcome a hockey team. And tomorrow, so that the cricketers say, why not us? हमें तो बहुत पैसा मिलेगा. हम इंडिया पाकिस्तान कर करके बेच पे हमें बहुत पैसा मिलता है. This has to be stopped, and let me tell you, Atul, it is going to be stopped. Your take.
Basically, I was also of the view, but you gave the example which is slightly different because they are currently at war. When we were actually fighting, when the war was on.
Operation Sindoor is on.
But I think in these times, because when international pressure is there for sports and all, and you don't want to be ostracized and all that, and if they are willing to come, because they have
what ostracized means
always said that, okay, we will also not travel, but they are traveling. And I think if
they are traveling, so they're doing us a favor. But I don't want to see the Pakistan flag
totally out,
on my soil.
Play with them each other. But I think in these events, which is going to affect our chances to move to Olympics and all that, there's no other way out unless they give you leverage that you can abstain and you will still be eligible. So I think these multinational tournaments, according to situation, we
what
are
situation?
Not
you can't force it down my throat. I'm a sovereign country.
Let us trust the government on this.
My sovereignty is more important.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah,
they're a terrorist country. They kill my people. They carried out Pahalgam.
Hamas and Israel is also the wrong example. If we were at war, which we were for 3.5 days.
We are at war. What do you mean 3.5 days?
So your narrative is different to the government.
No, it's not. The government has said Operation Sindoor is on.
Government of India.
The government of India has said Operation Sindoor is on.
So you want to contradict the government decision?
I am not contradicting. I am questioning the government. Yes, I am. I don't have a right to, is it?
So because they must have taken all the things.
They may take, but they must understand public sentiment also.
So do you think they would have taken the sovereignty issue before taking decision?
I'm sure they have, but they've taken the wrong decision in case they have.
You're more loyal than the king. No, you're not.
No, what do you mean? There is no king in our country. There is no kingdom. For you, there may be.
But you are trying to be.
I am not at all. I am saying why treat cricket and hockey differently.
Government has shown.
I am saying why treat cricket and hockey differently. We did not even go to Pakistan to play the Champions Trophy. That was before Pahalgam. That was before 26 Indians were massacred by Pakistani terrorists. Joining the debate right now, we have General G.D. Bakshi. General G.D. Bakshi, you heard Atul Vasan's argument. This is what makes my blood boil. So there's a lobby in our country which wants to go down to business as usual kind of argument. They're very... Oh, yes, they want to.
Arnab, the thing is in that one statement that you made at the outset. Operation Sindoor is still on. Our government says it is only a pause. There is no ceasefire. There is no agreement. So what the hell is this hockey match all about? There are some nutcases in this country who would go out of business if, they can't have a love fest with Pakistan. It will start with a hockey match, then the cricket teams will flood us, and then the Mushaira Walas will come singing their bloody ghazals. While even the mourning periods wouldn't have ended in a number of homes. They'd still be in mourning. 26 Indians killed is small change. Add one Nepali to it, and there were another 17 wounded. I mean, the wailing of those women has still not died out. I distinctly remember, and it hit me so hard, Arnab, to see our girls crying, sobbing bitterly, calling for help, and people telling them, tension mat lo, pani piyo. तो आप भी हमें पानी पिला रहे हैं साहब. And like you very rightly said, this is a democracy. And I think the government will have to be very, very sensitive to public opinion.
Because this is the kind of mistake that Congress governments used to make earlier. I hope the BJP government doesn't make it, because there was a Lahore declaration in February 1999. Vajpayee took a bus to Lahore, right? And then he got his just reward with Kargil. The mastermind was General Parvez Musharraf. We let our guard down, we change our line, we're going to suffer. Mir Ranjan Negi, I'm sure you do not place national interest behind hockey interest.
Yes, Arnab. Actually, this is not just about hockey. It's a profound message of a sports diplomacy, bridging decades of political intricacies and complexity. You won't believe I am, for the first time, ready to take firing from you. I know I am in the firing range, but being a sportsman, I always stand by my country. But despite all the adverse situations and this volatile atmosphere which we have witnessed due to the Pakistan's nefarious activities, I feel that sports still continues to have this.
Why should sports be exempt? I mean, let's open up everything. By your logic, Niranjan Negi, by your logic, let's open the Atari Wagah border, evening celebrations. Let's start having samosa parties there. Let's allow Pakistani actors into Bollywood. Let's start our Aman Ki Asha Brigade, the bus and train services. Let's start people-to-people ties. Let's even give them the water. Why have the Indus Waters Treaty suspended? This is symbolic. And the Pakistanis, Saurabh, are going to use this to the hilt.
Absolutely. And if I can come in, Negi Saab, I have the highest respect for our sports persons, our sports teams. But this is not the time. We are in a state of war with Pakistan. Let's admit the reality. Our brave armed forces have given them a fitting reply, and Operation Sindoor is still on. I would expect every sports person on this panel, both Atul and Negi Saab, to speak in one voice to say that we will not play with Pakistan till the time they do not stop this specter of terrorism that they're unleashing on the people of India. We, as people of India, have to stand together against Pakistan. And anytime you play a match with them, you make it normal for them. Enough and more Pakistanis. In fact, there are videos which have surfaced. Atul, you should see the videos of Pakistani cricketers who are mocking.
Yes, I understand that.
Of how they back down. This is the time for a national solidarity.
I agree with you. And I'm sure with
or a sporting interest. Sport can build bridges with rational.
I don't think the Modi government will allow this. I don't think the Prime Minister will allow this. I don't think the Prime Minister will allow this. I don't think the Prime Minister can clear this. I'm sure this will be reconsidered.
We will not allow these sporting teams to come to India till the time Pakistan stops.
So that could be something which I agree with you, that they should not be allowed to come to India. If you are playing in another place and it's like Olympics, what do you do? If you abstain, you lose out a medal chance. But, because the government must have taken everything into consideration. And I think just playing them bilaterally is an issue. And I always believe that, yes, you are right in a way. But at that time of intensified war, we are always in Cold War. But I think government must have
we are not in Cold War. We are in a Atul.
Because I don't want to question them because they must have got
Atul, I am going to open the lines, but I would like to tell everyone as of now that the government has not put it on record where they stand.
Then
I am sure that, the same government is sending people around the world, all these MPs, to say, how Pakistan sponsors terrorism. All these countries will ask us, General Bakshi, that on the one side, you keep saying that this is a terrorist country and then you let them wave their national flag on your soil. You welcome their players with a red carpet. They have not given you an official apology, no cooperation, not even an acknowledgement. They attacked us back during Operation Sindoor, and then they get to walk into our soil with sticks and jerseys as if nothing happened. This is going to be a humiliation. This is going to be demoralizing for our armed forces. It will be demoralizing for the armed forces of India. The government, if true, has to roll this policy back. General Bakshi, what impact will this have on our armed forces? If true.
Absolutely, Arnab. You said it. We've lost boys in Op Sindoor. I hope people know that. It's not just the 26 tourists who were killed. We've shed blood, Indian blood. It may not have been a very high toll to pay because of our technological superiority. But there have been homes, military homes, where the lights have gone out because they have lost their loved ones too. Nobody is counting them. Arnab, I hope we've heard Field Marshal or Field Marshal Asim Munir's rant that he gave in the Pakistan Military Academy, Kakul, just recently. He has reiterated that Kashmir is a jugular vein. We will support the so-called struggle of the Kashmiri people, etc.
I hope the government stops this. This used to be the Congress party, the Congress government kind of approach. I hope the peaceniks are not going to let this work. I hope there are no peaceniks in this government. C.R. Reiter is our first caller this evening on an outrageous piece of news that we got about the hockey team of Pakistan being garlanded and welcomed back on our soil. Mr. Reiter, what do you think?
Arnab, I find it disgusting.
So do I, sir, if it's true.
I find it very, very disgusting. You are a person who speaks openly.
Sir.
Do you mind if I speak equally openly?
Yeah.
On one side, we try to show the world that we are strong people. We go from nation to nation talking about terrorism. And on the other side, you are bringing all this in the picture. I feel ashamed.
I agree with you, Mr. Writer. This has to be stopped. We can do this together. We can do this together, though. If we come together, and the Republic is the center. We have the Nationalist Collective. I call upon all the members of the Nationalist Collective. There are thousands to come together and express your views clearly on our Twitter handle and elsewhere. The Nationalist Collective and the Republic Network together will push this agenda. Anuradha from Kolkata. Anuradha, what do you think?
Yes, Arnab, it's a pleasure talking to you, and thanks for taking up this issue which matters to us all. Our Honorable Prime Minister tells us that water and blood cannot flow together. Then how can terror and sports happen at the same time? We all love that. It's good to be a sportsman, but it's also good to be, we have to be a nationalist first. And how can we forget those 26 lives lost?
I think some people are trying to build a separation between the two events. And I think what's happening is, as I go to Shweta from Bhubaneswar, some people, maybe in the government outside, are trying to make excuses to make this happen. The principal excuse being put, Atul, is indirectly that, look here, we may be putting a bid for Olympics ourselves.
Yeah.
If we don't allow Pakistan today to play here, will we stop Pakistan from participating in the Olympics, which we bid for, I think, in 2036 or something? Then the Olympic Association will feel one of the reasons to disqualify India is that India will not allow Pakistan to play. My view on that is radical. I say I don't want the Olympics in my country. In that case, not at the cost of compromising with Pakistan.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a compromise. I think because, I agree with you on this part that Pakistani players coming to India is a no-no. If this was otherwise, if Asia Cup in many sports is only surviving of India-Pakistan, forget cricket. So if India abstains to play Pakistan elsewhere, then this whole system collapses.
No, I'm saying, I'd go so far as to say, I do not care if India does not get an opportunity to host the Olympics. What happened to Qatar?
We just played a chess match. Under 16 match was just played between.
No, I think we should not allow this. Shweta from Bhubaneswar.
Not allow them to come to India. I agree with you. No.
Yeah, Shweta.
Yes, Arnab.
What do you think?
So, after the tragedy in Pahalgam, engaging with Pakistan in any form is a grave insult. Like, be it hockey or diplomacy, we cannot just play games with a nation that fuels terror, right?
We are.
Until the peace is made, a proper agreement is done, we should not engage with the terrorist country, I feel.
But Shweta, I don't understand how this is happening. Saurabh, how is this happening? And who could have thought this? Did they not anticipate the reaction like
this? Really baffles me. This is really baffles me, and I hope, as you...
I'm told it's gone through various levels of ministerial approval.
No, I hope...
How can Mr. Jaishankar clear this?
Including the Prime Minister's office and our security establishment, which takes a very serious view of this matter, is watching this broadcast, and we should stop this immediately, because as the sentiment is, you see the public sentiment, and I'm glad my fellow sports panelists are also now echoing our voice, because we believe that this is not the time. You have to realize that you send a very strong, a very, very different message to the world, that the moment you normalize things with Pakistan, they get off the hook. This is not the time to play sporting event with them or any other engagement.
Our immediate foreign policy will be compromised. I don't think whoever's given this clearance has thought this through.
Compromise till you stop terrorism.
No, our foreign policy will be compromised. This is not acceptable. Because we'll be a laughing stock globally, General Bakshi. We'll be told that you're busy improving your sporting relations while talking about how they are a terrorist state. Mr. Negi, you want to say something, is it? Yeah, go on, Mr. Negi.
Yes, Arnab. See, this is not a friendly match. It is not a test match. It is not some joyous match. It is a World Cup. It is the Asia Cup. It is
stop them. See, you see, Mr. Negi, Mr. Negi.
Don't play the Olympics. And suppose India holds the Olympics, and you say, don't, I will not allow Pakistan.
Yeah, we will not allow
This
Pakistan.
is not done.
Yeah, we won't. See, that's a long way off. If by 2036 Pakistan behaves itself, we'll allow them in. The point is, we have to learn to negotiate. If you have to be good negotiators. This is going to compromise our foreign policy, our domestic policy, our internal security policy, our national security policy, and not just our sporting policy. We are trying to use sports to put out a white flag. In other words, I would think, General Bakshi, the reality is there are already people within the government, even this government, unfortunately then, who want to put out a white flag only because the public pressure are not able to do it. But they want to do it through the back door. We don't want it through the back door. No backdoor business here. This is not the Congress government. We have to push our way through. General Bakshi, what do you think? General Bakshi, Atul Vasan, lines are hot tonight. General Bakshi.
You know, Arnab,
General Bakshi and Atul.
You've put the finger on that pulse. The simple fact of the matter is that there is a strong lobby in India which has to hell with public opinion, to the blazes with the people who are crying, sobbing, orphans, widows. I mean, they don't give a tuppence. They just want to go on to business as usual, and I do suspect, Arnab, many of them are trying to play to the tune of people outside this country, right? Why did we walk out of the Shanghai Cooperation Meeting, SCO? Why did we refuse to sign that document there? For the simple reason that it made no mention of Pahalgam. We refused to sign. We said we do not own up to this document. We are not part of it. And today you say we are playing hockey. People will say, what the hell what hooky
I think
are you up
there
to?
has to be a middle ground.
What hooky are you up to? Decide, man. What do you want to do?
You have to understand.
Want to be all love and friendship with Pakistan, ice cream and the rest of it? Or do you want to retaliate for the damage caused to the people of India? You know,
so I think
26
Arnab
Indians
is right
killed is small change, and we have another 9-10 people killed during Operation Sindoor. Small change. Let's get back to this thing. You know, Arnab, I'll tell you, this is a deeply rooted mindset. You know, General Bajwa, about 6 years back, had asked India for a ceasefire on the line of control. Why did he want a ceasefire? Because he wanted to sort out Afghanistan and put the Taliban in charge. You know, he did that. He got a Taliban government there. But we held on to that stupid ceasefire till Pakistan violated it during Op Sindoor. You know, even Op Sindoor, people were a little reluctant to do away with a beloved ceasefire. I mean, are you nuts? Can you not speak in one voice?
No, I don't think government is nuts.
A word called hypocrisy?
I'm sure, there must be a lot of talk on this. And
hypocrisy.
The middle ground. Let me.
What middle ground?
Moderate. I agree.
I don't want a middle ground with Pakistan.
I agree with all of it.
I don't want a middle ground with Pakistan.
But you can't call the decision maker nuts, please. And
no, one second. The fact of the matter is that there is a report. There is a report. I'm sure, I hope it's not true, right? The point is that if we allow this, then we are getting back to business as usual, Atul. We're getting back to a territory. We're opening the door again. And I believe the door should remain permanently shut.
So I think, what would have happened is that if India would have said that we will not allow Pakistan players to come to India, they had to find another way. That, like in cricket, even if we don't play Asia Cup. By the way, we are going to play Asia Cup and Pakistan, and we are in the same pool. That remains to be seen on 7th September.
What Asia Cup? What Asia Cup?
Because hockey.
What Asia Cup?
Different. Hey, hockey system is different.
No,
hockey because you get.
You're saying on cricket also we'll start playing. Okay, so here's one thing. This is therefore perhaps being used as an example to cool down tempers. The cricket board would love to see this happen, because the moment this happens, the cricket board will say, "Abhi hum bhi khelenge unke sath."
नहीं करेंगे because
No, you can't allow this. There should be a permanent stop.
Because Asia Cup, you have to get qualifying points to qualify for Olympics and all.
Which country is more important sporting nationally, India or Pakistan? We put the pressure. Let the world choose whether they want India to play or Pakistan to play.
But, okay, so we shouldn't have allowed them to come to India. Period.
And we won't allow them to come to India. That's my point. That's what General Bakshi said. We won't allow them to come to India. Also. So we don't even know the reasons for what this reason has been, because I agree. There is no reason.
I'm surprised also.
General Bakshi.
There must have been a
No. 1 second. 1 second, please. 1 second. Arnab, South Africa, was it allowed to attend the Olympics? Where were all those highfalutin sporting principles? South Africa was kept out because of the abominable behavior of the apartheid regime. This is another apartheid regime in Pakistan. So if South Africa could be kept out, why can't Pakistan be kept out of the Olympics? They should be kicked out of the Olympics.
That's a totally
and they can't keep killing Indians
example.
for sport. And we can't have hypocrisy here.
Indian Hockey Association must clarify this.
Here. One day,
that happens,
blow hot, blow cold,
body,
you decide what you want, man.
Ask Pakistan to be shunned out,
Our Raksha Mantri had to, on principle, said, we won't sign the Shanghai Cooperation Organization communique. We won't sign that agreement. Period. It doesn't mention Pahalgam.
For the Pakistani players.
Here you are saying, arey to hell with Pahalgam. We are playing hockey. Don't play hooky with me. Don't play footsie with the Indian public.
Yeah.
They are not impressed.
Well said, sir.
Will we die? Will our economy come to a blinking collapse if we don't play hockey or cricket with Pakistan? To hell with Pakistan. A plague on their house. I mean, they are murderers. Mass murderers. They are as abominable as the apartheid regime was in South Africa. The world refused to play with South Africa.
Example.
They weren't invited to any Olympics. So what are you talking about Olympics? South Africa, was it not kept out of the Olympics?
And was Russia not suspended after the invasion of Ukraine? Was Russia not suspended from the Olympics after the invasion of Ukraine?
So let's
No. So we don't have any clout?
Why?
We're a smaller nation.
Suspending Pakistan. Let Olympics suspend it.
We're less determined.
You want to suspend Pakistan from?
Or we are not willing. I say to the people of India and to members of the Nationalist Collective and believers of Republic, we as a nation must be ready to make sacrifices. The government must say to the sports persons, we will make a sacrifice. If the world doesn't want to play with us because we won't allow Pakistan, we will make the sacrifices necessary. No country, Atul, becomes a great country without the ability to make sacrifices. I don't want the Olympics in my country if it comes at the cost of compromising with Pakistan, Saurabh. I don't want it.
So if
corporates may want it. Big corporate houses with individual interests may want it. I have no such interest.
You still
People of India have no such interest. नहीं खेलेंगे उनके साथ.
Thousands of sports.
Atul,
they will make sacrifice. You won't make any sacrifice if this doesn't happen.
Let them make a sacrifice. I'm willing to make whatever sacrifices I need to.
If India doesn't play any sport.
Yeah, you know this Bollywood brigade, this sports brigade. Jaldi film stars ko lao. Jaldi उनके साथ ठीक करो. Damn it, I don't want it. I don't want it on my country. My country is burning tonight, Saurabh. Our country, should I tell you, lines are burning tonight. Our country is burning, seething at this news.
There is a sense of outrage. Arnab, the public sentiment is very...
People are to be taken for granted, Atul. One day you tell them, we all against Pakistan. One day you say, chalo, abhi hamari agreement ho gayi, unko khelne do.
I would always believe, government people who have taken this call, they must have...
Well, the government can also reconsider a call. It won't be the first time or the last time that the government will reconsider something.
Our job as media persons to show anyone the mirror. We have to reflect the public reality. The reality today is that there is an overwhelming sentiment against any ties with Pakistan. Till the time they stop terrorism and hand over those fugitives who are perpetrators of terrorist attacks in India. That should not change, because otherwise we dilute our stand, we become a laughing stock globally. Whatever it is, you have to be standing with a strong spine today. That's what the world respects today. They respect a strong India, India which can stand and send out a clear message that we will not.
You will not allow their YouTube handles. You will not allow their OTT platforms. You will not allow, their film stars to act in India. You will not allow to play cricket. But halke say you want to go and play hockey with? No, it will not be allowed.
So you think government is halke doing this?
I am saying if the government has taken this decision, it is a wrong decision.
Well,
you'll arrest me for saying that.
You must not question, because they have other things to consider also. And I think this hockey, I agree with you that allowing Pakistani players to come here is an issue.
You consider them, we want.
Right to play this.
We want.
Good for larger.
We want. I stand with General Bakshi on it. We want.
Somewhere else, And this is the problem, because they should have said that we can play this match.
No. They thought ये सब media में report नहीं होगा. अभी media में हो गया ना.
Most people lives will be at stake if we get ostracized by the world body.
Okay, I'm willing to be ostracized, but I will not compromise on national interest.
You're still here.
All of us should be ready to pay the consequences, including you.
Allow me to come in for a minute.
All the players.
I think Atul, for national interest, I think you should realize for national interest, everything else should be set aside. It's the country first, nation first.
What the government
that
has
should
done.
be the
Because
for everybody.
The national interest
It doesn't matter. Sporting events can happen. But at this moment, our principal stand should come out that we will not have any normalcy in relationship with Pakistan.
I'll still give the benefit of doubt to the government.
No, okay, let's see what the government says. I have to move on to my next debate. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that. Now, a SpiceJet aircraft had a remarkably horrendous incident when the window frame came loose mid-air. It just came out. Despite this alarming incident, the airline gives a casual and templated response. Just another example of the arrogance of the airlines. Here it is.
Passengers on board a Goa to Pune flight had a panic moment when they witnessed one of the window frame off. The incident occurred on Tuesday evening when a window panel was found dislodged while the plane was mid-air. The passenger who shared the video on social media wrote that the whole interior window assembly just fell off mid-air. The airline tried to play it down by calling it a cosmetic issue and claiming that there was absolutely no safety risk. Ministry of Civil Aviation has sought reports on action from the DGCA. Like in the case of Air India, it is not an isolated incident in case of SpiceJet. In the last 5 years itself, there have been many spate of incidents. In 2021, SpiceJet Boeing 737 flying from Delhi to Dubai had to return after its engine suffered a failure. In June 2022, SpiceJet Delhi to Jabalpur flight experienced a pressurization failure at 6,000 feet right after takeoff. A month later, in July 2022, smoke was detected in the cabin of SpiceJet's Delhi to Jabalpur flight. In the same month, another SpiceJet flight faced a fuel indicator malfunction issue. Last month, SpiceJet's Hyderabad to Tirupati flight witnessed a technical snag shortly after takeoff. From technical snag to cabin pressurization to smoke detection and now the window frame dislodging mid-air, SpiceJet has been taking the passengers on a ride. Sky-high prices but no safety assurances. Can the regulatory body fix accountability for airlines?
New trend in the country, Khatara Airlines. Khatara, a colloquial word for something that doesn't work, is defunct, obsolete, badly managed, or basically junk. Are these junk airlines? Captain Sujit Panesar, I want to start with you. Parvez on the other side. Parvez Damani.